practiced a few small spells. The ground was covered with ice flowers, then there was an explosion, and with a wave of his hand, several earth spikes suddenly emerged. The small animals in the distant woods have all gone deep into the forest. These days, there have been either thunder or explosions. Zhang Jianjun practiced in the space for more than 2 hours before stopping. Looking at the scorched earth in front of him, he smoothed it out with a thought. After washing up, I left the space. When I lay on the bed and looked at my watch, it was already past 2 in the morning. I quickly calmed my mind and cleared my mind of distracting thoughts, and soon fell asleep. In the early morning, Zhang Jianjun put on the woolen military coat, which felt really good. It was definitely the top-notch outfit in that era. This makes the whole person look like an inexplicable temperament. If you don't know, you would think he is the second generation of a military officer from some military compound. Zhang Jianjun admired himself for a while, then pushed his bicycle out of the house. When the people who were washing up saw Zhang Jianjun's outfit, and then looked at themselves, wrapped like dumplings in their old cotton-padded jackets, they all looked at him with envy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that this kid had definitely climbed up the social ladder. This dress is not something you can buy. Yi Zonghai's eyes were full of unwillingness in the crowd, as his plans could never keep up with the changes. Now my prestige in the compound has dropped to freezing point, and it's all because of this kid. Su Demao's eyes were full of jealousy and fear. He used to think that he was a pretty good projectionist. In the courtyard, apart from his conflict with Shazhu, he is still quite popular with others. The recent series of blows have made me feel lost. The toothbrush in my hand was frozen into an ice lump while I was stunned. It was too cold in Beijing in the 1960s. Zhang Jianjun was riding his bicycle on the road, and he didn't bother to think about the expressions of the people in the compound. After the storm is over, I will move out and build a few courtyard houses outside. Thinking of the deed to house number 2 and Lu Banghung in the space, he realized that he was no longer alone. Zhang Jianjun wanted to see who would dare to occupy it in the future, as that unique courtyard might be out of stock in the future. Today, the steel mill is still bustling with people, and the people working there are all smiling. One person's work often supports the hopes of the entire family. The factory walls are covered with various slogans, and the blackboards on the bulletin boards are also covered with various headlines. Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment as he looked at the mural of the Great Wall, which was already a little dirty. I sighed secretly, time will not go back and there is no if in life. Let them do whatever they want. Zhang Jianjun parked his bicycle, went to the office of the head of the propaganda department, and took out paper and pen from the desk drawer. I started recording the entire process of the last case. I still had to carefully complete what Joe's father told me last night. This report material from the parties involved is probably going to be filed. There was a rustling sound of writing in the office. Li Wyman returned to the steel mill with dark circles under his eyes. He was exhausted from all the hard work he had endured in the past few days. Came to the collective office of the propaganda department staff. Li Wyman experienced the same mood as Su Demao when he went up the mountain, carrying a quotation sign weighing dozens of kilograms up the mountain. Not assigning temporary workers to themselves is naked retaliation. The news he received after returning made Li Wyman completely despair. Holding the union's letter, he expressed his opinion on how to deal with Zheng Zaiqiang. Asking myself to polish it and then hand it into the broadcasting room is like stabbing myself in the lungs. After all, I graduated from a technical secondary school. How can I accept this? Li Wyman's eyes flashed with resentment and he became secretly angry. Zhang Jianjun, you kid, don't let me catch you. It seems that I still have to fish in troubled waters in the department. If I work hard, there will be a day when I can turn things around. Just wait and see. At 9:30 in the morning, in the broadcasting room of the Red Star Steel Mill, Yu Haidang was looking at the broadcast script sent by Li Wyman. I stared at Zhang Jianjun's name on the manuscript and began to daydream. The distance between me and Zhang Jianjun became increasingly greater. The scene of the two people speeding on bicycles under the setting sun still appears clearly in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. Yu Haidang felt like a mixture of emotions, with all sorts of sweet, sour, bitter and spicy feelings flooding into her heart, making her feel a little unwilling. You have to control your own destiny. If others can take off, you have to keep up with the situation. Something called ambition began to sprout, and Yu Haitang slowly clenched her fists and cheered herself up. Time flies, and it is time for lunch again. At noon, Yu Haidang's sweet voice came from the loudspeaker in the broadcasting room. Comrades, I would like to report a document that has just been issued by the Steel Mill Union Party Committee. Regarding the decision to punish Comrade Zheng Zaiqiang, former deputy chief of the propaganda section, for violating regulations and discipline during his work. After an investigation organized by the Trade Union Party Committee, it was found that Zheng Zaiqiang, the former deputy head of the publicity department, was lax, unorganized and undisciplined in his work. Comrade Zheng Zaiqiang, on his first day at work, and Comrade Zhang Jianjun, the current head of the propaganda section, made the unreasonable request for an independent office. After being sternly rejected by comrade Zhang Jianjun, not only did he not look for the reasons within himself, but he even developed a vengeful mentality afterwards. That night, Zhang Haiqian and 5 unidentified individuals intercepted and retaliated against comrade Zhang Jianjun. Comrade Zhang Jianjun remained fearless in the face of danger and thwarted the plot of retaliation. This incident is extremely bad. The circumstances are extremely serious. The reputation of our steel mill has been damaged. After a unanimous decision by the Factory Labor Union Party Committee, comrade Zhang Haiqian was given a serious warning. The follow-up treatment plan has been reported to the organization, and the entire factory has been informed as a warning to others. I hope all workers will learn from this experience and also emulate comrade Zhang Jianjun's fearless spirit in the face of threats. This is for your information. Zhang Jianjun sighed helplessly in the office. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Not to mention the reactions of the workers in the steel rolling mill, the entire propaganda department and the staff who were preparing to serve meals were all in an uproar. The punishment this time is a bit too harsh. It is not much different from direct dismissal. The serious punishment has basically been determined and there is no way to turn things around. This will directly kill a person's political future. When Su Daimao heard the broadcast, his mouth opened wide. What the hell is the point of trying to get close to him? Quickly cut off all ties with Zhang Haiqian, and don't get yourself covered in blood. Li Weiman was the most upset in the corner, as he had polished this report himself. Everyone in the department was gloating and glanced at the salesperson Chen Kunfa from time to time. Chen Kunfa felt like crying but had no tears at this moment. When Zhang Haiqian went in, he was still in the department, constantly advising everyone not to speak carelessly. Good guy, really good guy. Now Zhang Haiqian is completely destroyed. Glancing at Li Weiman's grey face, he felt that the mountains in the suburbs were waving to him. At this time, Ma Xiaohua came over and patted Chen Kunfa on the shoulder. The look of her lips smiling but hesitant to speak made him shudder all over and feel a chill in his heart. Lu Haizhan felt particularly relaxed when swinging the sledgehammer today. He swung the sledgehammer vigorously with a smile on his face all morning. Lu Haizhan didn't care and would shout slogans from time to time. Everyone around gave me weird looks. Is he crazy? Lu Haizhan also entered a crazy training mode. Even when going to the toilet, he had to stop in front of the quotation board in the square. He gazed at the slogan affectionately and muttered to himself. Ever since I shouted the slogan in front of everyone last time, it felt like I had opened the door to a new world. Lu Haizhan felt that as soon as he shouted this slogan, his temperament immediately rose to several levels. The report just now gave him more confidence. He believed that he would definitely be able to make a living if he followed Zhang Jianjun. The opinion on how to deal with Zhang Haiqian caused an uproar in the steel rolling mill. This is what has been making headlines these days. Zhang Jianjun went down the propaganda building with his lunchbox, and Zhang Aijun and Ma Xiaohua followed him from behind. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and smiled. What good news are you two so happy about? Ma Xiaohua smiled warmly and said, Brother, you are really good at preserving your appearance. You don't show your emotions on your face. Your self-cultivation is really getting deeper and deeper. Zhang Jianjun was at a loss for words and asked, What's going on here? You've got me completely confused. Zhang Aijun continued, Brother Jianjun, this time we've completely destroyed Zhang Haiqian. Isn't the downfall of our old rival a happy occasion? Ma Xiaohua laughed and said, So others can become section chiefs, while we can only work hard to achieve political achievements. The three of them came to the cafeteria talking and laughing. Maybe it's because the Chinese New Year is approaching, there are a lot more meat slices and the shredded potatoes than usual. The three of them found an empty seat and sat down. At this time, a familiar figure walked over silently, was a bit hesitant to sit down at the table. Zhang Jianjun looked up and saw that it was Lu Guangtian. He quickly waved and said with a smile, Come and sit down in broad daylight. Why are you hanging around here? Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Guangtian then sat next to Zhang Jianjun. She spoke a little shyly, Brother Jianjun, this won't affect your conversation, right? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Look at what you said. We're all family, so how could there be any secrets? Are you getting used to the environment of the steel mill lately? Then he smiled at Ma Xiaohua and said, My brother is lucky to have Brother Ma to guide him. Guangtian, you should also follow behind and learn well. Ma Xiaohua, it's not a big deal. Lu Guangtian is from the same compound as me, so how could I not do my best? This kid is really hardworking. Don't worry, just adapt to the overseas assignment with me for a while and you'll understand everything. Lu Guangtian, thank you, Brother Jianjun and Brother Ma, for your care. I will study hard and do my best. Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, Now that Zhang Haiqian is in jail, don't you two have any ideas about the position of deputy section chief? Zhang Aijun smiled and said, I don't care. I still know how much it weighs. It would be awkward if another person were to parachute in. Ma Ziahua's eyes flickered a few times. I would like to fight for it, but I don't have any way. I'm still treated as a level 17 clerk, which is still one step away from being a deputy section chief. Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and said, if no one comes to us by the end of the year, I'll recommend you two for the assessment. I won't play favorites. Whether it succeeds or not depends on how Director Yang reports it. Right now, Director Yang and I can barely communicate, but if it doesn't work out, don't blame me. Ma Ziyahua and Zhang Aijun were delighted. Everyone wants to move up, but they just can't find the way. Ma Ziyahua said happily, we can't thank you enough for your kindness. This matter is not entirely up to you to decide. It's good enough that you're willing to help now. We won't be ungrateful. Zhang Jianjun has been fed up with the slogans these days. Helping them is helping himself. Having someone of our own in a position can at least help share the pressure. If I succeed, I can do it on my own and continue to be a lazy fish every day. In this way, there will be someone to relieve the unrest in the department, so that we don't have to get involved in intrigue. Zhang Jianjun lowered his voice, that's good, let's work hard together. Please keep an eye on these restless individuals recently. You know what's happening. They both looked at each other and nodded. Lu Guantian was a little confused by what he heard. He didn't say anything and just lowered his head to eat. The four people finished their meal and left one after another. The steel mill ushered in the afternoon. In the temporary detention room of Beija Police Station, Zheng Haiqian had sunken eyes and a pair of dark circles. There were scattered and messy beards on his face and chin. He sat on the bunk bed in a daze. Last night, a dark-skinned big man was locked up in there again. He looked to be in his 30s, with a face full of flesh and a height of about 1.85 meters. There is a big black mole on the left cheek. There were a few hairs growing on it, which made Zheng Haiqian's anus tighten. At night, when the big man took off his shoes, the smell of a rat that had been dead for half a month filled the entire detention room. The smell was so suffocating that Deputy Section Chief Zheng completely collapsed. Zheng Haiqian wanted to open his mouth several times, but when he met those two malicious gazes, he held back. I've heard people in the compound say before that people who go into the police station must be very careful with their anus, and the more delicate the skin, the more careful they must be. Zheng Haiqian had been sitting there daydreaming for 3 days and 3 nights until this afternoon. The plate was empty, and there was no more steamed bread to eat. Last night, the big man with a black face ate 4 steamed buns in a row, smacked his lips, and looked like he was still not satisfied. The food delivered this morning and at noon disappeared after a moment of hesitation. Fortunately, I poured the batter into my mouth as soon as it was served. At this time, there was a sound of the iron gate unlocking, and Zheng Haiqian's eyes lit up. It seems that I might go out today. He looked at the black-faced man with disdain. He raised his head proudly and muttered, what a country bumpkin. Officer Wang opened the door and brought in a clean quilt and clothes. Zheng Ziqian? A series of question marks came to my mind. Officer Wang said expressionlessly, this is the luggage your family asked someone to bring over. Zheng Haiqian will give you half an hour to pack your belongings. The truck will pick you up at 2:30 this afternoon. Zheng Haiqian? I asked anxiously, where are you going, Officer Wang? It won't take a truck to take me home, right? Officer Wang smiled coldly, Dafeng Farm welcomes you. A scream was heard from the detention room, and a dark-faced man approached. Zheng Haiqian's 3-month labor reform opinion letter. It was placed on Officer Wang's desk. I was very upset and naturally didn't have a good face towards Zheng Haiqian. Such a serious case only took 3 months. It was decided without any judgment. Sighed. This is not something a police officer like me should worry about. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the publicity department office of the steel rolling mill. Zhang Jianjun was busy working on the last document when there was a knock on the door and Secretary Zhou walked in. Secretary Zhou smiled and said, excuse me, Section Chief Zhang. Director Yang wants to see you about something. He's waiting for you in the office. Zhang Jianjun stood up and nodded with a smile, then followed Secretary Zhou to the factory director's office. When Yang Zhenhua saw Zhang Jianjun come in, he smiled warmly and said, Xiao Zhang, come and sit down. Xiao Zhou, go make some tea. Zhang Jianjun sat opposite Director Yang and asked respectfully with a smile on his face, I wonder what instructions Uncle Yang wants me to have. Director Yang spoke gently, Xiao Zhang, we're all family, so don't be shy. It's no big deal to ask you to come over. I just want to know what you think about the organization's handling of Zheng Haiqian. After all, you are the victim of this incident. Zhang Jianjun took the tea handed to him by Secretary Zhou, nodded in thanks, turned around and spoke with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your help. I'm very satisfied with the organization's decision on this matter. It makes me feel the organization cares about me. It made me understand something. Do not refrain from doing good deeds, no matter how small. Do not commit evil deeds, no matter how small. Yang Zhenhua glanced at Zhang Jianjun and thought to himself, this kid is really careful with his words now. It seems that my guess was right. This outfit cannot be bought with money. This guy does have someone behind him. Zhang Jianjun didn't expect that Director Yang had so much in his mind during such a short period of time. Director Yang's smile became even warmer. He said with a very good look on his face, "After the new year, our steel mill will have a very important department. I'll help you get a position. I can't reveal too much right now. We'll be on the same page from now on. Work hard and I have high hopes for you." Zhang Jianjun's heart moved. It seems that the Revolutionary Committee's team is about to be officially formed. In the original drama, Li Huide later became the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. Now that I have been scared away by myself, no one knows what will happen in the future. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your support. I'm very satisfied with my current job. Although I'm missing a deputy section chief and the work is a bit hectic, I can still hold on if I grit my teeth." Director Yang smiled meaningfully and said, "From what you said, you mean you want to be a deputy section chief?" Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, "You are indeed the factory director. I can't hide my little thoughts from you. You really have a keen eye." Director Yang laughed unhappily and said, "When you go back, prepare a recommendation and I'll submit it to the organization for assessment. It's too late at the end of the year. We'll have to hold an annual meeting to get the results. Then I won't keep you any longer. Go and get busy. Make sure you complete your year-end assessment report carefully." Zhang Jianjun stood up and nodded, "Thank you very much, Uncle Yang. I will take care of the work matters seriously." Zhang Jianjun turned and left the factory director's office. Yang Zhenhua looked at the departing figure and thought to himself, "It seems that this guy is not simple either, and he has started to form his own team." When Zhang Jianjun went downstairs, he scanned the deputy director's office with his mental power. It was empty inside and Fatty Zhao hadn't come back yet. Zhang Jianjun felt a little regretful. "I didn't get any benefit from Zhao Jianxi, but I'd better hold on and don't die. Life is as lonely as snow." Zhao Jianxi's fat body trembled in the hospital. "I opened my blurry eyes and finally found that I was no longer in a mummy state today, but he really wanted to be wrapped in gauze every day. As expected of the second hospital, the needlework is impeccable. Very delicate. A total of 48 stitches were needed from the left forehead to the right lower jaw. After a careful minor nose adjustment surgery, he no longer speaks in a muffled voice. But the centipede-like shape on his face is so scary that even he himself is afraid of it." I saw my wife's evasive look. Zhao Jianxi looked at the ceiling silently. The unwilling roar in my heart. "Damn it, destroy it." Zhang Jianjun returned to his office and looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. I quickly sat down to process the last document when I felt a strange sensation in my hand. "Roll up your coat sleeves and it lights up." Zhang Jianjun had to resist the urge to enter the space and deal with the work at hand. When the bell for the end of get-off work rang, Zhang Jianjun took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction, finally completing today's task. Zhang Jianjun left the office and rode his bicycle at lightning speed. He didn't know what was there today, waiting for him. Zhang Jianjun returned to the Red Star compound in Nanlua Guxian, where the third uncle was mending a bicycle tire by the door. When Yan Bagui saw Zhang Jianjun coming, his eyes lit up. He put down the file, stood by the gate and said with a smile, "Jianjun, I heard that you arranged a job for Lu Buanqian. Can you find a job for my Yan Jifang as well?" Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "Uncle San, it's almost Chinese New Year this year. Where can I find him a job? Besides, this quota is not something you can get just by wishing for it. I have no more recommended spots this year." When Yan Bagui heard this, he showed a look of disappointment. He thought that it was too difficult for such a large family to feed themselves. Looking at Zhang Jianjun's departing back, I suddenly thought of something and hope rose in my heart again. Jianjun just said that this year's quota has been used up. Doesn't that mean there will still be vacancies once the new year begins? Zhang Jianjun no longer had the time to chat with Yan Bagui. As soon as he got home, he locked the door and entered the space. The space vortex turned into a blue mirror more than 3 meters in size, just like last time. This time, the mirror did not have a mountain background. Instead, a blurry road was faintly visible in the blue mirror. Zhang Jianjun resisted the urge to go over immediately and just ate something in the space. Then he took off his military coat and put on a Zhongshan suit, wearing only a shirt underneath. He also changed into blue work clothes for summer and a pair of cloth shoes with 1,000-layer soles. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and went out to put the bicycle in. After everything was ready, Zhang Jianjun came to the vortex, took a deep breath, and dived into it. Just like last time, my vision went dark for 3 seconds before I suddenly appeared on the side of an asphalt road. It was pitch black all around, but fortunately Zhang Jianjun was a cultivator, so the night did not have much impact on him. Zhang Jianjun's mental power penetrated his body and he carefully sensed the environment. It felt similar to last time, except for a lack of violent energy in the air. The aura had become obscure and unclear, perhaps a different plane from last time. There were only a few stars in the sky, flickering. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds. The weather was still like summer, so I had to take off my Zhongshan suit and throw it into the space. Zhang Jianjun took out the wooden sword from the space and looked around with his strong eyesight. This asphalt road is a bit dilapidated, with many potholes on the surface. It seems that it has not been maintained for a long time. 200 meters ahead, an SUV was parked on the side of the road. Zhang Jianjun walked over cautiously. When he approached a range of 100 meters, a spiritual warning came from his sea of consciousness. Zhang Jianjun looked at it carefully with a stern expression. A man and a woman were sitting motionless in the front row of the car's driver's seat, and there was nothing in the back of the car. Zhang Jianjun felt a little scared. If it weren't for his strong eyesight, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. A powerful sea of consciousness burst out of his body and swept towards the car. In his spiritual consciousness, a blurry shadow of a young man appeared on the seat at the back of the car. A gloomy and pale face with no lips under the nose looks extremely weird. Without the lips to block the mouth, the teeth were directly exposed, the mouth was bright red, and there were still some pieces of meat left. The ghost seemed to have sensed something and floated out of the car. Ignoring the obstruction of the roof, it just floats in the air. The tattered suit had long since turned into strips of cloth, swaying left and right in the night wind. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. He felt like he couldn't get along with Apia anymore. When the ghost faced Zhang Jianjun, it suddenly turned into black smoke and rushed towards him. When he was 30 meters away from Zhang Jianjun used a mental piercing to rush straight towards the ghost. A shrill wail was heard from the black smoke, before the ghost could transform into its true form. The lightning runes on the thunder sword flashed and it shot out quickly, passing through the ghost shadow, and a faint howl was heard. The ghost turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared instantly. As if it had never appeared, Zhang Jianjun's palm flashed with lightning and then dimmed. Zhang Jianjun? That's it? His palm thunder disappeared before he could use it. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and the thunder sword returned to his hand. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and walked over to the car. He took a closer look at the two of them. In the passenger seat, a girl in her 20s had her eyes wide open and had stopped breathing. The eyes that had lost focus were filled with fear, with a trace of desire for life remaining. There was a hole bitten on the neck and the whole body looked abnormally shriveled. The young man in the driver's seat was in the same situation, with a look of unwillingness to close his eyes. There was a mobile phone, a wallet, and a pack of cigarettes on the platform in the cab. Zhang Jianjun picked up the phone and took a look. He was very familiar with this phone. It was a fruit machine. The style is very trendy, as if it has never appeared in the previous life. Zhang Jianjun turned on his phone, but it required fingerprint unlocking. I had no choice but to pick up the young man's right hand, which still felt a little warm. There was no other choice but to experiment. Zhang Jianjun urgently needed to understand the background of the current world. Fortunately, when the deceased pressed his thumb, the phone screen was unlocked. The various apps in it are different from those in the previous life, such as Fidian, TikTok, Taoxiao. Open an app called Zhulang News. Various news headlines filled the entire screen. Zhang Jianjun selected a local news forum section. My eyeballs almost popped out. Shocking! In Jiangnan University town, the campus beauty and her boyfriend were on the rooftop of the 6th floor of a teaching building. They both fell naked. Message me if you want pictures. Shocking! 3 women and 1 man went to the river for a barbecue at night and never returned. The scene was horrific. According to insiders, several of the deceased had scratches and bite marks all over their bodies. Horrible. 4 old men played mahjong all night at Nanwan Garden in New Taipei City, and at dawn, only 4 skeletons remained. They were sent to the crematorium, but were refused. The reason was that there was no meat or oil. After reading several eye-catching headlines, Zhang Jianjun was speechless. This world is very strange. Then I opened an app called Kandu and searched for world history. After more than 10 minutes of careful understanding, we found out that this planet is called Blue Star. The name is Daxia, but this Daxia is not the same as that Daxia. The Ming Dynasty existed until the beginning of the 20th century. The Ming Dynasty lasted until World War II, when it withdrew from the stage of history and the Great Xia Republic was established. The Sakura Kingdom also invaded the Great Xia Kingdom, but the outcome was tragic. After only 3 years of fighting, they were driven into the Pacific Ocean. The rest of the world order remains basically unchanged, with only 4 permanent members of the United Nations. Great Xia, the United States, the Lundun country, the Moxian country. Frankie was the first to surrender because she couldn't win the battle and was not chosen in this world. The economy of Daxia is similar to that of the previous life, second only to the United States. Except for the products from Daxia, whose names are ambiguous, the names of products from other countries are still their original names. The timeline is now 2025, July 16th is the hottest time of summer. 3 years ago, all kinds of strange and bizarre cases suddenly occurred all over the world at the same time. This led to financial crises in various countries and the gradual weakening of technological development. This trend is now intensifying, despite the best efforts of authorities to control it and prevent negative news from leaking out. Due to the recent frequent occurrence of strange cases, the truth has basically been revealed. Under pressure, many countries have been forced to cancel the night shift system. Even entertainment venues were bleak at night. Jang Jianjun understood the entire process. I was shocked that this world was actually a parallel universe. I opened the wallet and checked it. Inside was an ID card, 2 bank cards, and 3,000 yuan in cash. I looked at the name on the ID card. Tang Duong, now 24 years old, is located in Yulong Garden, Xinbei District, Jiangling City, Jiangnan Province. Room 302, Unit C, Building 3. Jang Jianjun remembered that the last time he traveled through the dimension, he only stayed for more than 2 hours. I don't know how long this time will take, but I can't just fight a ghost and come back empty-handed. Jang Jianjun looked at the deceased's appearance and figure. His eyes rolled. An idea came to my mind. Jang Jianjun checked his phone and saw that it was already past 9 in the evening. At this moment, he had used the bone shrinking technique to transform himself into the appearance of a dead person. Then in the phone settings, I disabled the fingerprint function and switched to sliding screen mode. He muttered in his heart, dust to dust, dust to dust. I am just helping you two get revenge. Please don't blame me for borrowing my identity. Use mental power to drag the 2 bodies out of the car. He took off the keychain from the deceased's waist and put it in his own trouser pocket. A huge fireball appeared in his palm, burning the 2 bodies to ashes. Jang Jianjun sighed and said, "It's better than being left exposed in the wilderness. I hope I can be reborn into a good family in my next life." Looking at this brand new Mercedes-Benz SUV, I was reluctant to give it up. I wanted to put it in the space, but ended up with nothing. Only then did he remember that the Mercedes-Benz SUV weighs 2.5 tons, and his current mental strength can only lift 2 tons. Jang Jianjun rolled his eyes and came up with a solution. He wrapped his hands with spiritual power to support the car body, and with the help of his mental power, he silently chanted collect, and the car suddenly disappeared on the asphalt road. I was secretly happy that it turned out to be pretty much what I expected. Then he summoned his flying sword and ascended to a height of 300 meters in the sky. Looking around, about 5 kilometers ahead, there was a bright light and the outline of a city appeared in sight. Jang Jianjun flew his flying sword straight towards the city. Even in the pitch darkness, he wasn't afraid of being discovered as a faint arc of electricity streaked across the night sky at high speed. We were close to the city in less than 3 minutes. The billboards in the distance were clearly visible, only about a kilometer away from the edge of the city. Jang Jianjun lowered his altitude for fear of being discovered by the electronic eye. He sent his spiritual sense out of his body and stopped at an empty roadside. I took out the bicycle from the space and rode it all the way to the city. Looking at the increasing number of skyscrapers along the way, I couldn't help but sigh, and all the things in my past life came to my mind. Jang Jianjun took out his mobile phone and turned on the navigation mode. The street was deserted and there was basically no pedestrian. All the shops and shopping malls on both sides were closed. Occasionally a car passed by quickly, and the driver of the car looked at Jang Jianjun, who was riding a bicycle with a strange look. Jang Jianjun glanced at the navigation on his phone. I am currently in Tianning District, Jiangling City, 11 kilometers away from Xinbei District. Jang Jianjun quickened his pace and passed through the streets and alleys. As I was approaching the Filong intersection in Xinbei District, I felt like I was being targeted by another evil thought. The streetlights at the intersection ahead flickered. An old man appeared at the intersection, sitting next to a street lamp with a hunched body, looking like an ordinary person. But this strong malice came from him. Jang Jianjun expanded his mental power, forming a faint spiritual protective shield on the surface of his body. When the spiritual consciousness swept over the old man in the spiritual consciousness showed his original form. On the dark and gray face, greedy green eyes stared at him without blinking. 2 sharp teeth were exposed in his mouth. His dry eagle claw-like hands were stained with blood, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Lightning flashed secretly in Jang Jianjun's right hand. The two approached about 20 meters apart. The ghost stretched out its skinny fingers and tapped 3 times in the air. The spiritual power shield on Jang Jianjun's body flashed with light and a wave of light came. My heart followed the rhythm of my fingers and beat 3 times very quickly. If it weren't for the spiritual shield blocking it, his heart would probably have suffered serious damage. Jang Jianjun was shocked. What the hell? Could this be the legendary knocking ghost? The knocking ghost has to be triggered by knocking on the door anyway, so what's the point of knocking a few times in the air? The ghost saw that the man was not moved at all and did not even fall off the bicycle, so he just stood there in a daze. Just as it was stunned, a lightning snake as thick as a thumb enlarged before its eyes. The innate fear of thunder and lightning makes the knocking ghost lose the idea of resistance. Zhang Jianjun was really angry. He had traveled through time and space twice and had dealt with this thing both times. Without getting out of the car, he raised his right hand and palm thunder shot out instantly. With a blood-curdling howl, the old ghost revealed his charred form. The figure lying on the ground became vague. Looks like it's about to disappear at any moment. Begging for mercy intermittently. This is the Five Thunders Law? Is there still a heavenly master? Master, spare my life. Ah, I haven't harmed anyone yet. Zhang Jianjun stopped his bicycle. He sneered and said, "You've never hurt anyone before, yet you're targeting me? If I didn't have some skills, I'd probably be your meal tonight. Tell me the truth, how did you come about? What the hell is this? Otherwise I'll grind you to dust." The ghost knocking on the door trembled. "I don't know how it happened. I only know that, when I died in the hospital, I had a strong obsession with life. In the blur, I drifted into the endless darkness. I don't know how long it took, but I gradually regained consciousness and became what I am now." Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, has obsession turned into a soul state? Are ghosts a combination of negative energy? So how does the negative energy in this world come about? Zhang Jianjun was too lazy to think about it. He wouldn't stay in this world for long anyway. With a wave of his hand, a lightning snake was launched instantly, and an illusory ghost figure and an unwilling scream were heard. The already blurry figure disappeared into the air. The ghost's last thought in this world was probably that this guy had no moral principles. Shortly after Zhang Jianjun rode away on his bicycle, the curtains on the 5th floor of a high-rise building on the corner of the street slowly closed. A little fat boy was holding a mobile phone, his eyes shining frighteningly as he watched the saved video. "Holy shit! This is the Thunder King." Immediately open the computer and upload this video to a video website called TikTok. The title reads, "In Jiangling City, the Thunder King suddenly appeared in the middle of the night." He actually did this to a 70-year-old man. After 20 minutes of rapid driving, Zhang Jianjun arrived at Yulong community in Xinbei. The community in front of me feels a bit old, and the buildings in the community are all around 30 stories high. It is a small high-rise building. He scanned the gate with his spiritual sense and saw the gatekeeper was sleeping soundly inside. Zhang Jianjun entered the community and found 3 buildings. There were still a few lights on in the upper floors. Zhang Jianjun looked at his cell phone and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I went to the staircase of Unit C and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. His spiritual sense swept across the entire 3rd floor, and there was no one in rooms 301 and 302. Room 301 is empty. It seems that no tenants have moved in yet. Room 302 is fully furnished with a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room configuration. Zhang Jianjun took off the keychain, compared them one by one, opened the security door and walked in. I turned on the switch in the living room and the fluorescent lights illuminated the entire room. The living room was spotlessly clean, with a 50-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall. 2 sets of 4-seater leather sofas are placed on the left and right sides of the living room. There are 2 pots of spider plants on the windowsill. There is an upright refrigerator in the right corner of the living room. A quick glance reveals a wide variety of drinks inside. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up, and he opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. I drank half a bottle in one breath and burped. So cool. This long-lost feeling is both familiar and unfamiliar. After looking through several rooms, I found a wedding photo hanging on the wall above the bed in the master bedroom. Zhang Jianjun took a look at the wedding photos. The bride and groom were holding hands and facing the camera at the beach. The bride holds a bouquet of flowers in her right hand, and the groom turns his head to look at the bride affectionately. Zhang Jianjun sighed. He had encountered this twice today. It is conceivable that it is not easy for ordinary people in this world to live. A laptop in the bedroom caught Zhang Jianjun's attention. He decided to download some technical information. Bring back your own world. So I walked towards the laptop. Zhang Jianjun was searching for modern new steel materials on his computer. These were the only things that were urgently needed in the 1960s. An article on plasma metallurgy technology aroused Zhang Jianjun's interest. This technology originated in the 1960s, and its main driving force was the demand for cutting-edge metal materials in defense industries such as aerospace and nuclear energy. This world was also first controlled by the Bear Country in the 1960s. At that time, scientists had already established a complete theory of plasma smelting. A series of practical problems involving industrial promotion and application have been solved. The Russian Federation once used plasma smelting technology to produce more than 40 grades of steel. In terms of metal purity, inclusion distribution, crystal structure, etc., plasma technology is comparable to electroslag remelting, vacuum induction melting, and other technologies, and even plays a unique role in some fields. This was something that was never taught by the experts from the Russian Bear Country in the 1960s. So Zhang Jianjun carefully backed up all the formulas and data to the hard drive and took photos of them again with his mobile phone. It's an open secret that it's already popular here, but in the 1960s this technology was very important. We are currently in the initial stages of developing nuclear missile technology. With this material, I can avoid many detours. Thinking of Mr. Ya, I am full of confidence again. Mr. Ya and Mr. Nye are very strong in protecting scientists. I hope I can do my part. This is not the Virgin Mary, now that some secrets have been revealed. So what if there is a blockbuster? Technology is more real than any fancy stuff. Now that we have the steel formula, we cannot do without the corresponding smelting furnace. Zhang Jianzhan quickly started searching on his notebook and found the closed-slot core furnace, invented in the United States in the last century. In 1966, it was first used by Switzerland and East Germany to develop induction heating devices. This was a milestone technology, marking the beginning of the era of induction heating technology for melting furnaces. Zhang Jianzhan started backing up again. Since he had no internet connection, he could only store the data on the hard drive and make a PPT file. Also using my mobile phone, I took photos of all the formula data. After completing the process, I looked at my phone and found that the battery was only 30%. He scanned the entire room with his mental power and found a radio charger on the bedside table. I put my phone on the table to charge and started searching for information about the island country. It's not that Zhang Jianzhan doesn't want to do something, it's just that the technology of the 21st century is gone. The technology is too advanced, and it is useless without equipment and theoretical basis. This is called the generation gap. Moreover, the advanced technology cannot be found on the internet. Zhang Jianzhan started looking up information about the small island country on the internet again. Don't think too much, the scientists in the island country are still very powerful. What the hell is this, Mr. Sangzia? This is disturbing my mind, I have to save it. Mr. Azah? I'm too old to delete it. What the heck is Fang Kilian? Save it for now, and then slowly research its technical details later. Just when Zhang Jianzhan was frantically downloading technological information from the small island country, the Fat Boys video went viral. After more than an hour of fermentation, it became a hit on TikTok. The click rate instantly reached hundreds of thousands, and the like rate reached over 100,000. A series of beeps almost froze the phone. A comment that received over 10,000 likes had an avatar of a beautiful woman wearing black stockings. If her long legs and black stockings were not photoshopped, they would be more than 1 meter long, which is quite eye-catching. Although I can't see my little brother's face clearly, I've been feeling a bit itchy these past few days, and I really want him to give me some electric therapy. Passerby A, who loves hot pot, I really want to know, if this isn't a special effect, where did this old man go? Psychiatrist 1, I just want to ask, where is the address of the host's home? Please open the door and pay the water and electricity bills. Crooked Mouth Monk, if this is true, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. This video caused a huge uproar on the internet. Nowadays, people are afraid to go out at night, so naturally they all become otakus and fujashis. When the fat boy was calculating how much traffic fees he could earn, the video disappeared from his homepage. A background message popped up. Because this user spread false information, his work has been removed from the platform and banned. TikTok reserves all rights to interpretation. Fatty? The phone fell to the floor. There was a knock on the door. After receiving a call from the Municipal Bureau, the Tianning District branch of the Jiangling City Cyber Criminal Investigation Technology Department quickly intervened in the investigation. Since the photo was taken with a mobile phone at high altitude at night, the image of the person is not very clear. The young man is estimated to be between 20 and 30 years old. He rides an old-fashioned bicycle from the last century and his clothes are even more retro. In this era, you can probably only see him on the Pinduoduo website. The technicians carefully compared the lightning in his hand frame by frame, and found that it was all real. There was no sign of computer synthesis at all. The old man in the video suddenly disappeared in the lightning, which seemed extremely strange and reminded people of the bizarre death cases in recent years. The branch staff reported the situation to the Municipal Bureau using an internal phone. The fat guy who filmed the video has been locked down through his mobile phone number and video ID. The Municipal Bureau issued an order to invite the fat man for tea that night and check the playback of all the electronic cameras in the city. Zhang Jianzhan never imagined that his arrival would make the city so busy. When more than 100 GB of data was downloaded, it was already past 1 in the morning. Zhang Jianzhan felt that this time travel extended the time a lot. When I checked my phone here, it was a little after 9 o'clock. Now it's a little after 1 o'clock, which means more than 5 hours have passed. Zhang Jianzhan walked around the room and changed into a set of sportswear. If it was not yet daytime, he couldn't go out in his Zhongshan suit. I found a pair of unworn Adidas in the shoebox and continued to appreciate the information. I put all the drinks in the refrigerator into the space, and saw that the battery of my phone on the fast charger was full. I also put the wireless fast charger in. Although there is no internet there, it is still possible to appreciate the photos, and there is also the shooting information inside. Nothing else was moved, just leave a memory for their parents, if any. My trip today was not in vain. The supporting materials are my biggest gain. It's a pity that I can't find weapon blueprints online, otherwise I would have some for my future father-in-law. After all, weapons are controlled items in any era and cannot be found on the internet. Time slipped away inadvertently, and in the blink of an eye it was already bright. Jang Jianjun smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. He closed the laptop, looked at the time, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning, then put the laptop into the space. Glancing out the window from the third floor, I saw that the neighborhood was dead silent at night but bustling with people during the day. Jang Jianjun opened the door, looked around the room and closed it. This might be his first and last time here. Before the time of return comes, he is going to buy something. Jang Jianjun came to the street outside the community and was dazzled by the girls in short skirts and long legs on the street. Wow, I haven't seen this scene for a long time. During the day, the streets in the city have returned to their former prosperity. There were cars coming and going on the road. If I hadn't experienced two strange events myself, I would have thought that we had returned to the 21st century. Seeing a De La Fosse supermarket across the street, Jang Jianjun became interested and had to go over and take a look. As people came into the supermarket, there were all kinds of goods. Looking at these advanced things, Jang Jianjun secretly felt regretful that many of the items were basically a shock to the 1960s. He pushed a cart and started walking around. I picked up a few unbranded t-shirts in the clothing section and bought a dozen or so pairs of boxer briefs, which are hard to find there. Thinking of the red scarf Zhou Xiaobai always wore, Jang Jianjun smiled gently. It seems that Zhou Xiaobai still likes red very much. She picked out a red high-necked women's woolen sweater. I picked out a black men's wool sweater of similar style for myself, which can be considered a couple set. I bought about 10 pounds of peanuts and soybeans in the food area and picked out 20 pounds of unroasted watermelon seeds. These things are the main purpose. There is a severe shortage of seeds over there. Seeing a certain type of product with small wings that did not show through, Jang Jianjun thought that men must be careful, so he bought a few packs despite other people's strange looks. I didn't dare buy the fine wine, as I only had 3,000 yuan on me. I found it in the deceased's wallet last night. According to his ability, he can buy it for free. Jang Jianjun believes that this bottom line must be maintained. If you live in a country where life is pretty good, you wouldn't mind making big purchases for free. You can attack those with bad intentions, but you must never attack innocent people. Otherwise, the dragon slayer will eventually become the evil dragon. What seems to be missing in the seasoning section is a good meal. I also bought some green tea, candy, chocolate, a dozen cans of milk powder, and a case of canned beer. The cart gradually became piled higher and higher, and several more sets of toiletries were bought. Finally, I bought a flush toilet. I had to buy one. You can solve it yourself in your space, but if you get married in the future, it won't be as convenient as when you are single. The public toilets in the compound are notoriously dirty. It's okay in winter, but the scene in summer makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. Although I was tempted to buy all kinds of electrical appliances, I still held back. I didn't dare to keep the small household appliances at home even though I brought them with me. Feeling that it was about time, I walked to the checkout counter at the supermarket exit and spent a total of more than 2,000 yuan. Jang Jianjun bought a few black plastic bags and covered the cart with them. He then slowly disappeared while pushing the items inside the cart. When we arrived at the supermarket plaza where the shopping carts were parked, there was only a bag of watermelon seeds left on the cart. At this moment, the vortex on his wrist moved strangely, and Jang Jianjun thought it was a coincidence. He carried the bag and found a public toilet, went in, closed the door of the toilet cubicle, and then disappeared on the spot. What he didn't know was that 3 police cars had arrived at the neighborhood where he had been staying. After a night of electronic eye comparison, we finally had several clear frontal photos of the intersection. In this internet age, it is very easy to find out about a person. The emergence of supernatural forces has brought a storm to the world. Jang Jianjun returned to his own space, took a deep breath and looked at his watch. The watch time is 7:15 in the evening, which means if my calculation is correct, I left the steel mill at 5:30 and got home to eat something around 6 o'clock. In other words, only about an hour had passed here. Jang Jianjun arrived there at 9 o'clock in the evening, left the community at around 8 o'clock in the morning, and finished shopping at the supermarket at around 9 o'clock. This time we stayed for a total of 12 hours. Jang Jianjun started his planting project. He first took out the watermelon seeds and mixed them according to his memory. Generally, about 600 seedlings are left per acre, which requires more than 800 seeds, which is about 80 grams of seeds. The soil in your own space is good, so you can plant 1,000 plants per acre. That is about 120 grams. If you calculate your watermelon seeds in this way, you can sow them in several times. Jang Jianjun thought that if all 20 kilograms were planted, it would be enough to plant more than 80 acres. You only need 2 watermelon seeds in one hole, and the survival rate of the soil in your own space is very high. Both grains were a bit of a waste. After processing all the mature wheat, I began to tidy up the land in the space. Watermelon is a good thing. It is delicious and can relieve thirst. Now that I have finally bought the seeds, I will naturally plant them well. The wheat output has increased from 1,000 tons a week ago to more than 2,000 tons now. Zhang Jianjun had a headache and was at a loss as to what to do. It seemed he really needed to find someone to help him deal with it. 5 acres of watermelon were planted, and 10 acres each of peanuts and soybeans. I have also harvested several crops of honeysuckle. Although ginseng grows fast in the space, its growth cycle is also very long. Zhang Jianjun plans to cultivate all of them into century-old ginseng, which will take time, estimated to be more than half a year. The other vacant land can only be used to plant some wheat. It is impossible to plant dozens of acres of watermelons. After several distributions, the radishes were almost gone, so Zhang Jianjun thought about it and planted another 2 acres of radishes. In this way, the entire space variety has become more formal and the specifications have been greatly improved. Fruits include oranges and watermelons, grains include wheat, and vegetables include radishes, cucumbers, soybeans, and peanuts. There are also several acres of medicinal herbs. This time the entire space was fully utilized. Zhang Jianjun felt that the space was fully stocked with food and drink. Just after all the seeds were sorted, a long-lost vibration came from the space, and the entire space expanded rapidly until it expanded by another 1/3 and then stopped. Even the ancient well became more ancient, and the cracked ground around it expanded the size of the well. Zhang Jianjun's heart skipped a beat. This was the first change in the ancient well since he traveled through time. The spiritual consciousness probed towards the bottom of the well, but this time it was bounced back by a barrier at 90 meters. The first time Zhang Jianjun explored the ancient well, his spiritual consciousness was bounced back after going down 50 meters. This time, the depth of the ancient well increased by 40 meters. The concentration of spiritual energy seems to have increased a little, but it cannot be detected without careful sensing. The space has directly increased by 60 acres, and now the entire space has reached 240 acres. Zhang Jianjun seemed to have some understanding now. This space was probably used to collect plant varieties. The more variety of plant species you collect, the better. Some clues can be seen from this increase. I still have to pay attention to the seeds in the future, the extra 60 acres. Zhang Jianjun did not waste it and started to transform the space. Zhang Jianjun seemed to possess the authority of the creator in the space. The grove and bamboo garden rise abruptly to form a 50-meter-high hill. The ground around them rolled, and all the animals were moved by Zhang Jianjun to the newly appeared open space. When the hill was formed and then moved in, this creator-like feeling was very wonderful. Of course, it can only be used in space. If this kind of effect were to occur outside, it would be a spell like moving mountains and filling the sea. Of course, it is not something that he, who is only in the qi refining stage, can possess. After some trouble, Zhang Jianjun made roast chicken, and the seasonings bought from the supermarket came in handy. Roast the chicken until golden brown, brush it with sesame paste, sprinkle it with cumin powder, and drizzle it with some honey and half a spoonful of salt. The aroma immediately filled the air. It's different with seasonings. Even you don't have to be a chef to make it look good. Then a can of beer was taken out and the poisoning time began. Take a sip of beer and savor it slowly. This is life. Thanks to eco-friendly paper bag _food allow for the update reminder. Thanks to Tianai Chuan Shuo for the cup of milk tea. And thanks to everyone for the tips. In order not to affect the reading experience of readers, the tip list will be placed on the last page. Thank you for your understanding. After eating and drinking enough in the space, Zhang Jianjun stood up and took his mobile phone into the cabin in the space. I took out a stack of A4 paper I bought from the supermarket and started recording the various formula data on it. Even the graphics were slowly drawn by hand. Thanks to his strong mental strength, he only needs to look at the three-dimensional frame structure a few times. It's like slowly building a model, and I can actually draw it pretty close. After finishing the painting, I felt dissatisfied and started to make changes. In his own space, Zhang Jianjun's abilities are infinitely magnified, as if he were using cheats. After careful comparison and several rounds of checking for omissions and filling in the gaps, Zhang Jianjun finally drew out various graphic specifications. Fortunately, I used to be a programmer and was very sensitive to data. I breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Finally, the work is done and it can be called a work with both pictures and texts. Looking at the table full of drawings and data forms, Zhang Jianjun's heart was filled with pride. This time, I have finally made a real contribution to this society. The small favors we received in the past were incomparable, except for the unknown risks that brought shame to the army of time travelers. Zhang Jianjun whispered to himself, "There are no ifs in life, only consequences and results. The one who always stays with you is the self who dreams of breaking free from the shackles. A clear mind makes the whole person feel energetic." Zhang Jianjun finished writing all the information in his space and saw that it was still early, just after 10 o'clock. After leaving the wooden house, he came to the ancient well and began his daily practice without fail. The spiritual energy circulated through a small circle, making him feel refreshed even though he hadn't slept for more than 10 hours. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand, and the true solution to the divine thunder appeared in his hand. After taking a look at the qi gazing technique, I became interested. This technique seemed quite profound and had its own key points. The universe is full of vital energy, and this energy has boundaries. The thin, clear and yang energy becomes heaven, while the heavy, turbid energy condenses and becomes earth. The clear, yang, rising vital energy becomes heaven, while the heavy, turbid, stagnant vital energy becomes earth. Between heaven and earth, vital energy evolves all things in life. Zhang Jianjun patiently read through the several hundred words. To sum it up, the interaction between the yin and yang energies produces vitality, and the energy of the 5 elements is transformed by vitality. In plain words, it means that all things in the world are full of vitality and life. The vital energy circulates around the heaven and earth, transforming into stars above and condensing into mountains and rivers below. It is everywhere and at all times, and can be used to observe feng shui and judge luck. This is a necessary spell for a charlatan. Unfortunately, if you go to a feng shui fortune teller in this era, you probably won't survive more than 1 episode. Zhang Jianjun hesitated for a moment. If one sees through things but doesn't speak out, then he can learn from them. According to the law, revealing the secrets of heaven will shorten one's life. So he sat by the well and began to study. Zhang Jianjun comprehended all the key points of the qi watching technique. Before he knew it, more than 2 hours had passed. He rubbed his eyes and sighed inwardly. This spell is indeed a side branch. It is too complicated and lengthy, including astrology, geomancy, fortune, gossip, I Ching, and feng shui. This is not something that can be learned in a day or 2. There is a ghost of the astrological and geographical veins in the space for you to see. I had to memorize the essentials of the Qigong technique first, and then learn it slowly by combining it with actual practice outside. I stretched and stood up. I hadn't rested for more than 10 hours on both sides. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and decided to stop here for today, so he began to organize the drawings and notes and put them away. He glanced at the SUV in the corner and shook his head, regretting that he didn't dare take it out now. After washing up, Zhang Jianjun left the space, got into bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The city of Beijing finally welcomed its first heavy snowfall, and the outside world became a world of ice and snow. Goose feather-like snowflakes fell continuously, forming a snow curtain on the sky. Like catkins, they fluttered down from the sky in clusters. This was the scene outside when Zhang Jianjun woke up. People who got up early to go to work in the compound put on all the thick clothes they could. The cotton-padded jackets of this era are already very bulky, and when worn like this, everyone looks like a dumpling. It feels a bit difficult to walk. Zhang Jianjun wore a high-neck sweater inside and a woolen military coat outside. Given my current physical condition, if I wasn't afraid of shocking others, I wouldn't feel cold even without a coat. This is the benefit of practicing. Not to mention being immune to water and fire, but being immune to cold and heat is still achievable. Zhang Jianjun entered the space and took out a bag of fresh milk and a pack of biscuits as breakfast. He muttered, "Thank you for the gift of the deceased." This fresh milk was stored in the refrigerator, and all the contents of the refrigerator were brought over. After breakfast, Zhang Jianjun pushed his bicycle out. There was no one by the pool today. It's too cold, so I boil water at home to wash. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and there was a rustling sound when walking on it. The roads have become difficult to ride on. The few workers who occasionally rode bicycles became cautious. The entire city of Beijing turned into a kingdom of ice and snow, and Zhang Jianjun came to the steel rolling mill regardless of the wind and snow. After putting away the bicycle, I returned to my department, closed the door and started today's work. There is nothing more important in a person's life except life and death, but some things are more painful than death once they happen. Ma Changjiang was woken up by the cold in the morning. After a day and night of investigation, and with the instigation of Commander Zhou, the situation became serious. Yesterday, the organization classified this incident as an abuse of power that resulted in the deaths of 2 innocent people. These days, things are basically handled quickly, unlike later when people would be locked up for a year or 2 to investigate and collect evidence. In Ma Changjiang's case, the facts are clear and there is both witnesses and evidence. Although he survived, his life was almost as good as dead. He was eventually sentenced to 15 years. Ma Changjiang wrapped himself in cotton clothes and stood in front of the iron window, looking at the heavy snow outside and recalling his life. He joined the army in 1942 and experienced dozens of battles, big and small. In 1948, he followed the 4th Field Army in the Liaoshen campaign. Only more than 50 people were left in the entire company, and the old company commander and platoon leaders were all killed. At that time, I was still an unknown squad leader. He was awarded second-class merit in this battle and was promoted to company commander. In the spring of 1949, during a campaign to liberate southwest China, he fought bravely for 3 days and 3 nights, suffering from more than a dozen wounds of varying sizes. When a bomb fell in front of the position, he was still shooting bravely when a young soldier threw him into the trench and knocked him unconscious by the shock wave of the bomb. I survived, but the little soldier never woke up again, and his name was so vague that I could not remember it. His outstanding performance was highly regarded by the teacher, and he was promoted from company commander to battalion commander in the same year. After liberation, he has come all the way to where he is today and has been promoted to the position of regiment commander. Withstood countless tests of blood and fire. I don't know when it started, but I became arrogant and complacent and gradually became corrupt. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, interrupting Ma Changjiang's memories. I guess this completely different mentality will end here. Personal joys and sorrows have nothing to do with time. The snow is still falling heavily. The north wind was howling in the city and the snow was falling heavily, making the whole sky look gray. But Hong Kong was as warm as spring at this time, and people on the streets were only wearing a suit and a shirt. The world-renowned University of Hong Kong was officially established in 1911. The University of Hong Kong initially established the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Engineering, and the Faculty of Arts. After World War II, the academic level of the University of Hong Kong has already occupied a place in the international community. It was already thriving in the 1960s and currently has 10 colleges on campus, including School of Architecture, School of Arts, School of Economics and Business Administration, School of Dentistry, School of Education, School of Engineering, School of Law, School of Medicine, School of Science and School of Social Sciences. The bell for the end of get out of class rang outside, and Lu Xiaoyi, wearing a white pleated skirt, walked out of the freshman classroom of the finance department. I strolled to the school playground and sat down on the bench next to the rockery. She looked up at the sunny sky and smoothed her long hair. He half closed his eyes and looked towards the northern sky. Thanks to the transformation of spiritual spring water, the skin is delicate and the face is moisturized and smooth. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyi looked like a girl in her early 20s. This change also brought her some troubles. A European student named Ace pursued her every day, but there was no extra room in her heart, as if there was no room for another man. Looking at the sky in the north, she thought of Beijing and the young man who brought her hope. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since the Lu family came to Hong Kong, his father quickly integrated into the business circle. There is a saying that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. With his keen business acumen, Lu Banghung quickly invested in several clothing companies. This era was a time of booming development for various manufacturing industries, unlike later generations when there were real estate development companies everywhere. Now the Lu family has bought a villa in Tsim Sha Tsui, and their lives are gradually getting back on track. With the help of money, Lu Xiaoyi successfully entered Hong Kong University as a transfer student in the Department of Finance, School of Business Administration. The bell for class woke Lu Xiao from her memories. I stood up and walked towards the teaching building, whispering in my heart, Sijukan, are you okay? Are you okay too? Everything should be fine. At 10:30 in the morning, a jeep drove into the steel rolling mill yard in the snow and stopped next to the square. Several deep tire tracks were left on the snow in the steel mill square. In the propaganda department office, Zhang Jianjun was reading the newspaper leisurely. Perhaps due to the inconvenient transportation today, fewer documents were conveyed. Today's newspaper hasn't been delivered yet. Zhang Jianjun picked up a newspaper from the shelf at random and started reading it from the previous few months. Just as Zhang Jianjun was reading the past news with great interest, there were several knocks on the office door. Secretary Zhou was in the corridor. He brushed off the snow on his body and walked in. Zhang Jianjun quickly put down the newspaper when he saw him. Secretary Zhou has been coming quite frequently these days. Could it be that Yang Zhenhua is looking for him again? Secretary Zhou smiled and said, Section Chief Zhang, Director Yang wants you to go to the canteen. Today is the last inspection before the end of the year. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Let's go together. The two of them came to the small cafeteria together, and this time there were only 2 people in the private room. The big leader sat in the main seat and Director Yang sat next to him. When the big leader saw Zhang Jianjun come in, he waved to him. With a smile on his face, he said, Comrade Xiao Zhang, please come over quickly. Is your work going well recently? Director Yang also nodded with a smile on his face. Zhang Jianjun was confused about what this routine was. This big leader is at least at the ministerial level, but at the vice-ministerial level. His specific identity was not introduced in the TV series. Why does he seem so enthusiastic today? He quickly smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, boss. Under the care of the factory leaders, my recent work has been going very smoothly. Then he sat in the lower right seat. Director Yang then smiled and said, Old leader, this young comrade Zhang is very talented despite his youth. Our steel mill and the factory organization are preparing to train him. The big boss nodded with a smile. He is indeed very good and worth training. He showed his remarkable ability last time when I was there. The old leader from yesterday kept praising him afterwards, saying, Old Yang, try to give young people more opportunities in the future. Those who have the talent must be fully utilized. When Yang Zhenhua heard the old man's name, he was cheered up and his mind was filled with thoughts. Zhang Jianzhen thought to himself, wow, it feels a bit unnatural for these two to sing the same tune. Am I really that good? It seems like something is tricking me. At this time, Shazhu brought Manhwa and started serving dishes into the private room. The big boss's eyes lit up when he saw Shazhu. He nodded at Shazhu and said, when the food is ready, let's have a drink together. I still remember the food you cooked at my house last time. It was very good. It's a pity that Lao Yang didn't give you to me. Shazhu's old face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, big boss. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to sit here? Director Yang waved his hand and said, Comrade Hiyuzhu, please take a seat if you are asked to. Don't let the leader down. Hiyuzhu quickly smiled and said, thank you both leaders for your concern. When Zhang Jianzhen saw this scene, he thought of Hiyuzhu's phonograph, which seemed to be a gift from a senior leader. Are you convinced by the relationship created by cooking? Otherwise, Shazhu will never be able to defeat Su Daimao when he was the deputy director. Shazhu glanced at Zhang Jianzhen with a simple smile, thinking that this kid seemed to be really going to be very successful. After running around for a long time and finally getting the food on the table, Zhang Jianzhen was just waiting calmly for it to be served. He moved a stool and sat next to Zhang Jianzhen. The leader then smiled and said, this year the 29th day of the 12th lunar month is New Year's Day, which is the 20th day of the first lunar month. I plan to host a banquet for a guest on the 19th. You two should both be on vacation during this period. Xiao Zhang and Xiao He can come to my house to help. Hiyuzhu quickly stood up and said, I only know how to cook. Don't worry, boss. If it's just cooking, leave it to me. Director Yang laughed and said, Xiao He, why are you so excited? Are you here to chat with the guests? It must be about cooking. The senior leader smiled and said, Comrade Xiao He will be needed to show his skills when the time comes. Don't be nervous, sit down and chat. Xiao Zhang will come over and help me with the drinks. The more people there are at the table, the more lively it will be. Hiyuzhu scratched the back of his head, smiled embarrassedly and sat down. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, it is an honor for me to be invited by the leader. Thank you for your support. When Manhwa also brought the remaining dishes to the table, Director Yang took out the mutai liquor. Shazhu quickly took the bottle and poured wine for everyone. Pheasant stewed with mushrooms, steamed duck, twice-cooked pork, beef offal soup, and pork intestines with vinegar. Serve with cold dishes such as peanuts. The standard 4 dishes, 1 soup and cold dishes were considered high standards in the factory in that era. A few people started chatting while drinking. The senior leader smiled at Zhang Jianzhen and said, my waist has been hurting since it snowed recently. Xiao Zhang, do you have any advice? Director Yang and Shazhu were a little confused. Zhang Jianzhen was just a talented writer but not a doctor. What's the point of asking him for help with back pain? Zhang Jianzhen looked and saw that the guy was waiting here. No wonder you are so enthusiastic today. The cold outside had nothing to do with the atmosphere in the private room, where 4 people were toasting each other at the table. Zhang Jianzhen naturally agreed to the leader's request. It was just a small favor, but he could forget about the spiritual spring water. This is not the case that the fewer people who know about it, the better. The big boss will naturally be very happy to get a satisfactory answer. Director Yang learned the whole story from the senior leader and looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid had another trick up his sleeve. He was truly a man of both literary and martial talents. They had all drunk a lot and naturally started to relax, with Director Yang chatting with them. Next, Shazhu also took the initiative to clink glasses with Zhang Jianzhen. When you see someone's glass is empty, stand up and pour them a glass of wine. Shazhu thought that his short sexual intercourse problem could be salvaged, so he became even more passionate. Shazhu said drunkenly, although we used to live in the same compound, I only really got to know you recently. Brother Jianzhen, after spending these past 2 weeks together, I finally realized that you're the most genuine person in our compound. Without you, Sister Qin and I wouldn't be where we are today. Zhang Jianzhen's face was a little overwhelmed after hearing this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Oh my god, he actually became an accomplice of the vampire devil? He quickly replied, Brother Zuzi, please don't say that. What is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. The fact that you and Sister Qin are together is purely fate. Shazhu laughed and said, don't be so modest. If you hadn't reminded me about the matter with the elder uncle, I would have been kept in the dark. Wait for me to take care of you in your old age? Then I might as well go find my real dad. Ever since I found out he sent me money, I can no longer hate him. Zhang Jianzhen thought. One ran away for the White Widow, and the other kept giving money to the widow. Both you and your father have a connection with widows. She smiled and nodded. The people who love you the most in this world must be your parents. When everyone else abandons you, only your parents will silently watch over you from behind. Many things are hard to explain. Everyone has their own difficulties. Your father might have no choice. Shazzu lowered his head and fell silent, thinking carefully about the meaning of this sentence. It seemed to touch the soft spot in my heart. Zhang Jianjun, you should drink less of my own toxic chicken soup in the future. People of this generation have too little tolerance. Shazzu raised his head and glanced at the two people talking above him, then leaned over and asked in a low voice, Brother Jianjun, I see you have a lot of ideas. What do you think is the most appropriate way to deal with Jiazhang? I see that Sister Qin is very tired of taking care of her every night, and I feel a little sorry for her. Zhang Jianjun was stunned. He thought, oh my god, I don't dare to come up with this idea myself. These two people have some ideas. I guess Qin Weiru has been annoyed and a little overwhelmed recently. Shaking his head, he said, it's difficult for an honest judge to judge family affairs. I can't do anything about this matter. I guess your sister Qin has already made a plan. But people with a stroke don't live long. These days, if you take good care of them, they'll only last 3 to 5 years. If you don't, well, it's hard to say. After saying that, he looked at Shazzu and raised his eyebrows, as if he had said everything and also as if he had said nothing. Shazzu took a sip of wine and his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. The banquet lasted for more than an hour and ended when the third bottle of white wine was empty. Director Yang and the senior leaders were only slightly tipsy, worthy of being veteran cotters who had been tested by alcohol. Shazzu was a little drunk, and naturally he drank a little more when he toasted a few people from time to time. The big boss looked at Shazzu and said with a smile, Xiao He, you are a chef after all, you still need to practice your drinking capacity. You go ahead and do your work. I'll have the driver pick you up on January 19th. Shazzu quickly nodded with a silly smile, don't worry, boss, I will definitely not let you lose face in front of the guests. The big boss and Yang Zhenhua both laughed when they heard this. Zhang Jianjun and his companions left the private room after eating and drinking their fill, while Shazzu left first with unsteady steps. The senior leader looked at Zhang Jianjun and said warmly, Xiao Zhang, let's find a place now. Can you help me figure out what's wrong? I'm leaving this old problem to you today. Zhang Jianjun nodded and said with a smile, I can't guarantee that I can see it through 100%, but please rest assured, sir, I will do my best within my capabilities. The big boss smiled and said, we have witnessed your abilities with our own eyes. Don't underestimate yourself. I have high hopes for you. The three of them walked outside, and Yang Zhenhua spoke. Let's put it this way, boss. If you need treatment, I suggest you go to the factory guest house. The medical department has simple equipment and there aren't any very good rooms. It's better to go to the guest house to get warmer in this weather. After a morning, the heavy snow finally subsided and several workers were clearing the snow in the square. I took a shovel and shoveled the snow to both sides. The big boss looked at the factory and nodded with satisfaction, and a few people went to the guest house at the back in the snow. Director Yang was very happy and smiled knowingly when he saw the two people entering the guest house. I had a very pleasant chat with the big boss at the dinner table this time. It seems that my previous efforts to win him over were correct. Xiao Zhang and he usually played these two cards well, and it seems that they are worth increasing investment in the future. In the guesthouse room, Zhang Jianjun was pretending to take the leader's pulse, his spiritual sense covering the upper body of the leader. Just like an MRI, all internal conditions are clearly visible. Looking at it this way, the shadow area of the lung nodules has expanded, which shows that he smokes a lot. Fortunately, the lung nodules are not that big. Lower back pain is the most common disease caused by sitting in the office for a long time. Zhang Jianjun's mental power penetrated his body and glanced at the leader's waist and spine. How could he not have back pain if his lumbar disc was a little protruding? After carefully scanning his body from head to toe, he found that he had quite a few minor problems. My blood vessels are a little hardened and my heart rhythm is irregular. I probably feel anxious and dizzy if I stand up after sitting for a long time. The leader felt a little numb from Zhang Jianjun's constantly changing eyes. Could it be that he had discovered some serious problem? Ever since Mr. Ye praised this kid as unfathomable, I have kept it in mind and have wanted to come and see him for a long time. The big boss said hesitantly, Xiao Zhang, I don't have a big problem, right? Zhang Jianjun coughed and cleared his throat. He spoke in a serious tone, Sir, I see your pulse is disordered and your arteries are beating abnormally. Is it because you've been sitting for too long or are too excited that you're feeling dizzy and dazed? Secondly, your lower back pain comes from the area between the upper and lower vertebrae, which is a herniated disc. The big boss was shocked. Wow, this guy is really good. His eyes can see through things very accurately. If Zhang Jianjun knew what his leader was thinking, he would definitely smile and say that it was right. This close-range scanning with spiritual sense was even more powerful than X-ray vision. The big boss recovered and asked, "Is there any way to treat Xiao Zhang?" Zhang Jianjun pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll try acupoint massage first, but from now on, the leader should pay attention to his diet. It's best to eat more fruits and vegetables in the appropriate seasons. Another part of your body is already starting to decline." The leader wiped his brow even though there was no sweat. "What part?" Zhang Jianjun, "It's hard to say this, live in the present moment." He even deliberately added a Chinese accent at the moment. Big leader. In the steel mill guesthouse, Zhang Jianjun's big hands were pressing randomly as if they had cramps. The big boss sitting on the sofa felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. "This feeling is really amazing. My whole body feels transparent and every pore cell exudes joy. All the stress and fatigue brought by work disappear completely." Even though he knew that the boy was on him, he just patted and pressed him randomly without any reason, but the effect was immediately apparent. No wonder Mr. Yes said that this was a strange man, his abilities were truly unfathomable. "It seems that I still underestimated him." The desire to win him over became even more urgent. If he could tie this guy to his chariot, he would have no worries about his health in the future. Zhang Jianjun worked like a tiger, then stopped, looking exhausted and out of breath. Although he didn't know how to massage, the spiritual power was not easy to use, and it combed the whole body of the leader. So he wiped his forehead and said to the still dazed boss with a smile, "Boss, how are you feeling? This has cost me twice this month. Originally, I could only perform this technique once a month, but I couldn't bear to see you suffer from illness, so I made an exception and performed it one more time." "Big boss, I thought he was very good at acting last time, and this time he has done it again. He knows he is just flattering me, but he feels good about it. Others are flashy but he is smooth and not rigid, which is good. Moreover, after experiencing this skill personally, it is indeed a bit incredible." The big boss stood up, stretched his arms and legs, and laughed heartily. "It's truly amazing, incredible, incredible. Thank you so much, Xiao Zhang. Do you have any difficulties or requests right now?" Zhang Jianjun smiled modestly and said, "It is my honor to treat the leader. How can I ask for anything else? The organization is treating me very well and taking great care of me. My work is going smoothly without any difficulties." The big boss nodded with satisfaction. "This kid is very good. He knows when to advance and when to retreat and doesn't ask for rewards on his own initiative. But if you don't ask for it, I have to give it to you. I have to win over talented people." So he spoke more kindly, "Xiao Zhang, don't always call me boss. It seems strange. Just call me Uncle Bai. My office is short of an administrative secretary. If you're interested, I can come in next year. When your qualifications and grades improve in the future, it's possible for you to become an assistant." Zhang Jianjun thought, "Wow, a ministerial assistant is definitely at the bureau level, and the administrative secretary is at least at the division level. This pie is a bit too big, I am too young to bear it." What's more, this big leader seemed to have fallen on hard times during the storm, but he soon rose again and became a high-ranking official. His character is relatively upright compared to other officials. The TV series describes too little about him and does not even mention his name. Being his secretary means tying your political future to his, and you will rise and fall together with him. The risk is too great. I'm no better than a small section chief in my own independent department. Zhang Jianjun figured out the whole story in a flash. So he said, "Uncle Bai, thank you for your support. It's not that I don't want to make progress or don't know what's good for me, but my foundation is still too shallow. Don't meddle in matters that are not your responsibility. I haven't fully adapted to being in the propaganda department yet. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it if I move up too fast. I still want to train myself at the grassroots level for a few more years. If I feel I am capable of doing this, I will definitely live up to Uncle Bai's expectations." The big boss became more satisfied after hearing this. This young man has such a thorough understanding of things and can stick to his original intention in the face of the temptation of promotion. He stood up and patted Zhang Jianjun on the shoulder. "Okay, very good, very well said. But I feel bad if you don't make any requests, Uncle Bai. Think about what you need, kid. As long as it's not excessive, I'll take care of it." Zhang Jianjun saw this and realized that he had to take something. What else did he need? He had a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine that Zhou Xiaobai probably didn't know how to use, and the radio was still gathering dust in his living room. "I never thought that I have become a hidden rich man. I would like to thank my friends for their sponsorship, especially Li Huide for the plane." Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and said, "I don't need anything when I'm alone at home. I like to have a glass of wine when I'm lonely, but it's too difficult to buy wine tickets and liquor." The big boss laughed and said, "I saw you hesitated for so long, I thought it was a big deal. The last thing I need at home is wine. When you come to my house on the 19th, you can take 2 boxes back by yourself. The wine tickets are provided for our annual internal supply, and I don't have time to buy them all, so I'll give them all to you." Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up. "Thank you very much, Uncle Bai. I will take it shamelessly when the time comes. Please don't blame me for being rude. Director Yang was smoking outside the guesthouse when he saw the top leader and Zhang Jianjun appear together. They came over talking and laughing, and I hurried to greet them. He smiled at the big boss and said, "Big boss, the complexion treatment is very successful. I didn't expect Xiao Zhang to be so good at it." The senior leader nodded happily and said, "Old Yang, I'm really a little jealous of you. Your steel mill is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Xiao Zhang's acupressure massage technique can only be described as miraculous." Yang Zhenhua looked at Zhang Jianjun with envy. It seemed that this kid would have another backer. At this time, the heavy snow outside finally stopped, and the leader left the steel mill with satisfaction. Director Yang was very happy to receive recognition from the top leader. He thought that his position as the director of the Revolutionary Committee was secure. If I can make this guy the deputy director, then I will have nothing to worry about. Zhang Jianjun's efforts weren't in vain. He'd gotten a small advantage from the big boss. How could the big boss's liquor be any worse? All three parties benefited, and everyone was happy. Politics is a double-edged sword. No one knows when it will hurt them. Therefore, Zhang Jianjun is still relatively cautious. It is enough for him to have Mr. Ye as his support, but he didn't want to get involved in this mess easily. He originally wanted to take out the information, but after careful consideration, he thought it would be more appropriate to hand it over to his future father-in-law, or Mr. Ye. This thing is too important, and nothing can go wrong in the middle of it. Otherwise, my last trip to another world would be in vain. Zhang Jianjun returned to the propaganda department office, sat in his office chair, and thought about what he had gained from these 2 time travels. The first time I got the spell book, the second time I got the technology test, it seemed like the deliberate guidance of the golden finger. So what will the third time be? Zhang Jianjun took out a can of Fat House Happy Water from the space and read the newspaper leisurely. I spent the afternoon doing nothing. It was rare that I didn't have a pile of documents to deal with. When the bell rings at the steel mill, it means the end of a day's work. Zhang Jianjun walked out of the office. The workers along the way saw Zhang Jianjun's outfit and drooled with envy. This outfit is so cool, and the black turtleneck sweater inside is particularly eye-catching. Paired with the woolen military coat on the outside, it was so flashy that even the young girls and wives looked at their own clothes. All of them have lost their shape. Zhang Jianjun was watched with envy by everyone. Leave in style. Only a string of car bells remained. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Zhang Jianjun was on his way home from get off work. It was even more difficult to ride on the road at this time. Although the heavy snow had stopped, everything was frozen. The snow on the road turned into uneven ice lumps, and some people riding bicycles could only push their bicycles. Zhang Jianjun didn't get off the bike. He looked at the person riding the bike, who seemed to be staggering from side to side but not falling. The spirit came out of the body while maintaining balance, and under the strange gazes of others, it staggered back to the compound safely. Su Daimao has finally recovered these days. Such heavy snow is like spring for a projectionist. You can't let the projectionist carry a generator, a projector, and a screen to the mountains and the countryside. There was no work to do at the steel mill these days, so I returned home early in the afternoon. Thinking of Zhang Jianjun, his scalp tingled. He no longer had any thoughts of revenge. Others are either fighting 1 against 5 or 1 against 4, and they even cripple a few or kill 2. This is too scary. The young man from the compound that I finally hooked up with was given a serious punishment and was almost gone. There's a saying that goes, if you can't beat them, join them. I can't be so nervous every time I see this guy. When Su Daimao returned home, he began to think about how to restore his previous relationship with Zhang Jianjun. At this time, Zhang Jianjun happened to come back and stood at the door with a thick face. Zhang Jianjun looked up at Su Daimao. Why does this kid have such a lewd smile on his face today? Su Daimao saw Zhang Jianjun looking at him, and came out to greet him under Qin Jingru's strange gaze. Her face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He got straight to the point and said, "Brother Jianjun, I was obsessed with my thoughts these past few days and didn't take into account the relationship between us as a fellow compound. It's also my fault for not being able to keep my mouth shut. Let's kill a chicken today and come to my house for a drink tonight. I'll drink a few drinks myself to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun had to look up to Su Daimao. No wonder this guy could become the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee in the future. There is some trick to being able to bend and stretch, and Zhang Jianjun wants to see what trick Su Daimao will use. So he smiled and said, "Brother Daimao and I are from the same compound. I don't care about whether to apologize or not. Sometimes the teeth may touch the tongue a little, but it's just a small thing, don't worry about it." Su Daimao felt elated when he was called Brother Daimao, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly shouted to Qin Jingru in the room, "Jingru, don't sit there anymore. Hurry up and kill the chicken and cook dinner. I want to have a good drink with Brother Jianjun tonight." Zhang Jianjun, why does this plot sound familiar? This is irresistible. This isn't a good idea, Brother Daimao. We're from the same compound, so why are you being so polite? Qin Jingru's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Jianzhen's outfit. She remembered the man she had fantasized about when she first entered this compound. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianzhen didn't even look at me at that time. It would have been great if I could have married him. He quickly got up and took the kitchen knife and chopped down the big rooster that he had been feeding for 3 days. Su Daimao smiled broadly. We are all brothers, what's good or bad about this? Let's go inside first. It's too cold outside. There's a coal stove inside to warm up. Zhang Jianzhen saw it and thought, what else can he say when others chopped up the chicken? So I followed Su Daimao into the house and observed Su Daimao's main house. The furnishings in the house had basically not changed. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyi really didn't take anything when she left. At this time, Qin Jingru brought a cup of boiling hot tea. With a blushing face, he said, Brother Jianzhen, drink some hot water to warm your body. Zhang Jianzhen took the teacup from Qin Jingru and his fingers accidentally touched it. Qin Jingru's face turned red like an apple, her heart was pounding, and she quickly lowered her head and went into the kitchen. Su Daimao was tidying up the tables, chairs and benches and did not see this scene. Zhang Jianzhen said jokingly, logically, I should call you sister-in-law. It's a bit inappropriate to call me Brother Jianzhen. After Su Daimao finished cleaning up, he sat down and said with a smile, there's nothing inappropriate about it. She's only 1 year younger than you. We're family, so just call each other by our names. Zhang Jianzhen picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. I don't care, as long as Brother Daimao doesn't mind. Su Daimao quickly echoed and said with a smile, Brother, didn't you say before that when doing big things, you don't need to pay attention to small details? I didn't expect that you were right. You've really leapt over the Dragon Gate. The last time we had a drink together, you were still a clerk, and now you've jumped 2 levels. Zhang Jianzhen thought to himself, I don't even remember saying this. When I thought about the last time I drank, I also thought about Lu Xiao. I thought to myself that with Lu Banqing's business acumen, she should be living more comfortably there than here. It felt a bit weird that I personally directed the whole scene to make the Lu family leave, and Su Daimao even invited me to dinner. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, I can't help it. This is also the leader's favor. I'm actually not interested in the section chief at all. Su Daimao, good guy, he is not interested at all. I was speechless. Listen, is this something a human can say? I definitely give full marks to this pretentious guy. The two chatted for a while and seemed to get along very well. Everyone in the compound also arrived home one after another. As soon as they entered the compound, they smelled the aroma of chicken. The third uncle sniffed the fragrance in the air and smacked his lips. The smell of chicken was so strong that he guessed that a whole chicken must have been roasted in one meal. Su Daimao is having a hard time making ends meet now. He is a bit of a spendthrift and is just throwing away his money. Yuli was speechless when she saw her father-in-law stretching his neck to smell the air. Could he get full just by smelling the air? After smelling the fragrance, Bangang couldn't sit still at home, so he quietly went out and followed the fragrance to Su Daimao's house. He came to the door, secretly stuck half of his head out, looked inside, and his eyes met Zhang Jianzhen's smiling face. Bangang felt his heart skip a beat, and he ran toward Shazu's house with his short legs. When Qin Huiru saw her own dog, she walked into the house with a pale face. He quickly asked, what happened to Bangang? Don't fall down in such a panic. Whose chicken aroma is that outside? Bangang went in without saying anything, and Shazu sniffed beside him. I feel like Sister Qin's chicken isn't cooked well. It's missing a few seasonings and the flavor just doesn't come out. Qin Huiru was speechless. Is this a dog's nose? He rolled his eyes and said, whether it tastes good or not, it's better than potatoes with a few slices of meat. You're a chef after all, so why don't you just scoop out a little extra and sneak it back? Silly pillar. At this time, Xiaodang ran over and said anxiously, Mom, Uncle Silly, go back and have a look, my grandma has rolled off the bed again. Qin Huiru felt a headache. This old woman was really a trouble. These days, Jia Zhang's not very smart brain seemed to have realized that her daughter-in-law wanted to harm her. The food is getting worse and worse. Who can stand drinking only corn porridge for every meal? The desire to survive, thinking it would be better to die than to live a miserable life, made Jia Zhang start to make trouble. I have fallen off the bed several times. Now it is a little difficult for Jia Zhang to walk. This winter is not over yet. She didn't want to meet Lao Jia so early. At Su Daimao's house in the compound, there was a plate of peanuts and a stewed rooster on the table. Su Daimao took out a bottle of Sanlian Jai from the inner room. When Zhang Jianzhen saw it, he thought it was a fake Wulian Jai. Later he found out that it was not a fake Wulian Jai, but authentic Shaanxi liquor. Su Daimao smiled and said, Brother, it's snowing heavily and there's nowhere to buy vegetables. That's all there is to it. Don't be disgusted. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and nodded. This specification is already top-notch in our compound. What else do you want? My family hasn't seen meat in a few days. Su Daimao. If I hadn't heard you were accompanying the leader in the cafeteria at noon, I would have believed it. But it's true that the aroma of meat hasn't wafted from the backyard in a while. It seems a bit stingy for a leader to still be like this. Zhang Jianjun didn't expect that he would be despised. Su Daimao smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, you are too polite. With your current civilian rank, the salary of a regular section chief is over 100 yuan. If you want to eat good food, can't you buy it? Brother, are you saving money to get married?" After saying that, he began to open the bottle cap and fill the 2 wine glasses on the table. At this time, Qin Jingru also brought the meal and sat next to him, occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense was powerful, so he naturally saw Qin Jingru's little movements and was secretly proud of himself. Wow, he had the potential to be a young woman killer. So he said with a smile, "Little sister-in-law, how about a drink to warm yourself up? It's so cold out here, so you have to be careful." Qin Jingru's face turned red so much that water seemed to drip out of it. She was annoyed by the word sister-in-law and quickly waved her hand and glanced at Su Daimao. Then she blushed and said, "Brother Jianjun, you should call me Qin Jingru. I'm not even as old as you, so it's embarrassing. I don't dare to drink the liquor because it's too strong and I can't swallow it." Su Daimao said to Zhang Jianjun's brother, "Don't be surprised that she is like this. She blushes when she sees others. Let's drink our own wine and don't worry about her. What does a woman look like when she drinks?" While the 3 of them were drinking, Shazhu was making medicine at home. Qin Huiru had bought a Chinese medicine called strychnine 3 days ago. A small amount of strychnus nux vomica is highly toxic and enters the liver and spleen meridians. Its effects are to dredge the meridians, relieve pain, disperse lumps and reduce swelling. Because strychnus nux vomica can open up the meridians and reach the joints, and has strong analgesic properties, it is used to treat rheumatism, stubborn arthritis, cramps, pain, numbness, and paralysis. At first glance, it seems to be a very good traditional Chinese medicine for stroke, but if the dosage is too large, it can be a bit scary. Strychnine has the effect of stimulating the brain and medulla oblongata. Overdose can cause symptoms of poisoning such as limb tremors, convulsions, increased blood pressure, rapid breathing, and even coma and shock. It is obvious what the consequences will be if someone who has already suffered a stroke takes an overdose. Qin Huiru and Shazhu came to the Jia family together and finally lifted Jia Zhang onto the bed and stabilized her. Qin Huiru took out the packet of medicine. When Shazhu heard about the effects and side effects, he was a little hesitant at first, but suddenly he remembered what Zhang Jianjun said and his eyes lit up. If he endured a little longer each time, it could be said that no one would know about it. Even if Jia Zhang ascended to heaven in the future, they wouldn't be able to find out anything wrong with him, right? If Jia Zhang could really hold on for 3 to 5 years, Bang Gang would grow up. By then, what would he be? He is not really a son-in-law, and his wife is from the Jia family with her mother-in-law. I always feel that this is not right. Without Jia Xinshi, wouldn't it be like this for me and Sister Qin? This is how they can be considered a real couple, right? If the old hag was still around, it would be like a thorn stuck in my heart. So there was the scene of Shazhu boiling medicine. Bang Gang was quite happy to see Shazhu helping his grandmother boil medicine. After all, he was only an 11 or 12-year-old boy. He has more feelings for his grandmother than for Qin Huiru. Having been raised by Jia Zhang since childhood, he actually likes Shazhu. He would come over from time to help watch the fire. Zhang Jianjun and Su Daimao had already finished a bottle of wine, and Su Daimao went in and got another bottle. As soon as he drank the wine, he started talking more. Su Daimao poured wine and said with a smile, "Brother, we are not outsiders. I have been a projectionist for several years. I can't do this for the rest of my life. Brother Jianjun, you have a broad vision. Please help me see where my future lies." Zhang Jianjun thought, "You still want a way out? Then there's no way out for everyone." So he said seriously, "In fact, the way out is right under your feet, but do good things without worrying about the future. Brother Daimao, think carefully, which official can have a smooth sailing life? Those second generations born into high-ranking officials' families, just ignore what I said. For those of us at the bottom, the road to the top is incredibly difficult." Su Daimao took a sip of wine and savored it. What he said was correct but still vague. He quickly continued, "Then please, Brother Jianjun, explain to me what the saying 'the road is right under your feet' means." Zhang Jianjun said mysteriously, "First, don't think you can soar into the sky in one go. Second, let others see your efforts. Third, and most importantly," seeing Zhang Jianjun stuck, Su Daimao, "What the hell, you should say something." I had no choice but to ask, "Brother, please stop teasing me. My heart can't take it. What's the third point?" Even Qin Jingru stopped eating and pricked up her ears to listen. Zhang Jianjun looked at the two of them and nodded with satisfaction. He sighed and said, "There are only 2 words, connections. Without connections, no matter how much you jump and jump, it's useless. Even if you can get promoted temporarily, it won't last long and you will come down soon." So first you have to demonstrate your ability. If you don't have it, then show your hardworking spirit. Brother De Mao, you don't think that I'm sending you to Xiaowang village as revenge, do you? No way. No way. I have good intentions. If I don't help you, who will? Think about it carefully. What good will it do you to go to a place where no one else wants to go? Taste it carefully. Su De Mao's eyes almost popped out. Could it be that I had always wronged this kid? Su De Mao had already drunk some wine, and he started to feel a little numb as soon as the wine took effect. If I think about it carefully, it is really the case. If I have connections, would I not be able to send even a small yellow croaker? Qin Jingru's eyes lit up as she listened on the side. She saw what professionalism was. This was something she couldn't hear in the countryside. It was like opening the door to a new world. It turns out that connections are so important. If I can build good connections with Zhang Jianjun, wouldn't it be great? Thinking of this, those peach blossom eyes stared at me. Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction when he saw it, thinking that his chicken soup was quite effective. After saying this, Su De Mao seemed to have completely untied the knot in his heart. Of course, Su De Mao is not stupid. Although he didn't believe it completely, this is also a step, isn't it? After thinking about it for a while, Su De Mao finally understood. Let's try our best to save the situation. Anyway, I have no other options now. The atmosphere at the table instantly rose by dozens of degrees. Su De Mao fanned himself lightly in the face, picked up the wineglass and spoke. Brother, what you said makes sense and it makes me suddenly understand. I was too reckless before. Let's go and have a drink. Everything is in the wineglass. Zhang Jianjun smiled implicitly and picked up the cup. The two people's wine glasses clinked together. After Su De Mao had untied his knot, he naturally became more energetic, but everyone knew his alcohol tolerance, and he lost it again after drinking for a while. Zhang Jianjun looked at Su De Mao who was lying on the table, and then looked at Qin Jingru who was secretly glancing at him. Familiar recipe, familiar taste, but unfortunately it's no longer the same person. If it were in the past, he wouldn't mind hooking up again, but once people form a bond, they can't let go. He finished the wine in the glass and said with a smile, I'll help you put Brother De Mao to bed. I've been bothering you today. You don't need to eat now. I'm full of wine. Qin Jingru was stealing glances, and her face turned red again when she met Zhang Jianjun's eyes. I nodded and didn't know what to say. I just felt my heart beating wildly. I didn't expect that I would have time alone with Brother Jianjun. When Zhang Jianjun saw this situation, he had no choice but to get up and help Su De Mao to the bed. Then she turned around and left the room. Now she couldn't get drunk even if she wanted to. Qin Jingru lowered her head and sent Zhang Jianjun to the door. Seeing Zhang Jianjun about to walk away, Qin Jingru asked weakly, Brother Jianjun, now that our two families are familiar with each other, can I develop some connections with you in the future? Zhang Jianjun's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Oh my god, is this how you use your connections? He smiled and said, we are from the same compound, so helping each other is a must. Qin Jingru stood at the door and watched Zhang Jianjun's departing back, feeling happy that she finally had connections with him. Qin Huiru walked out of Shazhu's house holding a bowl of medicine. She was shocked to see Qin Jingru standing outside. Although she felt a little guilty, she immediately regained her composure. Qin Huiru opened her mouth and asked, Jingru, what are you doing outside? Isn't it cold in this courtyard? When Qin Jingru saw that it was her cousin, she nodded and turned to go into the house. She had not yet forgotten the scene when Jia Zhang threw her package on the ground. If the Jia family could give her more time, why would she marry a man who can't have children? But there are no ifs in life, so she also hated her cousin. Qin Jingru still remembered that when Jia Zhang had a stroke, she almost wanted to laugh out loud. As expected, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Qin Huiru felt a little uncomfortable watching this scene. She felt like she had been deserted by everyone since she followed Shazhu. He glanced at the steaming Chinese medicine in the bowl, calmed himself down, and walked into the Jia family's house. Jia Zhang was in a half-asleep state at this time, and in a daze she saw a figure standing in front of the bed. He opened his eyes with great effort and looked sideways at the person who was coming. He saw the bowl in the person's hand and felt a pang of hunger. I heard Qin Huiru's gentle and slightly trembling voice. Mom, it's time to take medicine. Jia Zhang couldn't tell whether it was medicine or food. After she drank a spoonful of the Chinese medicine, she felt much better and fell into a deep sleep. Jia Zhang dreamed of old Jia and her son Jia Dongxiu with thick eyebrows and big eyes. She smiled with her mouth crooked and drooling. Zhang Jianjun came to the space as soon as he got home, thinking about what he had experienced in the past few days, which seemed like a dream. Today is January 14th, and the Spring Festival is on the 20th, which is less than a week away. He was thinking about a strange question. If he had not died young and was a cultivator, there was a high probability that he would have lived to the 21st century. So, will I be able to meet my parents and my former self? If I were to face my past life self, Who would I be? Am I the original owner, the soul, or another self? Zhang Jianjun thought about it for a while and couldn't help laughing. Philosophy is indeed more profound than theology, and contains all kinds of messy ideas. He shook his head, cleared his mind and looked at the space. The entire space now had real mountains and water. Although the hill is not high, it is still a hill, and all kinds of plants are lush and green. The watermelon vine has already sprouted a green leaf. Zhang Jianjun thought that at this rate, he might be able to eat watermelon tomorrow night. Gradually, I gained experience and found that space requires various plants, and whirlpools require unknown energy, but the world I travel through is a bit out of place. You never know where you'll be the next time you travel through time and space. This makes people feel nervous and expectant at the same time, and the excitement is very refreshing. Zhang Jianjun was so happy that he had forgotten about the idol system. Zhang Jianjun calmed down and sat beside the ancient well. I started practicing every day and quickly got into the right state. The spiritual energy in the ancient well feels much more abundant today than before. It can only be detected when the spiritual energy is running. This may be a change brought about by the deepening of the ancient well. Abundant spiritual energy circulates through the 8 extraordinary meridians in 36 small circulations, and then quickly gathers towards the dantian in the abdomen. The feeling of fullness from a few days ago began to come back. Zhang Jianjun quickly lowered his consciousness to the bottom of his sea and concentrated his mental strength to help compress the spiritual energy vortex. It felt like I was about to break through again, and the vortex of spiritual energy in my dantian kept spinning. It was like an aura storm, gradually changing from the previous grayish-white to light white. This extremely compressed link caused resonance in the sea of consciousness. The spiritual sea seemed to begin to loosen a little. When a small circulation was completed, Zhang Jianjun exhaled a breath of foul air from his mouth, which shot out more than 1 meter away like a thread. Zhang Jianjun thought, it seems that he might not be able to control it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The third level of qi refining is just around the corner. Even in the world of cultivation, this speed can be ranked in the upper middle level, right? Although he couldn't compare to those monsters, he could break through several levels in a row without any disagreement. Zhang Jianjun's realm is rising rapidly after taking some pills, and he is still very satisfied with the current speed. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself that he didn't know if he could reach the golden elixir realm in this lifetime. After swallowing a golden pill, my life is in my own hands. Even if you reach the golden core, it may be the end. If the divine thunder really reaches the golden core, the chapter will be broken. Zhang Jianjun is quite open-minded about whether immortality is real or not. Although immortality is good, it is too lonely. It is also painful when the people you know grow old one by one. Let everything be as it is. Zhang Jianjun thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely get a set of exercises suitable for women. The power of thunder and lightning in this book of mine is naturally overbearing and is not suitable for women to practice at all. With a wave of his hand, the true meaning of divine thunder appeared in his hand, and he turned to the Qi refining chapter to learn the series of thunder and lightning spells. The third lightning spell is called Thunder Shield, which belongs to the first defensive lightning spell. Zhang Jianjun first carefully studied the secret formula, then closed his eyes and read it again silently. He began to hold his breath and concentrate on making the lightning finger seal. He closed his eyes and looked inward. His heart was like a sea of thunder. Thousands of lightning bolts illuminate the internal organs. After visualizing for 10 minutes, move the illusion of lightning bolts to the Tanzong point, and descend from the center to the Qi point 1 inch and 3 points behind the navel, where it stops. Thousands of lightning bolts continue to expand and fill the whole body. It expands through the pores of the whole body, filling an area of about 1 meter around the body. When expanding, it will expand in all directions in a spherical shape. Visualize it clearly and recite the Thunderlight spell silently in your mind. The mysterious sect of heaven and earth rectifies my Dao heart, invisible to the eyes, inaudible to the ears, encompasses heaven and earth, controls thunder and lightning, the 5 Qi surge and lightning appears swiftly. Yugzu Daodi Divine Thunder True Solution Lightning Shield Speed. As soon as he finished reciting the spell, Zhang Jianjun's whole body was suddenly bathed in lightning as if assisted by God. 1 meter away from his body, lightning and thunder intertwined to form an elliptical electric grid. It's like the thunder god from the 9 heavens descending to the world. Zhang Jianjun listened to the crackling sound of electric arcs and looked at the shape of thunder and lightning. This is too fucking showy of him. Regardless of the actual strength of this defense, this shape is completely a lightning version of the golden light spell. Just as Zhang Jianjun was still admiring the lightning shield, he felt a sense of emptiness in the spiritual power in his dantian, and he quickly retracted the spell. Good guy. Being cool for only 3 minutes is too energy consuming, so he quickly sat down by the ancient well, started absorbing again. Siju City experienced a heavy snowfall the day before yesterday, and the temperature gradually rose in the 2 days since then. However, the thawed roads were now muddy. Although many roads had been gradually paved with simple asphalt in the 1960s, only Chang'an Avenue was still famous. In the 1960s, the saying of 3.5 roads was circulated throughout the country, referring to the most famous streets in the country. They are Chang'an Avenue in Beijing, Zhongshan Avenue in Wuhan, and Beihai Avenue in Nanchang. These are the three, and the other half is a street in Nanhang district of Shanghai. The road to the steel mill was not so lucky. The road surface that had been rolled by the roller had not yet been paved with asphalt and cement. Zhang Jianjun has been having a great time these days. Last night he successfully broke through the third level of qi refining. His mental strength also increased, reaching an astonishing lifting capacity of over 3 tons. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Jianjun finished his work in the propaganda department office. I locked the office door and entered the space because I broke through the third level of qi refining last night. In order to consolidate the realm, there is no time to sow again. The watermelons were ripe last night, but Zhang Jianjun still underestimated the yield. When he saw the big round watermelons all over the ground last night, he estimated that there were more than 8,000 kilograms of watermelons per acre. The watermelons from the 5 acres of land were piled up in the corner to form a small hill. Looking at the more than 40,000 kilograms of watermelon, Zhang Jianjun felt both happy and numb. Even if you eat watermelon as a meal, you still can't finish it. A pile of watermelons, a pile of soybeans, a pile of peanuts, and that huge pile of flour. It feels like this might be a happy trouble. Carrots and cucumbers are nothing compared to these huge data. Even though Zhang Jianjun felt numb, he still had to plant the seeds. So a new round of planting began, and the 240 acres of space became a small world. Because animals have no natural enemies in this space, they have begun to proliferate. Everything else is fine, but rabbits are so damn fertile. There was a wild rabbit disaster in a certain kangaroo country back then. Hundreds of millions of rabbits have eaten the pastures to pieces, causing a sharp decline in the number of high-quality sheep in the country. In order to deal with the rabbit plague, the country has to dispatch the army. It sounds like a fairy tale, but this is real news. Fortunately, this is under control, and Zhang Jianjun plans to take ruthless action next time during the Spring Festival. Harvest the rabbits and store them all as rabbit meat, otherwise your space will become a world of rabbits. After all the seeds were distributed and planted, Zhang Jianjun ate a piece of watermelon and left the space. I was tidying up my desk and preparing to go out for a walk when I heard a knock on the door outside the office. Zhang Jianjun was stunned and thought it was Secretary Zhou again. Secretary Zhou has been coming quite frequently these days. When he sent out his mental power, Zhang Jianjun showed surprise, followed by a look of joy. Oh my god, he never expected Zhou Xiaobai to come. Zhou Xiaobai hadn't seen Zhang Jianjun for several days. Once the girl's heart was open, she felt a little unable to extricate herself. I was bored at home these days, so I told Zhou's mother that I wanted to go to the grassroots level and experience the life there in advance. Of course, Zhou's mother knew what her daughter was thinking, so she just turned a blind eye and let her do what she wanted. Zhang Jianjun quickly stood up and opened the office door. Zhou Xiaobai was standing outside with a sweet smile on her face. The smiling face made Zhang Jianjun stunned for a moment, and then he stepped forward and held Zhou Xiaobai's hand. Although Zhou Xiaobai wore gloves when riding a bicycle, his little hands were still a little cold, which made him feel a little distressed. Xiaobai, why are you here? Although the weather has warmed up a bit, it's still very cold outside. Don't catch a cold. While talking, Zhang Jianjun pulled Zhou Xiaobai into the office and closed the door. Zhou Xiaobai listened to Zhang Jianjun's chattering words, and his heart was filled with warmth. She straightened the messy hair around her ears and said with a smile, "Why, De Biao, are you not welcome? I want to see if your workplace is suitable for me." Zhang Jianjun was delighted. Amid Zhou Xiaobai's exclamation, he pulled Zhou Xiaobai to sit on his lap and leaned into his arms. "Zhou Xiaobai, have you made up your mind? Are you really ready to come and work with me?" Zhou Xiaobai's face was so red that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Sitting in Zhang Jianjun's arms, she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She twisted her waist a few times a little unnaturally. Zhang Jianjun's eyeballs almost popped out. Hiss, who could bear such a twist? Feeling the softness in his arms, he silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra. Zhou Xiaobai finally calmed down. This behavior is a bit beyond the norm in this era. A girl has never seen such a scene. But she couldn't bear to leave his warm embrace, so she reluctantly sat on his lap and didn't leave. Zhang Jianjun was also a little scared at this time. He was a little impulsive in his momentary joy. This was a bit like being a hooligan. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaobai didn't resist too much. The two of them seemed to have telepathy and did not speak anymore. They listened to each other's heartbeats and felt the warmth of the moment. The office was quiet, yet filled with a rare warmth. At this time, Zhou Xiaobai said softly to Zhang Jianjun, "I will come to your place next year." Zhang Jianjun tightened his arms around him. "Have you thought it through?" "I've thought about it. My mom is almost ready to agree. It all depends on what my dad says. That's good, I believe your father will agree. Why? Because every father loves his daughter the most, they may have known each other in their previous lives. Jang Jian-jun, does he really have a past life? Yes, I saw you on TV in my previous life, so we are destined to be together in this life. Zhou Xiaobai laughed. Jang Jian-jun, you're such a liar. Where did you get a TV in your previous life? Jang Jian-jun smiled in his heart and said, really, there is not only a TV but also a computer, and you appear on the TV. So he smiled and said, time and space are multidimensional. Perhaps in another time and space in the universe, there is another you and me, and they also love each other. Zhou Xiaobai felt a little uncomfortable under his butt. He asked, Jang Jian-jun, what's hidden in your trouser pocket? After Zhou Xiaobai finished speaking, he twisted his waist again. Jang Jian-jun, hiss. He laughed awkwardly and said, maybe it's a flashlight. Zhou Xiaobai twisted again, and suddenly his body froze and his face turned as red as a big apple. She had studied medicine in school, so she immediately understood what it was. Jang Jian-jun was a little overwhelmed and could hardly bear it after twisting a few times like this. Seeing Zhou Xiaobai, who was a little stiff in his arms, with his little head lowered and his ears stained red, he coughed awkwardly a few times. Xiaobai, you've heard the story of a beautiful lady, a gentleman's dream. It starts with emotion and ends with propriety. You studied medicine, so you should know this is a normal phenomenon. If I don't react at all, it means you have no charm in my eyes. On the other hand, this shows how important you are to me. Zhou Xiaobai. Goodness me, you're really making this all seem like my fault. My heart was pounding, I felt embarrassed and speechless. This guy is too shameless. I wanted to stand up and leave the arms of this bad guy, but my feet were a little numb because I had been sitting for too long. He stood up halfway and sat down again. This time, Jang Jian-jun's eyeballs really popped out. Seeing Zhou Xiaobai was about to stand up, he quickly said, don't move, it's broken. Jang Jian-jun looked at Zhou Xiaobai sitting next to him, smacked his lips regretfully, bent down, and made a cup of tea. When Zhou Xiaobai saw Jang Jian-jun's posture, his face turned red again and he secretly spat at him as a hooligan. Jang Jian-jun brought over a cup of tea and pretended to rummage through his pocket. This time he was not looking for a radish, but for the chocolate he had bought from the supermarket in the other world. Zhou Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 pieces of chocolate on the table. She had seen this thing before, after all, it was sold in the friendship store before. But they are so scarce and hard to buy, don't even think about buying them in the near future as they are basically gone. Looking at the exquisite packaging full of letters, Zhou Xiaobai happily took it in his hand. Curiously asked, Jang Jian-jun, where did this come from? I didn't expect you could get chocolate. Jang Jian-jun took out another piece and peeled off the packaging while saying, this is a long story. It comes from a coastal city, and I spent a lot of effort to get it from a friend. Just to make you smile. How about it? Do you feel my feelings? Are you very touched? Zhou Xiaobai put the peeled chocolate into his mouth. The rich sweetness slowly blooms from the tip of the tongue and then spreads to the entire mouth and taste buds. The silky and mellow taste with a hint of milk made Zhou Xiaobai squint his crescent eyes and reveal a smile of enjoyment at the corners of his mouth. When the whole piece of chocolate melted in my mouth, I swallowed it reluctantly and licked my lips. Jang Jian-jun looked at Zhou Xiaobai licking his lips and felt a surge of agitation in his heart. My goodness, who can stand this? Zhou Xiaobai carefully put the other piece on the table into his pocket. Then he saw Jang Jian-jun next to him, staring at him like a pig, rolling his eyes and feeling a little feverish. Jang Jian-jun coughed and cleared his throat. He said seriously, Xiaobai, since you want to come to work, let me show you around our factory. Zhou Xiaobai nodded and said expectantly, okay, I want to see the workers working too. The two walked down the stairs side by side and walked into the square outside. The handsome men and beautiful women in the factory attract people's attention wherever they go. Jang Jian-jun brought Zhou Xiaobai to Workshop 3. It was freezing cold outside but scorching hot inside, with dozens of workers busy at work in the workshop. Fitters, welders, and forgers worked together to turn pieces of steel plates into various parts, or weld them into mold and mechanical components. When Chen, the team leader of the third workshop group, saw Jang Jian-jun, his eyes lit up and he walked outside. Jang Jian-jun is now a celebrity in the steel mill. The songs he composed are now broadcast on the radio and have spread across the country. It can be said that both adults and children can hum a few lines of it, and now the steel mill has even regarded it as the factory song. Team leader Chen walked over and said with a smile, Chief Jang, you are such a talented person, how come you have time to come to our workshop? He took another look at Zhou Xiaobai, who was dressed in military green. Who is this? Jang Jian-jun smiled and said, Team leader Chen, you're so kind. I'd like to take my friends on a tour of our steel mill to see the spirit of our mill. There's nothing else to do, just to see the hard work of the frontline workers. Zhou Xiaobai also nodded politely with a smile on his face. When the workers in the workshop heard the conversation outside, they all looked towards the workshop door. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw this. Who is this girl? They all looked at each other and whispered. Wang Erden, Taizu, is this a girl from our factory? Why haven't I seen her before? Taizu said, Erguza, you can ask questions, but don't point the welding gun at me. Wang Erden put down the welding gun embarrassedly. Sorry, brother Taizu, but let's be honest. Please call me by my formal name, Wang Erden. Don't call me by my nickname when there are many people around. It's a bit embarrassing, okay? Several workers around couldn't help laughing. When team leader Chen saw that there was some noise in the workshop, he felt a little embarrassed. He gave Zhang Jianjun an awkward smile, then walked in and shouted, Have you finished all the work? Section Chief Zhang is here with his team for a visit, so please don't let me down and embarrass me. Everyone became obedient when they heard this. These days, honor is more important than anything else. He just stole a glance at the two of them from time to time. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the workshop with wide, curious eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. Looking at the workers' greasy clothes, he did not show any disgust, but instead carefully observed each worker's movements. Zhang Jianjun was very satisfied when he saw it. People who came from such a compound were indeed of two extremes, either extremely arrogant or very cultured. Zhang Jianjun raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. He smiled at Zhou Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, what do you think after watching it? How do you feel? Is it different from what you imagined? The two walked out while talking. Zhou Xiaobai smiled playfully and said, I think it's quite funny. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. It was all in vain. Zhou Xiaobai continued, they are both ordinary and great, fighting on a battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder. Just like you said, they are all unsung heroes. Zhang Jianjun rubbed his head. Did I say that? Why can't I remember? Zhou Xiaobai half closed his eyes and smiled. Someone in the park that day was talking so much nonsense that he probably didn't even know which ones were true and which ones were false. Zhang Jianjun laughed awkwardly. How could that be? How about you feel my heartbeat again? After saying that, he stretched out his hand again, and Zhou Xiaobai quickly ran to the side and stood still. He glanced around and said, Don't act like a hooligan outside. There are tens of thousands of people in the factory. Be careful not to arrest you and send you to labor camp. The window on the third floor of the broadcasting room was opened a crack. Because of the winter temperature, when you lean over to look at the glass, the hot air from your mouth will make the glass hazy. Yu Haitang stood in front of the window looking downstairs, tears unconsciously flowing from her eyes. She thought she understood the truth and found the reason why Zhang Jianjun alienated her. Looking at the two people walking side by side downstairs, Yu Haitang's fingernails dug into her palms. There was an inexplicable pain in my heart. This was my first relationship, and it had truly come to an end. Yu Haitang was very surprised that she couldn't hate him, but she couldn't let go of the resentment, as if she had overturned a pot of mixed feelings. She really wanted to know who the girl in the red scarf was and how she was better than herself. A woman's mind is hard to understand. She swears that she too will climb to a high place to see the scenery. The strong vanity completely erupted. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai returned to the office. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Xiaobai, please sit in the office for a while. I'll go to the next department to find someone and be back soon. Zhou Xiaobai smiled and nodded, then sat down at the desk and read the copy curiously. Zhang Jianjun wanted to go home for lunch, as he couldn't let Zhou Xiaobai eat with him in the cafeteria. After all, I am not a factory employee yet, so it is a bit inconvenient. Zhang Jianjun came to the collective office of the department staff. More than a dozen staff members and salesmen were busy in the department, organizing the information on their desks. When they saw Zhang Jianjun come in, everyone nodded and greeted him. Chen Kunfa in the crowd narrowed his eyes. I felt a little nervous. Was Section Chief Zhang here to cause trouble for me? If Zhang Jianjun knew, he would definitely say that you were overthinking it. He would not take a passerby seriously. When Ma Xiaohua saw Zhang Jianjun walking towards him, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood up and gave up his stool. He smiled and said, Section Chief Zhang never comes to visit me for no reason. It seems like you have something to ask me. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Brother Ma, you're absolutely right. I won't beat around the bush. You can come to my office this afternoon and help me fill in for my layoff. I'm going to entertain a friend today and probably won't be back this afternoon. I'm worried that if something happens at the factory, I won't be able to find anyone. You know what I mean. Brother Ma, I'll trouble you with this matter. What do you think? After hearing this, Ma Xiaohua patted his chest and smiled. Don't worry, Chief Zhang, leave it to me and I'll take care of it for you. Zhang Jianjun saw that Ma Xiaohua seemed to have something else to say, cast a mysterious look. He whispered, I've already told Director Yang about that. You just need to work hard and leave the rest to fate. Zhang Jianjun said this and turned to leave, leaving behind Ma Xiaohua with a look of ecstasy. After Zhang Jianjun told Ma Xiaohua about the afternoon's affairs, he and Zhou Xiaobai rode their bicycles back to Luoguxiang. Only the elderly, women, and children were left in the compound. By the pool in the middle courtyard, several aunts and grandmas were washing vegetables. Seeing that Zhang Jianjun brought back the girl who had come last time, everyone secretly thought that it seemed that Zhang Jianjun was about to get married. When the second aunt saw Zhang Jianjun, she took the initiative to approach him and talk to him. Smiling, she said, Jianjun, if you have anything to wash at noon, give it to me and I'll help you. Your partner is so handsome, like a porcelain doll. Zhou Xiaobai's face turned red when she heard this. Zhang Jianjun thought that this second aunt was quite capable of handling things. He stopped and said with a smile, thank you, auntie. You don't have to worry about the vegetables spoiling in winter. I washed them early and put them home. The third aunt murmured to herself that the Liu family was really lucky. Her son was also arranged to work in the steel rolling mill. Thinking about her whole family being unemployed, she sighed. Old Yan in my family can only calculate some small favors, and he is at a loss when it comes to big things. The second aunt smiled warmly and said, okay, Jianjun, if you have any problems in the future, please let me know. Our Lao Lu has always remembered your kindness. Zhang Jianjun, thank you for your consideration, uncle. See you later, everyone. I have guests here and I have to go back to cook. When several people saw Zhang Jianjun leaving, they stood by the pool and started discussing with each other. Hughes's mother said, I think the girl Jianjun brought is no ordinary girl. Look at her military uniform and cotton-padded jacket and pants. It's not something an ordinary family can have. She might be the daughter of a military cadre. Second auntie smiled complacently and said, Kuiwa, that's absolutely right. Not to mention her clothes, her figure, and skin aren't that of an ordinary girl. My husband Guangtian said she seems to be from a military compound. The third aunt said sourly, your family is really benefiting from Jianjun's help. Alas, my family is having such a hard time. The aunt listened to the conversation without saying a word. Thinking of Lao Yi, she sighed secretly. It was a pity that she had no children and no say, so she could only live like this. I felt a little comforted when I remembered Shezhu's promise. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai returned to the house and started cooking as soon as they entered. Zhou Xiaobai saw Zhang Jianjun and took out the skinned rabbit and chicken, as well as a big cushion carp from the inner room. I asked curiously, Zhang Jianjun, where do you get all these rabbits? Why do I always get them when I come here? Zhang Jianjun smiled proudly and said, Xiaobai, there's something I haven't had time to tell you. I used to be a great hunter. When spring comes and the flowers bloom, I'll take you hunting in the mountains outside the city. I'll show you the power of my bow and arrow. My archery skills are so impressive that even I'm afraid of them. Zhou Xiaobai said doubtfully, Zhang Jianjun, you're not bragging, are you? Although you know a little bit of Tai Chi, it's completely different from shooting. Besides, how can you have time to go hunting when you're working? The two of them talked while cooking, and their cooperation was seamless. Zhang Jianjun said as he chopped the meat, you'll know when the time comes. I can shoot arrows without missing a target within 100 meters. Even if Li Guang were still alive, he would give me a thumbs up. Zhou Xiaobai was immediately amused. She said playfully, Zhang Jianjun, you're such a boaster. It's a deal. I'd like to see your shooting skills at the beginning of the new year. Don't embarrass yourself. Zhang Jianjun put the chopped rabbit meat into the oil pan and stir-fried it. He then added the hot pot base bought from the supermarket, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, don't worry, I will show you what a sharpshooter is. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the hot pot base and was a little curious about how these inconspicuous pieces could smell so good when cooked. Zhang Jianjun stir-fried it for a while, then poured a little water into the pot and started to simmer it slowly over low heat. I saw Zhou Xiaobai staring at the hot pot base curiously. Smiling, he said, Xiaobai, do you feel like you've never seen this before? This is a unique recipe given to me by a friend from out of town. Anyway, the origin is unknown, so just say that I have a friend. Zhou Xiaobai rolled his eyes beautifully. Classmate to Baiao, do you really think I'm stupid? You've never been out of Beijing, so how did you get so many friends from other places? Zhang Jianjun laughed awkwardly and said, Xiaobai, you can't say that. I've never been outside of Beijing. Look, the songs I wrote are all over the country, aren't they? I can't do anything if people come to me because of my fame, right? Zhou Xiaobai. Let me separate the two parts and talk about each one separately. Ever since Su Daimao and Zhang Jianjun resolved their misunderstandings that night, his mood has improved over the past few days. It felt like a heavy burden on my heart had finally been lifted. Today was a clear day, and Su Daimao volunteered to take on the last screening task of the year. He left gracefully amidst the strange gazes of everyone in the department. After thinking about it for a few days, Su Daimao felt that what Zhang Jianjun said made sense. I don't have any talent and no connections. If I don't work hard and seriously, I may just end up living a life of idleness and waiting for death. The biggest concern is that I will never have descendants, so I have to gain some political capital and achievements while I am still young. What will I do when I get old? Although I feel that Jang Jian-jun is a bit fanciful, I still can't find any fault with him. Once a person has a goal, his work mood will naturally be different from before. Jang Jian-jun never dreamed that his deception would have such an effect and directly changed Su Daimao's life trajectory. There were already 3 dishes on the dining table at the Zhang family's compound. Jang Jian-jun felt that at least 4 dishes would be better, so he turned and went into the inner room to take out a bag of seaweed. Xiang took out 2 more cans of beer. A pot of seaweed soup was formed by pouring boiling water, which made Zhou Xiaobai stunned. What are these weird things? They are all vacuum-packed and look very fancy. Looking at the 2 cans again, Qinghua beer? Isn't beer usually bottled in glass bottles? Jang Jian-jun also made the mistake that young men often make, showing off in front of the girl he liked. After all, I was just a single guy before, so when I got something good, I wanted to give my partner a surprise. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the beer and asked curiously, how did Jang Jian-jun open it? Is it the same as opening a can of beef? Jang Jian-jun smiled without saying a word, picked up the can, hooked the pull ring, and opened the beer can with a puff. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Jang Jian-jun's showy appearance, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a shallow dimple. This guy sometimes talks in a very coherent way, and sometimes shows off like a child. Jang Jian-jun handed the beer to Zhou Xiaobai. Smiling, he said, Xiaobai, please try my cooking. We're going to be a family in the future, so please give me some pointers. Zhou Xiaobai picked up a piece of chicken with a red face, put it in his mouth and slowly tasted it. The taste is moderately salty and the chicken is tender but not greasy. It may be because a little spiritual spring water was secretly added to it. It is definitely a little different from the chef's, but it's something I can show off. A big crucian carp was stewed into a milky white soup. Since all the seasonings were purchased, it looked quite tasty. Zhou Xiaobai laughed and said, Jang Jian-jun didn't realize that you are quite good at cooking. Did your friends prepare all the seasonings? Jang Jian-jun gave a thumbs up and said, my Xiaobai is so smart. He has learned to draw inferences from one example. Zhou Xiaobai said coquettishly, you don't even act properly when eating. You really need to change your rascally habits. Jang Jian-jun raised his beer and said with a smile, okay, I'll listen to you from now on. Let's drink to our ideal. During this peaceful time, the 2 beers collided in the air. Because Zhou Xiaobai drank some beer, her little face was flushed and she was half leaning on the sofa. Her stomach was full from the beer and crucian carp soup, and she sat there not wanting to move at all. She watched Jang Jian-jun cleaning up the mess with her beautiful eyes, and wanted to get up to help, but was rejected by Jang Jian-jun. I felt a warm feeling in my heart, and I thought I had found the right person in this life. I remembered that my good friend Luo Yun and I used to go out together often, but I haven't seen her recently. I don't know what happened to Luo Yun recently. Just as Zhou Xiaobai was daydreaming, Jang Jian-jun walked over with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Zhou Xiaobai, guess what I'm holding? If you guess correctly, there's a reward. Zhou Xiaobai's curiosity piqued, and he asked, I guess it's food, or something strange and bizarre. Jang Jian-jun smiled and shook his head, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. The next moment is the moment to witness a miracle. Then his hand took out a beautiful red turtleneck sweater and 2 strange lace-edged briefs from behind. Zhou Xiaobai couldn't take his eyes off the turtleneck sweater. The red sweater was so beautiful. I took it with great joy and looked carefully at the exquisite pattern on it. I couldn't have knitted it myself. She compared it with her body again and smiled sweetly. She said happily, Jang Jian-jun, where did you buy this? It's so beautiful. Is this sweater a gift for me? After asking this question, she kept blinking her big eyes at Jang Jian-jun. Jang Jian-jun smiled and said, of course I bought it for you. I already have a black one of the same style. A grown man can't wear red. After saying that, he handed over the shorts in his hand. Zhou Xiaobai took it and was a little confused at first, but after thinking about it carefully, his face turned red like a big apple. This style is too embarrassing, but the fabric is very soft. Zhou Xiaobai's heart was pounding. How could this guy give such a thing to a girl? But I was also very curious because I had never seen this style before. But can this be worn? My face flushed with so little fabric, so I secretly stuffed it into my coat pocket. Seeing Jang Jian-jun staring at her, she quickly lowered her head and acted like an ostrich. Today, Zhou Xiaobai was completely annoyed by Jang Jian-jun. Where do these weird things come from? Jang Jian-jun sat on a sofa next to him and spoke softly while looking at Zhou Xiaobai's shy appearance. From now on, we will spend our lives together as friends, lovers, and sweethearts. Everyone has some secrets, but I will gradually reveal mine to you until the day when there are no more secrets left, because you are the only relative I care about. I don't mean to disrespect you. I just want the best for you. Zhou Xiaobai raised his head and met Zhang Jianjun's eyes with emotion. She smiled shyly and said, "Thank you, Zhang Jianjun. I like the gift you gave me very much." Zhang Jianjun took a look and found that the emotions were brewing very successfully. The awkward atmosphere was finally resolved. After thinking about it, he took out a watermelon from the inner room. Zhou Xiaobai felt his scalp tingling again when he saw the watermelon. After being shocked a few times, I gradually got used to it. Eating watermelon in winter is a common practice these days. Zhou Xiaobai always had a sense of unreality, and this curiosity made her feel a little itchy. I want to see what secrets are in Zhang Jianjun's mind. Zhang Jianjun divided the watermelon into 2 halves, then divided it into several small pieces, and handed a piece of watermelon to Zhou Xiaobai. Zhou Xiaobai took the watermelon and gently bit off a piece, slowly savoring it in his mouth. The juice was icy and sweet as honey, very delicious. He smiled at Zhang Jianjun and said, "It's delicious. You have so many delicious foods here. I'm really worried about what to do if I get fat in the future." Zhang Jianjun raised his eyebrows and chuckled, "It's better to be fatter. The quilt will warm up quickly in winter." Zhou Xiaobai put down the watermelon and reached out to Zhang Jianjun's waist. Zhang Jianjun grabbed Zhou Xiaobai's hand and she threw herself into Zhang Jianjun's arms again like she did in the morning. Zhou Xiaobai struggled symbolically for a few times, then let him do it. After all, the first time is unfamiliar, and after the first time, he was not so resistant the second time. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said, "Zhang Jianjun, please stop letting your thoughts run wild, or I'll ignore you in the future." Zhang Jianjun held up his hands to prove his innocence, and said with a wry smile, "That was an accident this morning. Don't worry, I'll be like Lu Xiaowai this time and remain calm." Zhou Xiaobai reached out and picked up the watermelon on the table and started eating it carefully, fearing that the juice would spill out and fall on him. Dividing line dash 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 dash. Silly Zhu, who worked in the steel mill's kitchen, sat on a chair feeling a little uneasy. Ever since he boiled medicine every night for the past 2 days, he always felt like a pair of eyes were staring at him. Every time I looked at the door with a guilty conscience, there was no one there. This might be what is called a guilty conscience. Qin Huiru fed Jiazhang the medicine for 2 consecutive days and felt that she seemed to be more energetic than before. Shazhu began to doubt his life. If Jiazhang gets better, will she have to thank me? I've been worried for 2 days, and the more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. I discussed this matter quietly with Sister Qin last night, and we were both a little confused at the time. It was clearly 1/3 more than the doctor's order, but why was Jia Xinqi's complexion getting better and better? Shazhu sat in the cafeteria kitchen and had a lot of wild thoughts. Could it be that the Chinese medicine was not enough? The most bizarre thing is that this morning, Jiazhang was able to get out of bed, pick up her crutches, and walk a few steps to the door to sit down. At that time, Shazhu was stunned. Damn, he felt like he had lost more than he gained. I have to buy some strychnine this time. It seems that 1 packet of Chinese medicine is not enough. Shazhu's mood was very complicated. He felt guilty, a little annoyed, and a little guilty. Manhwa saw his master sitting there, his expression changing back and forth like the face changing in Sichuan opera, and he felt a little puzzled. Did his master have a falling out with Widow Qin? Ever since Manhwa heard that his master and Widow Qin had obtained their marriage certificate, he began to doubt his life. As a master, I earn 37.5 yuan a month, and I always bring my own lunchbox. For example, it's easy for me to find a beautiful and virtuous girl, let alone a good match in the countryside. What on earth is my master trying to achieve? Are they after the 3 children of the Widow Qin? The master and the disciple each had their own thoughts. Lu Lan, who was washing vegetables, had a hard time over the past week. She never dreamed that Li Huide would be transferred away, and her status in the cafeteria would decline sharply. I never dare to argue with anyone again. That big bastard Li Huide just ran away, and the key is that he hasn't paid me the $15 he promised me. Lu Lan also started to feel a little confused during this period. The cafeteria's kitchen was filled with a strange atmosphere. In the Zhang family's old house in the compound, Zhou Xiaobai ate a piece of watermelon and felt that he really couldn't eat anymore. He leaned lazily in Zhang Jianjun's arms like a kitten. I heard Zhang Jianjun humming a cheerful ballad softly in my ear. The blank outlines the blue and white strokes, which gradually turned from thick to thin. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The lingering sandalwood fragrance shines through the window and I understand your thoughts. I put my brush down halfway on the rice paper. The charm of the glaze-rendered ladies' paintings is privately kept, and your sweet smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty is scattered, going to places I can't go. The singing is compact and soothing, with a hint of Chinese style. Zhou Xiaobai was fascinated by what he heard and smiled happily. This is love. Nothing is more convincing than time, because time can change everything without notifying us. Especially when the two of them were together, time always felt insufficient. Zhou Xiaobai stretched and looked at his wrist. The watch showed that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. I reluctantly left the warm embrace and looked back with a smile. Zhang Jianjun, I have to go back, otherwise my mother will nag me again. How about you come to my house and play with me? Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhou Xiaobai with expectant eyes. I could only smile and say, I'd like to go, but I'm afraid my uncle and aunt will get annoyed if I go there so often. Zhou Xiaobai, don't worry, I feel like my mom treats you better than me. Don't be so hesitant, man. Are you going or not? Looking at Zhou Xiaobai's fierce eyes, Zhang Jianjun just pretended to surrender, then smiled mysteriously as if he had thought of something. Wait a minute, I'll get you something good. Zhou Xiaobai watched Zhang Jianjun's back as he entered the inner room, looking forward to what rare item he might have. Zhang Jianjun was in the inner room and took out 5 packs of 10 small wings. He still remembered the strange looks from others when he bought them. It's a pity that I don't know if I can go back to that dimension in the future. Although it is a revived world, the technology is still very advanced. I still covet the items there. I was in a hurry last time and didn't have much money, so I could only buy some urgently needed seeds and the like. Zhou Xiaobai saw the items in the plastic bag and was a little confused by their strange shapes. I took out a pack out of curiosity and looked at the words on it. It said Shushijia sanitary napkins, which are ultra-thin, leak-proof, easily absorbent, and safe for large amounts of fluids, so you don't have to worry about those few days every month. Zhou Xiaobai was completely stunned. Where on earth did this come from? Someone with medical experience combined these few words and immediately understood what this was used for. Her little face immediately turned red, and she was speechless and shy. This was too frustrating. Zhang Jianjun chuckled and said, Xiaobai, this really goes with those shorts. You're a doctor-to-be, so why should you be shy? Zhou Xiaobai blushed, his heart beat fast, and he rolled his eyes. I really want to pry open your brain and see what you think about every day. You're getting thicker and thicker. How do you, a grown man, know so much? I feel like you know a lot about girls. Looking at Zhou Xiaobai's angry and suspicious eyes, he had to explain things clearly today. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, Xiaobai, don't overthink it. Having this thing is called self-taught. I do know some medical skills, otherwise where would I get the unique medicine for your whole family? Zhou Xiaobai snorted softly, alright, you've passed this time. Let's go, old Chinese doctor. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to reach my house before dark. Zhang Jianjun agreed, went into the house, took out a shoulder bag bought from the supermarket, put it on his back, and the two went out together. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the black leather shoulder bag, a little curious but didn't ask. He carried a plastic bag filled with sweaters and other items and hung it on the handlebars of a woman's bicycle. The two rode through the streets and alleys and arrived at the Zhou family compound in more than half an hour. Zhou Xiaobai opened the door and entered the living room. Zhou's mother was very happy to see Zhang Jianjun coming with her. Mother Zhou said with a smile, Xiao Zhang is here. Your Uncle Zhou and I were talking about you at lunch. Is your steel mill closed for the holiday? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou. The factory hasn't closed for the holiday yet, so I finished my work early. Now that Zhou Xiaobai is here, I'll keep her company and relax. I think the holiday will only be for the next 2 days. Today is already the 16th. It's impossible for us to work during the spring festival. The three of them sat together on the sofa in the living room. After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Zhou's mother turned and looked at Zhou Xiaobai. Pretending to blame, he said, Xiaobai, I don't mind you going over there to play, but don't let it affect Xia Zhang's work, okay? He looked at the bag in Zhou Xiaobai's hand again and asked curiously, what's in it? Did you go out and buy something random again? Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said shyly, Mom, don't ask so many questions. This is a gift from Zhang Jianjun. Zhou's mother looked at Zhang Jianjun and then at Zhou Xiaobai, feeling a little satisfied and a little curious. He jokingly said, why, girl, you're grown up and still dislike your mother's nagging? It seems that you have gained a lot today. Zhou Xiaobai took a look and realized that his mother's curiosity had also been aroused. He had no choice but to take out the red sweater from the plastic bag. Zhou's mother's eyes lit up and she quickly took it in her hands, looking at it up and down as if she couldn't let it go. Zhou's mother had seen the world, and she knew it was wool as soon as she held the material in her hands. Apart from other aspects, the workmanship of later generations was naturally more avant-garde and exquisite than it is now. Zhang Jianjun touched his forehead and thought that he was careless and did not give one to his future mother-in-law. Zhou's mother looked through it for a while and put it down reluctantly, looking at Zhang Jianjun meaningfully. Zhou Xiaobai laughed secretly beside him, thinking, let's see how you tell my mom. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly, Auntie Zhou, I wasn't thoughtful enough this time. When the new year comes and I have a chance, I'll ask my friends to find a way to get me another one. Only then did Zhou's mother give him a look that said, you're a very good person. Zhou Xiaobai packed the sweater under his mother's reluctant gaze. Zhang Jianjun looked around and asked, "Auntie, why didn't I see Uncle Joe today? Is he out?" Mother Zhou nodded and said, "Your Uncle Joe went to the military headquarters at noon and should be back soon. He usually gets home around 5 o'clock. Now that you're here, don't leave. Have a meal here. It's getting late. I'll go prepare some dishes and start cooking later." Seeing Zhou's mother leave the living room and go to the kitchen, Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, it seems that women of all ages like nice clothes. I am still too young and I cannot offend my mother-in-law. Zhou Xiaobai felt like laughing when he saw Zhang Jianjun's expression, so he walked over and sat next to Zhang Jianjun. He teased, "Zhang Jianjun, don't you usually speak in a set way? Why do you seem a little restrained when you come to my house today?" Zhang Jianjun said softly, "In front of my mother-in-law, I have to pretend to be a good boy. This is called strategic shift. What do you know?" "Zhou Xiaobai, I would have believed it if you hadn't wiped your forehead." At this time, Zhou's mother called out from the kitchen, "Zhou Xiaobai, come over here and help me get the salted fish that are drying in the courtyard." When Zhang Jianjun saw Zhou Xiaobai stand up, he also stood up and wanted to help. Zhou Xiaobai winked and said softly, "Just sit there and don't move. If you feel bored, read the newspaper. I think my mom is going to ask some questions. I'm used to this part. Just don't come over and join in the fun." Zhang Jianjun nodded. "Wow, this is just like being an underground worker. Mother Zhou is still a little worried about me doing something wrong. I am a 5 good young man." While Zhang Jianjun was daydreaming, the living room door was pushed open. Zhou Jianese walked in. When Zhang Jianjun saw Zhou's father pushing the door open from outside, he quickly stood up, put down the newspaper and greeted him. Zhou Jianese was thinking about looking for Zhang Jianjun in the next few days. The statements of the parties involved in the last case needed to be filed with the military organization. He smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, you've come just in time. Have you finished the task I assigned you last time? Come with me into the study and discuss your ideas." Zhang Jianjun picked up the backpack on the sofa and said with a smile, "How could I be careless about what you told me to do? I went back that night and carefully reviewed it. I have already summarized the whole process and written the materials." After saying that, he took out a stack of manuscript paper from his bag and handed it over. Father Zhou took the manuscript paper and walked towards the study. Zhang Jianjun followed Zhou's father into the study. After they sat down, Zhou's father first carefully looked through the manuscript. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "You described the situation in great detail. Your handwriting is quite good. It seems you've put a lot of effort into practicing." Zhang Jianjun thought that if he couldn't do anything else, he could at least imitate me, as he had practiced a lot of calligraphy by copying Pang Zhonghua's hard pen calligraphy. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Zhou. I'm just getting started with my fountain pen calligraphy, so I can't say I've been practicing hard." Father Zhou put away his smile and said seriously, "That case seems clear at first glance, but the internal situation is complicated and involves many people. This is all I can do. The person behind this found someone to take the blame and killed him. That's all I can tell you." After saying that, he sighed and continued, "The internal struggle is already serious. It's best for you not to get involved in this matter, so as not to get yourself into unnecessary trouble." Zhang Jianjun was really shocked. Has it become so serious now? In my previous life, when I read this history on the computer, I mostly just glanced over it and didn't have the leisure to search it carefully. Only when I came to this era did I understand why this storm was called a catastrophe. Some of the dark sides are unimaginable, so it seems I should be more cautious. Zhang Jianjun felt a little angry when he thought of the Zheng family. He didn't expect that the Zheng family was really capable. Since some of you like to protect each other, don't blame yourself for doing something dirty. Even if he has no backing, he is not someone to be trifled with. After the Spring Festival, he wouldn't mind making his entire family disappear out of thin air. Zhou Jianese saw that Zhang Jianjun was a little dazed and thought that he was at a loss as to what to do about this matter. He smiled again and said, "Xiao Zhang, don't worry. After this incident, the person behind this will naturally behave himself for a while. Besides, don't I have your back?" Zhang Jianjun felt a warm feeling in his heart. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I'm not afraid of their revenge. I'm just a little shocked. Has the situation become so serious?" Father Zhou nodded and said, "It's not optimistic. You should be mentally prepared and be careful after the Spring Festival. No matter how others try to escape, don't get involved. After all, when a storm strikes, many things become uncontrollable. But I'm not too worried about you, kid. After all, you come from a good family and are the family of a martyr. As long as you don't show off too much, you'll be fine." Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, "This is what they call if you don't seek death, you won't die." He quickly replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Although I don't have much experience, I know the principle of keeping a low profile. Pretending to remember something, he took out a stack of drawings from his shoulder bag and handed them over. Zhou Jianese took it with a puzzled look and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Jianzhen said seriously, "Uncle Zhou, at the moment I only trust you and Mr. Ye. These are the next generation of special steel material data drawings from abroad, as well as the most advanced smelting furnace drawings and information. The smelting furnace drawings and data are still in the experimental stage in other countries. It's no exaggeration to say that this set of blueprints can change the course of a nation's heavy industry." Zhou Jianese stood up suddenly, his originally calm face filled with shock and questioning. If what this guy said is true, this is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb-level news. Why has the country been engaged in large-scale steel production in recent years, and why has it invited experts from the Bear Country at all costs? These generals naturally understood the reason. After liberation, the country was surrounded by wolves, and the development of the new country was still in a poor and backward stage. After experiencing the Korean War in the 1950s, we realized that the backwardness of weapons and equipment led to an imbalance in firepower between the two sides. Heavy industry is the lifeblood of this country, especially now that the machines are old and in urgent need of replacement. All weapons and equipment cannot be separated from new materials, and steel is undoubtedly the top priority. A great man once said that those who fall behind will be beaten, so no matter what happens outside during the storm, most of the important scientists survived, and several bigwigs even personally guarded them. Zhou Jianese tried hard to calm the fear in his heart, took out a cigarette and lit it with some trembling. Both of them remained silent for 5 minutes, and Zhou Jianese carefully flipped through the manuscript. Although he couldn't understand most of them, after all, he was not familiar with their major, but he still read these complex formulas and three-dimensional diagrams. This involves the description of the type and toughness of steel, and it is undoubtedly a technology that urgently needs to be verified. His heart was once again in turmoil. He put out his cigarette and took a deep breath. Zhou Jianese took out a leather file bag from the drawer and carefully put all the materials on the table into it. He sealed the bag and stamped his own seal on the edge of the bag. He picked up the landline phone on the table and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Zhou Jianese said, "Hello, comrade. I am Zhou Jianese, Deputy Commander of the Military Region. Please connect me to the Headquarters Security Department." When Zhang Jianzhen saw this situation, he walked out of the study to avoid suspicion. Sitting on the sofa with a determined look in his eyes, he didn't know whether this was good or bad for him. "But you have to take this step yourself, otherwise you will be hesitant when doing anything. Then what is the point of having such a powerful golden finger?" A fragrance came from the kitchen. Zhou's mother was cooking while chatting with Zhou Xiaobai. Mother Zhou whispered, "Xiaobai, where did you and Xiao Zhan play today? When did he buy you this sweater?" Zhou Xiaobai said innocently, "Mom, I don't know when he bought it. I can't tell you even if I ask him. He gave it to me when I got to his house today." Mother Zhou smiled slightly. "I didn't realize this guy is so attentive. But Xiaobai, before you get married, you must not mess around with him, okay?" Zhou Xiaobai said coquettishly, "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not a child anymore. I still understand this principle." Mother Zhou rolled her eyes and said, "I see you've been absent-minded since I last saw you for a few days. I'm really worried." Zhou Xiaobai's coquettish voice came from the kitchen. At this time, 5 military jeeps sped all the way to this mysterious street. There are 5 people in each jeep, including the driver, all armed with live ammunition. Zhou Jianese said hello and hurried out the door, with that leather bag tucked under my arm. When Zhou's mother saw her husband hurriedly leaving, she hurried out of the kitchen and looked at Zhang Jianzhen. She wiped her hands on her apron and asked, "Xiao Zhan, what did your Uncle Zhou say just now? Why are you out at this time?" Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. Uncle Zhou said there's something to discuss at the military headquarters, so he told us to eat first. I guess it's an impromptu meeting of the higher UPS." Zhou's mother's expression finally softened. "We have no control over this organizational matter. He's in a meeting tonight and probably won't be back for a while. It's really worrying that he's still so busy at the end of the year. Xiao Zhan, if you're bored sitting alone, just watch some TV or read the newspaper and eat." After saying that, he turned around and went back into the kitchen. Zhang Jianzhen sat on the sofa and began to think. Just now, several jeeps outside were detected by his spiritual sense. It seems that his future father-in-law is escorting the scientific and technological information to the higher UPS overnight. A large part of him might have gone to see Mr. Ye. After all, Mr. Ye was the old leader of his future father-in-law. It's just that this fuss is a bit too big, and I still underestimated the importance of this scientific and technological information. An advanced scientific and technological document will bring a shock to this era. It is no exaggeration to say that science and technology are the primary productive forces. What Zhang Jianzhen didn't know was that for this blueprint, famous experts in materials, dynamics, polymers, physics, mathematics, and various other experts, including some very famous figures, were invited over overnight. Even a few people from the mysterious Ninth Institute came. The little sun was created by them in 1964. They are the pillars of the country who hide their identities. During those difficult years, we used the most primitive calculating tool, the abacus, to practice piles of formulas and data. This was an incredible feat, which interrupted the nuclear blackmail of the United States and the Bear Country in one fell swoop. Everyone knows that nuclear deterrence will be greatly reduced if there are only warheads but no weapons for delivery. The arrival of this new type of steel will be a revolutionary advancement. Therefore, the high level of this summons and the breadth of academic aspects reached an unprecedented scale. This is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. Just as Zhang Jianjun was thinking about it, Zhou Xiaobai came over with a plate of food. Zhang Jianjun immediately stood up and went into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. When Zhou's mother saw Zhang Jianjun's actions, she was very satisfied that this boy was not pretentious. After the dishes were served, Zhou's mother asked, "Xiao Zhan, would you like some white wine? If you want, don't hesitate. I'll ask Xiaobai to get it." Zhang Jianjun quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, auntie. I usually drink with others, and I rarely drink alone at home." Zhou Xiaobai found Zhang Jianjun very amusing and found his desire to survive very strong. "But I know he drinks every time." Mother Zhou became more satisfied when she heard this. She smiled and said, "Xiao Zhan, don't learn from your Uncle Zhou. This white wine is very harmful to your health. I don't understand why so many people like to drink it. It tastes bitter and spicy in my mouth, and if I drink too much I'll just feel uncomfortable. What's the point?" Zhang Jianjun quickly agreed, "Yes, auntie is right. I feel a lot more energetic now that I drink less." Zhou Xiaobai. This guy is so shameless, he has to sacrifice all his moral integrity just to curry favor with his mother. Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhou Xiaobai's strange look and chuckled, "Zhou Xiaobai, you know I never drink alone, right?" Dividing line. In the compound, he usually was boiling some strychnine, a pack of which he had just bought at a Chinese medicine store today. He gritted his teeth and decided to increase the dosage this time. This dose of Chinese medicine should be enough for Jia Zhenxi. Yushui was feeling complicated and sad. She really couldn't understand her brother. "My silly brother is really stupid. He even spent his own money to buy Chinese medicine to treat the old woman." After taking care of Sister Qin without any care, her own sister started to serve Zhejiang. "Now I have graduated from high school, and Aunt Wang next door introduced me to a girl. It is said that the other party's family is well off and he is a local police officer working within the system. The place for the two parties to meet tomorrow has been set. Thinking about my situation, there is nothing I can do. I remembered what Zhang Jianjun had said to me before. Just find someone to marry and don't look back. This compound is no longer suitable for you." Yushui sighed inwardly. She was still very grateful to brother Jianjun at that time. "I also once fantasized about being with brother Jianjun. Although I can't say that I must marry him, I still have some affection for him." When Yushui saw Zhou Xiaobai coming several times, she knew that this was no longer possible. "It's better to leave like this, at least it's a good memory, so I won't completely forget this compound." Looking at the three children at home, my head started to hurt again. Brother Jianjun was right. I should get married quickly. Qin Huiru was tidying the room at Jia's house, while Zhejiang was leaning against the wall at the head of the bed. He stared at the photo on the wall with numb eyes when Shazhu brought the bowl of medicine. Qin Huiru looked at Zhejiang guiltily, and then gave Shazhu a wink when she saw him coming. At this time, Zhejiang suddenly made a whimpering sound and pointed towards the floor tiles under her bed. Qin Huiru and Shazhu looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this old hag trying to do? Did you find something wrong? When the two were at a loss, Zhejiang struggled to spit out a vague word money. It is possible that Zhejiang understood her daughter-in-law's thoughts, or it is possible that a dying person's words are kind. More likely it was a strong desire to survive. She spoke with difficulty about where she had hidden the money. Qin Huiru's eyes began to light up. Shazhu put down the bowl and helped Sister Qin get under the bed. After carefully looking through the gaps between each brick on the ground, I finally found a loose blue brick near the bed leg against the wall. When Shazhu pried open the blue brick, he found a small hole inside, which was tightly wrapped with a piece of cloth. Qin Huiru bent over and saw this scene, her heart almost bursting out of her throat. No wonder I couldn't find the place where I hid the money after Zhejiang had a stroke, no matter how hard I tried. Qin Huiru never imagined that her mother-in-law hid the money so secretly. Shazhu carefully took out the cloth bag and felt it was quite heavy in his hand. Qin Huiru took the small cloth bag handed to her by Shazhu, and her heart was beating violently as she trembled as she untied the bag. The two of them almost popped their eyes out. A small yellow croaker and a pair of gold earrings. There were actually more than 600 yuan in Mao Zedong's banknotes, including Zhi Dongxiu's pension and money from annual donations. Qin Huiru and Shazhu looked at each other, feeling extremely complicated and inexplicable for a moment. There is a saying that goes take money from others to help them get rid of disasters, and the two men asked themselves if they could still do it now. When Shazzu saw Qin Huiru's hesitant look, he already knew what the result would be. He picked up the bowl of Chinese medicine and walked to the pool. Seeing that there was no one around, he poured it in. Shazzu breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment the strychnine flushed into the sewer, the uneasiness he had felt for the past few days disappeared. The condemnation brought by this uneasiness of conscience also disappeared without a trace, and my whole body felt relaxed as if the shackles had been released. Shazzu sighed. Maybe this is fate. What Qin Huiru and Shazzu didn't know was, Bangang just slipped out of the door quietly. There was an inexplicable light flashing in those little eyes. If I hadn't seen tens of thousands of people watching backstage these past few days, I would have thought I had failed. Big guys, please urge me to update, but with only 200 or so urgings out of tens of thousands of people, I'm really hurt. The dining table in the Zhou family compound was filled with warmth. Zhang Jianjun was eating while chatting with Zhou's mother. Zhang Jianjun smiled as if thinking of something. Auntie, I want to ask you something. Our factory recently transferred in a deputy section chief named Zheng. I heard him say he's also from this military compound. At first, I was a little skeptical that he was from a military academy, because he said he was a college student. How could someone from a military academy and a college student go to the grassroots level? Mother Zhou put down the spoon and glanced at Zhang Jianjun. Zheng? There's no one named Zheng on our street, but there seems to be one on the next street, towards Gongjufen. Xiao Zhang, don't be surprised by this kind of phenomenon. What's wrong with college students? They need to exercise right after they graduate. I guess this is his parents' way of letting their child go to the grassroots level to gild his reputation. Zhou Xiaobai then spoke up. I think I've heard Luo Yun mention this before. There's a family named Zheng at the end of West Chang'an Street, not far from the intersection between Gongjufen and Yuquan Road. It is said that he was a classmate of Luo Yun's brother. Zhang Jianjun, why are you asking this? Are you still planning on visiting your colleagues? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, thank you, Aunt Zhou, for clearing up my confusion. Xiaobai, we all work in the same department, and this is normal care between colleagues. It's not really a visit, after all, we're not that familiar with each other yet. I just want to learn about the other person's family situation. Zhou's mother smiled and said, what Xiao Zhang said makes sense. We should still maintain good relationships with our colleagues. After all, one more friend means one more way forward, but in the process of getting along with others, you must pay attention to the other person's character and personality. Don't get involved with dude-like guys. After all, everyone else has wealth and can squander it freely. Don't make friends with random people and learn bad habits from them. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, thank you for your guidance, Auntie. I know my own strengths and weaknesses now. The factory is treating me pretty well right now, so I won't actively curry favor with others. Mother Zhou nodded in satisfaction. I know some people in the compound very well. Some of the little brats don't even learn well now. A few days ago, the two children of the Li family got into a fight with a bunch of so-called troublemakers. The second child's arm was broken. Zhou Xiaobai asked in surprise, Xiao Erzi? Isn't his name Li Xiajun? He used to be my classmate. Mother Zhou frowned and said, if not him, who else could it be? These two brothers have been in jail a lot now. They were all taken in the same day and Lao Li fished them out the same day. You better stay away from him and his brother from now on. They're no different from second-rate guys now. Zhang Jianjun ate melon silently on the side and secretly memorized the address of the Zheng family. I thought it might be the Zheng family. The three of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious. Half an hour later, Zhang Jianjun helped to clean up the mess. The mother and daughter cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen, and Zhang Jianjun helped clean the living room. You can't just sit there and act like a guest after finishing your meal. I feel a bit uncomfortable if I don't find something to do. Zhang Jianjun thought that his future father-in-law might not be back for a long time tonight. It would be safer to go home early. Let's go to Yuquan Road first to see what the Zheng family compound is like. I decided to clean the floor and the table, sit there and wait for the mother and daughter to come out before saying goodbye and leaving. Time passed by inadvertently, and Zhou Xiaobai and his mother came out of the kitchen. Zhou Xiaobai was holding a plate of oranges in his hand. Zhou Xiaobai smiled at Zhang Jianjun and said, Zhang Jianjun, I didn't realize you were so hardworking. Since you've been working so hard, I'll give you some fruit to try. Zhang Jianjun acted innocently. There's no one to help me clean up at home. This is just a habit I've developed. Zhou Xiaobai rolled his eyes. You have no choice, right? If you come to my house like this, it will be suspected of being too attentive. Zhang Jianjun. Mother Zhou also smiled as she watched the two of them talking to each other, secretly sighing that it was still good to be young. My daughter is really trapped in this. As parents, all that matters is that their children are happy. She is currently very satisfied with her future son-in-law. John Jianjun ate 2 oranges and looked at his watch. It was already 7:30 in the evening, so he stood up and said, "Auntie, I have to go to work at the factory tomorrow, so I won't stay any longer and will go back first." Mother Joe smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good. Your Uncle Joe isn't home, and the driver probably went out with him. You can only ride your bike back at night. Be careful on the road and try to ride on the main road. After all, there are street lights on the main road." John Jianjun naturally agreed and smiled at Zhou Xiaobai. He said goodbye and walked out the door. The mother and daughter watched John Jianjun leave the compound, and then Zhou's mother pulled Zhou Xiaobai into the room. A new round of routine inquiries began. John Jianjun walked through several alleys. The dim street lights in the alleys did not affect John Jianjun's vision at all. Then he rode along West Chang'an Avenue for a few minutes, and when he saw the end of the avenue, John Jianjun turned into Yukwan Road. Then they entered a dim alley on the corner of the street, and the man and the bicycle suddenly disappeared from the spot. John Jianjun entered the space, took off his woolen military coat, put on a Zhongshan suit and a pair of cloth shoes. After leaving the space, John Jianjun's consciousness penetrated his body and observed the surrounding situation. Realizing that there was no one within 100 meters, John Jianjun came out of the alley. At this time, John Jianjun has transformed into a middle-aged man. A closer look reveals that he looks very much like Deputy Factory Director Li Huade. John Jianjun walked quickly along the right side of the street, in the dark corners of some alley houses. We soon approached the Yukwan Road intersection. There are rows of courtyard houses here, which are not like the courtyard houses in the Ming and Qing dynasties. It is obviously made of cement bricks and tiles, indicating that part of it is a large courtyard built later. When we arrived at the location Zhou Xiaobai mentioned, there were only 2 large courtyards connected here. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, John Jianjun came to the alley behind the 2 courtyards. Next to this small alley is a blue brick road, which forms a T-shaped alley entrance at an angle. His spiritual consciousness penetrated his body and casually scanned the courtyard on the left. There is a storage room with an unlocked door between the 2 walls of the courtyard. John Jianjun looked around and saw that no one was leaning against the wall. He then floated silently into the yard like a bat spreading its wings. The dark room was filled with coal briquettes, and John Jianjun didn't want to scan the alley. It would be difficult to explain if someone came out while I was standing in the alley in the middle of the night. Then he held his breath and concentrated his mind, and his mental power penetrated his body, covering an area of more than 100 meters in radius like a big net. John Jianjun first scanned the courtyard on the left. There were 4 people sitting in the living room who had not yet gone to bed, 2 elderly people in their 60s and a couple in their 30s. The old couple and their son and daughter-in-law were still chatting in the living room, and there was a little boy of about 11 or 12 in the back room. The little boy was already fast asleep on the bed. He scanned the area with his consciousness but found nothing unusual. John Jianjun concluded at first glance that it couldn't be the Zheng family. It was said that the Zheng family only had one son, Zheng Zhaiqiang. He was not a voyeur, and his spiritual sense swept towards the courtyard next door. This sight immediately shocked me. Wow, a man in his 50s and a young woman in her 30s were having fun in the master bedroom. The young woman's moaning made John Jianjun's heart flutter. I quickly recited the heart purification mantra. It seems that even if this is not the Zheng family, it is not a good bird. John Jianjun showed a lewd smile. John Jianjun watched the poker game for 3 minutes and saw that the old man calmed down after a while. I secretly complained that this person was no good. Didn't I hear people say that old age makes one stronger? At this time, the young woman below complained, "Old Zheng, you're not keeping your word again today. Didn't you promise to help my brother find a new job?" The man named Lao Zheng gasped and said, "Little Rura, I don't have the mood to do this these days. Don't I know that many people have been staring at me recently?" John Jianjun's scalp went numb after hearing this. What the hell is this little Rura? I guess I heard it wrong, it should be Xiao Rura. However, when John Jianjun heard the young woman call him Lao Zheng, his eyes showed an inexplicable light. It seems that this is most likely the Zheng family compound. I smiled coldly in my heart, thinking that it was really a case of searching for something everywhere but finding it, but now it is obtained without any effort. John Jianjun's spiritual sea was like a storm, sweeping towards every house in the compound. His consciousness first wandered around the living room, and the sets of exquisite porcelain tea sets caught his eye. In particular, a large blue and white porcelain jar on the table caught John Jianjun's interest. That night in the alternate dimension, John Jianjun crammed school on the computer to learn some basic knowledge about antiques. He found it very inconvenient to have to guess every time when collecting things. Although I am still a long way from mastering it, I can still roughly see some of the patterns and techniques. I needed someone to tell me whether it was real or not, so I carefully examined the big jar. If I am not mistaken, the large jar on the table should be a large jar with red and blue glaze and floral carvings. A large blue and white porcelain jar with carved flowers, a national treasure. The large jar is decorated with red and blue blaze and blue and white flowers, and is decorated with 11 layers of patterns, using a variety of techniques such as painting, carving, and piling. The abdomen is decorated with 4 groups of diamond-shaped openings, each of which is carved with flowers and rocks of the 4 seasons. The branches and leaves are rendered with clear flowers, while the flowers and rocks are decorated with underglaze red. This piece is a representative work of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain with superb craftsmanship and is extremely rare. Zhang Jianjun gasped. This jar was truly incredible. If it were real, it would definitely be a national treasure. Before he was even hesitating, the big jar and a bunch of objects disappeared. He did not let go of any old items in the living room, and the signature on a scroll made Zhang Jianjun's eyes bulge out again. This is a painting of a lady. Not to mention the layout in the picture, the signature at the bottom is simply blinding. It turned out to be the signature of Tang Yin, the famous Tang Jiyuan, the leader of the 4 great talents of the Ming dynasty. Tang Yin rarely marked the year, date, and month on his paintings, and his painting style varied greatly without any regular pattern. This makes it difficult for later generations to speculate when Tang Bohua started painting, and it is also difficult to divide the changes in his painting style according to time. Judging from the subject matter alone, Tang Yin's paintings mainly include landscape paintings, figure paintings, flower and bird paintings, etc. The paintings of ladies are definitely Tang Yin's masterpiece, and the most famous one is Autumn Wind and Silk Fan. Although this painting is not a picture of a silk fan in the autumn wind, it is signed by Tang Yin, isn't it? Zhang Jianjun took off excitedly and quickly received the space again. If this were in the future, he could open a small museum again. Isn't Ma Yes Restoration Museum his own? He used to say that he started his business by picking up bargains. Zhang Jianjun thought that his vision was still too small. If it came to me, I would just move. When I saw the furniture in the living room, I was at a loss. I had no idea whether the wood was of good quality. Might as well just go all out and make them all disappear completely. Even a teacup was not spared. I'll find someone to appraise it later in case it turns out to be an antique. Zhang Jianjun felt that he lacked knowledge about antiques and would have to buy a book like an antique encyclopedia in the future. After sweeping the living room, he turned to other rooms and found several boxes of mutai in the utility room of the East Wing. Wow, this wine fits perfectly in the storage room. 3 boxes and 36 bottles all fit into the space. Nothing good was found in the other rooms, so his mental power went around and returned to the master bedroom. A safe appears in the northeast corner of the house. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up and he was secretly happy. It seemed that good things were coming again this time. The Zheng family's safe is much larger than the one in Li Hui's house. It is an old-fashioned safe made of iron sheets and concrete. It is estimated that its weight is about 500 kilograms, and it is half embedded in the wall in the northeast corner. It is 1.6 meters high and about 1.2 meters wide, divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. When Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept in, he gasped again. How much benefit did this guy receive to be like this? There is a layer of black stuff on top, which is more than 30 bundles. The neat arrangement of the items is very visually impactful, and the middle layer is filled with a wide variety of jade jewelry. There was also a Type 54 Black Star pistol next to it, and the name on the ID card was Zheng Yuanhua. Zhang Jianjun now felt at ease and slowly began to count the items on the middle level. One of the waist badges is particularly eye-catching, with a hollow carved ivory badge with dragon patterns and cloud decorations. At first glance, it is an object that came out of the palace. In the past, items with dragon patterns were not something that ordinary people could carry. At least a royal relative can own it. The people in the lower layer share the same hobby as Li Hui. The favorite of these nouveau riche are all small yellow croakers. Zhang Jianjun was too lazy to count how many there were. After seeing the small yellow croakers a few times, he had become much calmer. This thing can't run away in the space, so I can enjoy my achievements later. After collecting all the items in the safe, his spiritual sense swept over the big bed again. After such a long delay, the two had already fallen asleep in each other's arms. Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to use a mental piercing to kill Zheng Yuanhua without anyone noticing, but this would put me at great risk of being exposed, as I guess someone above me is already eyeing me. It is impossible that no one has secretly investigated the situation after 2 deaths were reported. Besides, I just asked Zhou's mother about the situation of the Zheng family tonight, and the next day Zheng Yuanhua was gone. It was obviously a confession. Although the Zhou family will definitely not betray me at the moment, I cannot bring unnecessary trouble to their family. Zhang Jianjun snorted coldly and let the old dog live a few more days. But leaving like this felt like something was missing. I felt a little unwilling in my heart. It was not enough to just let Zheng Yuanhua's family lose some money. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept towards the courtyard outside again, and he saw rockery, artificial rocks and some bonsai. Then another round of crazy harvesting began, and even the bonsai in the yard were taken away with their pots. All the rockery outside, as long as it is within the supporting range, has been placed into the space. These stones are very nice to be placed in the space for viewing. You should know that Zhang Jianzhan's mental strength has now reached an astonishing 3 tons. It is naturally easy to put these things away. If Zhang Jianzhan wasn't afraid of making too much noise, he would have wanted to remove all the tiles from the house. Seeing Zhang Yuanhua snoring on the bed, his eyes turned and an idea came to his mind. Although we can't kill him completely now, we can still perform some strange operations. Zhang Jianzhan remembered a magic spell he had learned and then showed a lewd smile. The night sky is as black as ink, like a huge mouth of the abyss that chooses its prey. Weird and cold. Zhang Jianzhan swept his spiritual sense around but found no movement. He then soared into the air and climbed over the right side of the courtyard wall. His body was suspended in the air like a ghost, and he walked directly to Zhang Yuanhua's room without touching the ground. Looking at Zhang Yuanhua snoring in his sleep, Zhang Jianzhan sneered. Through the door, Zhang Jianzhan silently recited his mental method, and his spiritual consciousness locked onto a certain location of Zhang Yuanhua. It was a direct hit of ultra-low temperature, water-based spell, freezing. Then he put all the clothes taken off by the 2 people on the bed into the space. Since there is no grass left, let's be thorough and not even spare the clothes. Collect them and smash them directly into pieces in the space. Zhang Jianzhan climbed over the courtyard wall and came to the alley. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. I didn't even take out my bike, I just wanted to leave the street. Zhang Jianzhan was like a ghost, rushing through the dim alleys. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the exit of Chang'an Avenue. He scanned with his spiritual sense to make sure there was no one around, then took out his bicycle and rode on it. Zhang Jianzhan listened to the whistling sound of the wind in his ears and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time it should be done secretly, and no one can find my own footprints. Even if someone finds them, it will be Li Huide who did it. No one can do anything to me. Let's see if Zhang Yuanhua dares to report the case. The more Zhang Jianzhan thought about it, the happier he felt. Today's harvest was truly a bonanza. As long as this large UN blue and white porcelain jar is genuine, you will make a profit immediately and the rest are just extras. As expected, a horse cannot grow fat without grass at night. It is better to target people like this to make money quickly. My own moving company has great potential. There was no grass growing in the Zheng family compound. Everything was gone except a bed and the tiles on the roof. Zhang Jianzhan thought that this time the business was listed and operated, it should be considered very professional. It's a pity that I can't see the scene when Zhang Yuanhua wakes up. I still smacked my lips with a little regret. Zhang Jianzhan kept his spiritual sense active along the way, and after about an hour, he returned to Nanluoguxiang safely. Zhang Jianzhan was too lazy to enter through the main gate, in case someone saw him coming back in the middle of the night and it would be difficult to explain. When he realized that there was no one around, he floated directly over the courtyard wall to the backyard, quietly opened his door and went in. Zhang Jianzhan looked at his watch and it was exactly 10 o'clock. He inserted the bolt on the door outside and quickly entered the space. I looked at the land in the space and saw that the seeds I planted this morning were green again. It seems like I have a lot of space. But it's not a problem to pile up these grains, fruits, and vegetables indefinitely. Zhang Jianzhan thought that this sales problem must be solved. It's impossible to secretly give it to the needy every day. It's okay once or twice, but if it goes on for too long, something bad will definitely happen. Should I talk to my superiors or try to fool my future father-in-law? Zhang Jianzhan was a little hesitant. The secret of the space could not be exposed under any circumstances. If you are already a Jindan stage master now, you won't be afraid of any consequences. At that time, I was thousands of miles away and no one could do anything to me. We didn't have spy satellites like today. Zhang Jianzhan thought about it for a while, then sat down by the ancient well and began his daily practice. After completing the 36 small cycles, he began to wash up and leave the space. The Zheng family compound wasted Zhang Jianzhan's time, and it was too late to practice magic. A silent night. Early in the morning, Zhang Jianzhan finished washing up and left the space. He ate something and went out. Today, the sky in Siju City is cloudless and the temperature is much higher than in the past few days. It is already January 17th, and the Spring Festival is 3 days away. The workers on the road were more active than usual. We all feel that the holidays are just around the corner and the year-end bonuses are about to arrive. Every worker's heart is filled with hope for the future. Everyone is wondering what the factory will send out during this year's Spring Festival holiday. Shazhu and Qin Huiru were hanging at the back together. Qin Huiru had just received the money last night and was still excited. I secretly counted it carefully last night, and there was actually 630.43 yuan. Qin Huiru didn't know where to put such a large sum of money when she suddenly received it. After much thought, I put it on the bottom shelf of the wardrobe last night. She wrapped the small yellow croaker and the gold earrings in cloth and stuffed them under the bed where she used to sleep. This old-fashioned bunk bed has double partitions, and no one would know it was put in there. After going through yesterday's emotional journey, Shazhu felt that he was indeed a lot more relaxed. Although I was a little reluctant to take Jijiang with me, it was because I was greedy for Sister Qin's body. Thinking back on last night's experience, it was quite harmonious. Shazhu rubbed his old waist and gave Qin Huiru a silly smile. Qin Huiru? Zhang Jianzhan parked his bicycle in the steel rolling mill shed and went to the propaganda department office. As soon as I entered the office, I found a notice on the table. Zhang Jianzhan sat in his office chair and started reading. This is a holiday notice issued by the Working Committee office. After reading this, Zhang Jianzhan was delighted and knew he wouldn't have to come to the steel mill tomorrow. It clearly says that the holiday starts on January 18th. But the holiday is ridiculously short, and we have to go back to work on the third day of the first lunar month. Zhang Jianzhan recalled. It seems that in 2 years, not having a spring festival holiday will become the norm. Zhang Jianzhan couldn't help but slap his forehead. It would be increasingly difficult to slack off in the future. Zhang Jianzhan saw the last page. It requires that the assessment reports of each department office be submitted and a summary meeting be held at noon. Zhang Jianzhan felt a headache. I had to listen to several hours of discussion. Zhang Jianzhan calculated the Spring Festival holiday, which was 2 days before the festival and 3 days after the festival, which means there were only 5 days in total. I sighed. It's not easy to be a salted fish in any era. Someone must be found for this deputy section chief position. So I dug out the files of Ma Ziyahua and Zhang Aizhan and started writing the materials for the recommendation letters. Zhang Jianzhan personally still wants Ma Ziyahua to take the position. After all, Ma Ziyahua is very ambitious from his words and deeds, while Zhang Aizhan is a bit dull. The thing we are least afraid of is that you are ambitious. If you are ambitious, you will definitely have something to desire and it will be easy to control you. People who have no desires or demands can't do anything to him. Zhang Jianzhan wrote 2 recommendation documents and stamped them with the official seal of the propaganda department, and that was it. Start reviewing the department staff and their performance reports for the past year. Leave requested, absenteeism, number of documents completed, seniority, number of outbound assignments, etc., praise or punishment received. As the section chief, he does not have the authority to determine grades and evaluate professional titles. However, he can still proofread the data submitted to see if it is true and valid. Although I did it a few days ago, I still need to check it again carefully. The morning passed in a busy manner. The final plenary session is about to begin. After lunch, all the heads of department offices came to the office meeting room of the Trade Union Party Committee. Just like last time, all the personnel came, and the directors of each department and office were in place. When Zhang Jianzhan arrived, he felt that the meeting room was a little quiet. Seeing that everyone was looking towards the upper left corner from time to time, I looked over there curiously and almost couldn't help laughing. Zhao Jianxi was sitting there with his head down, and the scar on his face looked a little scary and hideous. It was like a centipede spanning the entire face, even the nose was not spared. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment as their scalps tingled. Zhang Jianzhan thought it was probably the steel rolling mill, and Zhao Jianxi could only come to report on his work for the last meeting. At this moment, Zhao Jianxi's face was gloomy, and he no longer had the calmness and confidence he had when he first arrived. He stared blankly at the teacup in front of him, feeling that this meeting was a torture for him. Zhao Jianxi saw from the corner of his eye that everyone was looking at him secretly. I felt like I was just a monkey in the zoo, and my heart was filled with resentment and anger. Zhao Jianxi really wanted to stand up and leave. The humiliation made Deputy Director Zhao feel ashamed and angry. But he didn't dare to do so because he was afraid of losing everything. If this deputy factory director was gone, he would really be gone. The conference room was silent, and this strange atmosphere filled the entire room. Everyone exchanged glances with each other until Secretary Wang arrived. These are Secretary Wang's last 2 years in office, and this year can be considered a successful one. He walked into the meeting room with a smile on his face. Everyone stood up when they saw Secretary Wang come in. Applause also echoed in the conference room. Secretary Wang nodded in satisfaction and was about to speak when his eyes glanced at Zhao Jianxi's face and he shuddered. I forced myself to hold back what I wanted to say. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch several times continuously. If it weren't for Zhao Jianxi's iconic obese figure, this would be unbelievable. Secretary Wang almost didn't recognize him. My goodness, standing so close to him in the front row, Secretary Wang felt a little scared. Everyone felt a little amused when they saw this scene. Secretary Wang waved his hand and coughed a few times, signaling everyone to sit down. He glanced at Zhao Jianxi again and said, I deeply admire Deputy Director Zhao for attending the meeting despite his injury, and I am pleased with his spirit. We should all learn from Comrade Zhao Jianxi and learn from his determination to face setbacks head-on. When everyone heard the good guy's fluent words, they couldn't help but applaud again. When Zhang Jianzhan heard the words, meet the challenge head-on, he looked at Zhao Jianxi's face again and felt so uncomfortable that he almost laughed out loud. Wasn't Fatty Zhao's face chopped by the blades of an electric fan? The phrase, meet challenges head-on, is so classic that Zhao Jianshi's fat body seemed to be trembling a little. Secretary Wang then turned to Yang Zhenhua and said, Director Yang, please explain to us the progress of the various targets for the steel mill this year, and the organizational tasks and requirements for next year, as well as the future development direction of the steel rolling mill. Director Yang had already prepared several speeches and took out some drafts. Secretary Wang, comrades, first of all, let me report that the total steel import and export volume of the third steel rolling mill has increased by 5 percentage points compared to the same period last year. The train skin forging task assigned by the Ministry of Railways has been successfully completed through the joint efforts of several workshops. This year's orders for various parts from the Ministry of Industry have also been completed ahead of schedule. But I can't just report the good news and not the bad news. The machines in some workshops are too old, and there are various safety hazards in production. The extent of parts wear and tear is also quite serious, and some machines can no longer operate normally. We hope that higher-level leaders will promptly dispatch professionals to update and maintain our plant's large rolling mills. After reading a few pages of paper, Zhang Jianjun began to feel drowsy again. He lowered his head and stared at the manuscript paper with a pen in his hand, pretending to make a few notes on the paper from time to time. Director Yang spoke non-stop for half an hour, and the conference room burst into applause again. Next comes the opinions and reports of each department. Finally, Secretary Wang looked at Zhang Jianjun and said with a smile, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, your propaganda department has done a great job this year. I've heard of you a long time ago. The song you wrote half a month ago brought great honor to our steel mill. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, do you have anything else to add? Everyone looked over at Zhang Jianjun, secretly thinking that he was too young. I didn't pay attention to this young man in the last few meetings, and I had only heard of him but never seen him in person. But the song he wrote, My Motherland and I, also made everyone envious. This is truly nationally famous, and some people's eyes are starting to become interested. Zhang Jianjun stood up calmly and said seriously, First of all, thank you Secretary Wang and all the leaders for your concern. Our propaganda department has always been committed to promoting current affairs and promoting cultural and ideological education, and has been cooperating with each other to implement the instructions issued by our superiors. Thanks to the active efforts of all members of the propaganda department, we have now completed the propaganda work in the suburbs and more than 50 villages and towns. Every mountain village and commune has carried out slogan popularization. We are also dedicated to the mission of bringing movies to the countryside, and we are determined not to miss a single remote village. This year's mission has been successfully completed. Thank you to all the leaders and comrades. This concludes my speech. Secretary Wang nodded with satisfaction and led the applause, and the conference room was filled with applause again. Secretary Wang waited until the applause stopped, looked at Zhao Jianxi and asked, Deputy Director Zhao, do you have anything to add? Zhao Jianxi forced out an ugly smile, and the scar on his face made everyone shudder. Thank you, Secretary Wang and all the comrades and leaders. I just came out of the hospital. I haven't had time to make a backup copy of my speech yet, and since I don't understand the recent situation, there's no need for me to speak. Secretary Wang nodded after listening and said, Comrades, this concludes the year-end summary meeting of the steel mill. Each department's assessment report must be submitted to the steel mill committee office before leaving get off work. The steel mill will officially be closed tomorrow. I wish you all a happy spring festival in advance. Meeting adjourned. Everyone filed out of the Union Party Committee meeting room. The end of the year-end summary meeting means that the work of the steel rolling mill this year is about to come to a temporary end. Zhang Jianjun glanced at Zhao Jianxi and directly injected a trace of spiritual consciousness into his body. This is a little trick that Zhang Jianjun figured out in the Qi refining chapter, which involves making a spiritual mark first. This spiritual consciousness can only exist for 1 week, as long as it is within the range of one's own spiritual consciousness. The mark will automatically trigger and lock onto the target location. If you have the time and opportunity to trigger it in the future, you're welcome to do so. The moving company can open for business again, as long as they know Zhao Jianxi's approximate location. After Zhang Jianjun finished this set of small movements, he walked down the stairs while thinking about things. He secretly thanked himself for sending Su De Mao to Wang Yi village. Otherwise, I might miss this village again this year, and then I won't have the confidence to make my speech today. Seeing Yang Zhenhua walking in front, he hurriedly followed and handed over a piece of material in his hand. He smiled at Director Yang and said, Uncle Yang, this is what I told you last time. I have already written the candidate file for the deputy section chief. I'd like to trouble Uncle Yang to help me take a look. Yang Zhenhua took the materials, took a look at them, and put them in his briefcase. He spoke softly and gently, I will take this matter to heart, Xiao Zhang. Relax and unwind during the holiday. It's a good thing for young people to be motivated, but they also need to balance work and rest. You must work hard to achieve what I said at the beginning of the year. I hope you can work side by side with me after the new year. After saying this, he gave Zhang Jianjun a look that said, "You understand." Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to smile and nod. Then he quietly asked, "Do you know where this deputy director Zhao lives? It must have been difficult for him to get here with such a scar." Yang Zhenhua looked at Zhang Jianjun meaningfully. He whispered, "Xiao Zhang, personal files shouldn't be disclosed. But since you asked me, I'll tell you. Number 76, Jinyan Hutong, Xingfu Street, Changwen District. But it's best to stay away from this guy. His back-end connections are very complicated." Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. "Uncle Yang, please rest assured, I'm just a little curious." The two men exchanged a few words and left one after another. Zhang Jianjun followed everyone to the factory committee office. As Yang Zhenhua walked, he looked back and saw Zhang Jianjun's back about to disappear down the stairs. "I was thinking about something when I handed in the pile of assessment reports to the office." Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief, now that his work was completely finished. The meeting lasted more than 3 hours. There are less than 2 hours left until the end of get-off work. Zhang Jianjun came to the office, quietly waiting for the bell to ring when get-off work ends. The holidays are here. Zhang Jianjun was organizing and filing documents in the section chief's office. Something extremely strange happened in the Zheng family compound last night. Zheng Yuanhua was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. "I felt a sharp, cold pain, and then lost all consciousness." It was as if he had lost something, and Zheng Yuanhua was so scared that he got goosebumps all over his body. "Gone? It's like being in an ice cellar at -20 degrees Celsius. The extreme coldness made Zheng Yuanhua's hand tremble, and his hand retracted like a spring. He felt a chill in his heart and was extremely terrified. At this time, his little wife Rura was also awakened. When she opened her confused eyes, she saw darkness in front of her. I vaguely saw Lao Zheng sitting at the head of the bed, and was startled and woke up. Zheng's wife asked dazedly, "Old Zheng, what are you doing sitting there? Why don't you turn on the light?" Zheng Yuanhua was still in deep shock, but his wife's words brought him back to his senses. I quickly reached for the light switch beside the bed. The switches in that era were still pull type. Just connect a rope to the switch and pull it. When the bedroom light came on, both of them looked at the bed and almost screamed. All the clothes in front of the bed, including the shoes on the floor, disappeared without a trace. Zheng's wife's eyes no longer had any charm, but were filled with fear. He stammered, "Old Zheng, our house has been robbed. This is too lawless, isn't it?" Zheng Yuanhua didn't care about the cold outside, and with trembling hands he lifted the quilt to take a look. Following Zheng Yuanhua's movements, Zheng's wife also subconsciously looked over. The two of them couldn't help but scream in shock at what they saw. An ice lump? It sparkles and glows under the light, just like glass beads. Zheng Yuanhua's entire worldview was shattered, and his heart began to collapse and disintegrate. How can this thing freeze partially? How did it freeze in the bed? Zheng Yuanhua felt like his brain wasn't enough, and his vision felt a little dark. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and straightened himself out. "No wonder I didn't touch it just now. How could I touch such a small ball? What's more, this is a spell cast at temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, which is almost the same as being gone." Zheng Yuanhua roared in his heart, "Fuck you, is this place haunted?" He didn't dare touch it again. It was such a small ice ball, and Zheng Yuanhua was afraid that he might accidentally drop it. I thought about using a bottle of hot water to thaw it, but then I realized that thermal expansion and contraction might cause it to disappear. I was so scared that I quickly put the idea behind me. Zheng Yuanhua was like a madman, wrapping his entire lower body with a quilt. He panted and said to his wife, "Aru, quickly go to the closet and find some clothes." Zheng's wife said in horror, "How am I supposed to get up naked? Old Zheng, are you trying to freeze me to death?" After saying this, he looked at Zheng Yuanhua with grievance. Zheng Yuanhua had long lost his gentle and elegant demeanor, and the veins on his neck were bulging and throbbing. He growled in a low voice, "Are you a fucking idiot? Can't you just wrap yourself in the blanket on the bed?" When Zheng's wife saw Zheng Yuanhua's hideous face, she was so frightened that she trembled all over and quickly stopped what she was about to say. This was the first time Zheng Yuanhua scolded her, and she could no longer control her tears of grievance and flowed out. Zheng's wife didn't dare to ask any more questions. She suppressed the urge to cry and looked under the bed. He slowly pulled the blanket out from the bed and carefully wrapped it around himself several times. I came to the bed trembling and was dumbfounded again. There was not a pair of shoes on the ground, so Zheng's wife could only look at Zheng Yuanhua with grievance again. Zheng Yuanhua had completely lost his mind by now and slapped his wife in the face. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "Look at your sister, or I'll beat you to death. Look at me for everything. What use do I have for you? I'm completely numb down there now. Why would I need a piece of crap like you if I can get out of here?" Zheng's wife covered her face with her hands and shed tears. She gritted her teeth and walked barefoot towards the wardrobe. I was shivering with cold all over, enduring the biting chill under my feet, and I walked until I suddenly stood there stupidly, unable to move. The whole person just stood there frozen, wanting to cry but unable to. Zhang's wife almost fainted. Only then did I realize that everything in the bedroom was gone except for a bed and a safe. The bedroom was empty and cleaner than after being flushed with water. The wardrobe was naturally gone without a trace, and the clothes disappeared with it. Even the fur coat and mink scarf that Lao Zheng bought for himself through his connections are gone. One of them couldn't stand steadily and sat down, as if he had lost his soul. She didn't care about the spring light revealed by the blanket, and just sat on the ground and burst into tears. When Zheng Yuanhua saw this situation, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He suppressed his anxiety, fear, anger and uneasiness, rubbed his eyebrows and forced himself to calm down. Zheng Yuanhua tried to calm his tone and asked, "Aru, what happened? Stop crying. If people outside know about this, we might be in trouble." Zheng's wife choked up and said, "Old Zheng, everything is gone. My fur coat and scarf are all gone. The wardrobe is gone, and all the clothes are gone." After hearing this, Zheng Yuanhua's head was buzzing and he felt his heart beating violently and congested. Everything went dark before his eyes, and with a loud wow, a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the quilt with bright red. Zheng Yuanhua could no longer sit still and fell straight back. When Zheng's wife looked back, she was terrified. She didn't care about her lost coat or whether she had her shoes on before running back to bed. Zheng's wife was at a loss as she looked at old Zheng, whose face was as pale as paper and blood was still on the corner of his mouth. I remembered the simple first aid knowledge I learned when I was in the art troupe. Zheng's wife pinched Zheng's philtrum with her fingers. 5 minutes later, just when Zheng's wife was about to give up, Zheng Yuanhua slowly woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling. He murmured in despair, "This is impossible. This must be a conspiracy. This is absolutely impossible." After saying that, he touched it again, and with a wow, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Zheng Yuanhua tried hard to suppress the dizziness. His brain was racing as he couldn't wait any longer. Going to the hospital may not necessarily mean hope, but not going to the hospital means there is definitely no hope. Zheng Yuanhua made a decision in a flash. He could only call his subordinates and ask his brother-in-law to come over. This was the only way to keep the family's dirty laundry from being made public. He said to his wife, who was still in shock, "Ro, wrap yourself in a blanket and help me to the study. I'm going to call for help." When Zheng's wife heard this, she felt a little relieved. Zheng Yuanhua was wrapped in a mattress pad and his wife was wrapped in a quilt and blanket. The two of them staggered and supported each other as they came to the study. The rooms on the road were all bare, and in the dim light of the flashlight, the two men had no energy to check carefully. I was passing by the living room and was about to enter the study when the light in the living room illuminated the empty room. Zheng Yuanhua spat out another mouthful of blood, and his whole body seemed to have lost its soul. "This place is truly completely empty, even the marble on the ground has been scraped away." Looking at the bumpy ground with pits of different sizes, Zheng's wife's mouth opened in horror and her eyes bulged out of their sockets. "This isn't just a thief, it's a platoon of bandits." Seeing her husband staggering, she quickly pinched Lao Zheng's philtrum again. Zheng Yuanhua shook for a while and finally did not fall down. He walked towards the study as if he had epilepsy. I finally arrived at the study and turned on the light. Everything in the study is the same as outside. There was only one phone that seemed to be placed on the ground deliberately, as if it was given as charity by someone. The moment Zheng Yuanhua touched the phone, tears of humiliation. I couldn't hold it in any longer and fell down. As the sun sets, the city of Beijing welcomes the last moments of the afternoon, when the bell for the end of get-off work at the third steel rolling mill rings. The entire steel mill was filled with joy, and every worker had anticipation on their face as they gathered in the square at the back. They were all lined up at the logistics department waiting for this year's rewards. The crowded line was divided into more than a dozen rows. This year's New Year's reward was a small piece of pork, which at a glance was estimated to be about 2 taels including lean meat and fat. There are also some food coupons, cloth coupons, and the like. Don't underestimate this small piece of pork. For tens of thousands of people, it is a considerable expense. They were distributed according to the level of each job, and the workers who received them first were beaming with joy. You should know that the meat coupons for a month are only a few taels, and these 2 taels of meat can improve the food when I take them home. Fortunately, the square is large enough and there are sufficient logistical support personnel. Dozens of security personnel from the security department were also dispatched, walking back and forth, maintaining order in the somewhat chaotic scene. Zhang Jianjun sighed when he saw this scene. In his previous life, he would probably have slapped the 2 taels of pork directly on the leader's face. Companies usually hold either annual meetings or cocktail parties, and if you are lucky enough, you can win a big red envelope in the lottery. The workers of this era are still simple and honest. Zhang Jianjun looked at the piece of pork in his hand, which had been delivered to his office early by the logistics department. This is the privilege a cotter has. After all, he is a section-level cotter. Although he didn't care about this piece of pork, since it was given to him, he would rather take it. Zhang Jianjun pushed the bicycle out of the shed, put the pork on the handlebars and was about to leave. Ma Ziawa ran over with a small piece of meat. Zhang Jianjun slapped his forehead and realized that he almost forgot about it. I had promised in the canteen that I would treat them both to a meal after I dealt with Zhang Ziqiang's matter. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Brother Ma, I'm sorry. I had a 3-hour meeting at noon today and got so carried away that I almost forgot about you too. Where's Zhang Aijun?" Ma Ziawa said with a smile on his face, "Section Chief Zhang, you are being too polite. I didn't come here for your meal. Actually, I've always wanted to treat you to a meal. As a gentleman, we have to maintain our appearance. We can't always let you spend money, right? I have a piece of pork and a fish at home. Come to my place and have a meal." Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but nodded secretly. This Ma Ziawa was quite capable of handling things. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Without trust, a man cannot stand. Without trust, a business cannot prosper. Since I said I'm treating you, then it's my treat. After the new year, if any of you get promoted, it won't be too late for me to go to your house for a celebratory drink." Ma Ziawa's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Brother Zhang, do you think that's reliable? I'm still a little nervous." Zhang Jianjun gave him a look that said, "Don't worry." At this time, Zhang Aijun also came over with a piece of meat. Zhang Aijun's face lit up with joy when he heard that they were going to drink, and the three of them had no choice but to follow the crowd out of the factory on foot. Zhang Jianjun said as he walked, "I won't hide it from you two brothers, your names are on the recommendation list. I don't care who becomes deputy section chief next year or not. I hope there won't be any hard feelings between us. We know each other well, so I won't hide anything from you. Don't bother me with all my hard work, only to end up with nothing good. That would be disgusting, don't you think?" Ma Ziawa quickly said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother. We are so grateful that you treat us as your own family that we don't have time to think about any other schemes." Zhang Aijun also echoed, "Brother Zhang, you actually know my character. It would be great if I could get the position, but it doesn't matter if I can't. I know I'm not that ambitious." Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. I like to get things straight first. After all, we'll be in the same department next year." The three of them chatted and laughed all the way to Luoguxiang, which should have only taken about 10 minutes by bike. It took more than half an hour to walk, and I happened to meet Lu Guangtian on the road again. They were drafted by Zhang Jianjun, and the four of them returned to the Red Star compound together. Since everyone was walking, by the time they arrived at the compound, almost everyone had already arrived home. Lu Haizhong seemed to have been waiting at home for a long time. When he saw Zhang Jianjun, he hurried forward. With a big smile on his face, he said, "Jianjun, it looks like you're having dinner with your colleagues today. If you need any help, just let me know." When the third uncle saw the meat in the hands of several people, his eyes turned green and he hurried forward to join in the fun. Yan Bugui's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, which made Zhang Jianjun shiver all over. Didn't Yan Bugui always claim that he was a man of letters? What's wrong with him now? He's in the same situation as Lu Haizhong. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Second uncle, I've already called Lu Guangtian to help. There's no other need for help." Lu Haizhong glanced at Yan Bugui, puffed out his belly and smiled proudly. "I thought to myself, you old Yan, are you trying to steal my thigh? Haha, just thinking about taking advantage is too low a level of thinking." Yan Bugui laughed dryly and said, "Section Chief John, look, this is a gathering of intellectuals. Do you want me to come over and keep you company? I have half a bottle of wine left over, so you can bring it over to make up for it, and see how good your publicity department is." When Zhang Jianjun heard this, he was shocked. Yan Bugui didn't even call his name just to get a free drink. Ma Ziahua and Zhang Aijun were stunned watching from the side. Why can't this old man show any trace of scholarly character? Zhang Jianjun smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle San, you've been to my house before, and my table can only seat 4 people. Tonight I'm not just having a party with my colleagues, I'm also discussing some work issues. Some of the contents of the document are inconvenient to disclose. Do you understand what I mean now?" Yan Bugui was about to speak again when he was blocked by Lu Haizhong. "Hey, Mr. Yan, you're an elementary school teacher after all. How come you still can't understand the current situation? As teachers, we must set an example, obey the organization's arrangements, follow the command of our superiors, and resolutely crack down on those who eat and drink for free and take advantage of socialism. Old Yan, your current thinking is a bit backward and very dangerous." Zhang Jianjun, Ma Ziahua, Zhang Aijun, Yan Bugui's open mouth has not yet closed. His old face flushed red. "There is nothing at all related between my eating a meal and fleecing socialism. Why is Lu Haizhong now the same as Zhang Jianjun, speaking in a different way?" This slogan makes people's scalp tingle. When Lu Haizhong saw it, he almost floated up. "What about elementary school teachers? Once the slogan comes out, they can still control you tightly. Lu Guangtian is now completely numb. Is this still his father? He is so different now that he can't even recognize him. Everyone in the compound was stunned when they saw this scene. Everyone was secretly wondering whether they should also learn a few slogans. When Lu Haizhong saw that the effect was almost there, he turned around and prepared to say a few more words to Zhang Jianzhan. Looking back, all four of them were gone, and he could only smack his lips with a look of regret on his face. She glanced at the third uncle with disdain and returned to her house with her bulging belly, leaving the third uncle alone and disheveled in the wind. The third aunt was speechless when she saw this scene. She came out and quickly pulled Yan Bagui into the house. Yi Zonghai watched coldly for a while and felt a little uneasy. He always felt that his current position was really no longer secure. The slogan Lu Haizhong is like a chicken with blood injected is simply amazing. Sitting at home, he fell into deep doubt. Zhang Jianzhan brought 3 people into the house. He handed over some ingredients in the inner room to Guangtian and became the hands-off boss, chatting with the 2 of them. Lu Guangtian looked at the rabbit and fish in his hands. Add 2 tails of pork and radish and you will feel very happy. I thought to myself that brother Jianzhan deserved to be the section chief. People of this high level are always generous. Today I can follow behind and get some benefits. The whole compound was immersed in the joy of the holiday. And the Zheng family's nightmare continues. As a souvenir, thank you for your support. The Zhang family's old house was bustling with people chatting and laughing, but the Zheng family's was gloomy and desolate. It was around 10 o'clock last night, shortly after Zhang Jianzhan arrived home. Zheng Yuanhua's brother-in-law was brought here by the driver Xiao Yang. At first, the 2 thought they had walked into the wrong compound. Zheng Yuanhua's brother-in-law is named Wang Heibo. Although he only graduated from junior high school, he has a good brother-in-law. Now I am also working as a telephone operator in the personnel department of the Ministry of Railways. When I heard that my brother-in-law was in trouble, I naturally rushed over overnight. This is his golden leg. Without Zheng Yuanhua's cultural level, he would probably work as a telephone operator until he died. The person who notified Wang Heibo was Zheng Yuanhua's driver, Xiao Yang, who was following Wang Heibo. The 2 of them now began to doubt their own eyes. I went out and looked at the house number again, and it was indeed correct. The entire compound looked extremely desolate under the light of the flashlight. All the flower and tree pots, rockery and rocks in the courtyard have disappeared. At this time, Zheng Yuanhua was already in a semi-comatose state. He vomited blood 3 times in a row in one night, which no one could bear. Zheng Yuanhua's wife, Wang Haro, was filled with mixed feelings of sadness and joy when she saw her brother coming. When the driver Xiao Yang saw what was happening in the bedroom, he quickly turned his head and pretended not to see it. In order to avoid suspicion, Xiao Yang simply waited outside the yard. When Wang Heibo saw the scene, he was so shocked that he had to get a few cotton-padded jackets from the car. No wonder they were asked to prepare several sets of clothes before leaving. My brother-in-law was robbed. The thief is too cruel. After listening to his sister's description of the whole process, Wang Heibo felt a chill in his heart. My brother-in-law's condition can no longer be delayed. His eyes have begun to blur. If his pupils dilate again, it will be over. After the clothes were delivered to the bed, they left the room. 7 or 8 minutes later, the Zheng couple finally put on their clothes. At this time, Zheng Yuanhua could no longer walk, so Wang Heibo and the driver had to lift him into the jeep. He rushed to the Class A hospital in Sijukan overnight. When the hospital heard that the patient was a senior official of the Ministry of Railways, they took it very seriously. Experts were invited to consult overnight and a surgical rescue plan was implemented. When the doctors and nurses saw Zheng Yuanhua's lower body, they all opened their mouths in disbelief. It's like he saw a ghost. This is totally unscientific. This lump of ice goes against the laws of nature. Even if it is exposed outside and freezes, it won't just freeze that part of the body. Moreover, there is no sign of melting for such a long time, which cannot be explained by medicine. The experts asked someone to take a black and white photo first, and then discuss this strange symptom in a temporary group meeting room. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the expert group, hydrocortisone was used, combined with other medicinal solutions to slowly dissolve it. After about 10 minutes, the true face of the scene was finally revealed. An expert who wished to remain anonymous could only shake his head when he saw it. Please notify the patient's family to sign and perform the resection surgery immediately. The blood vessels and spongy tissue underneath have already died, and the skin, flesh, and fascia have already separated. If this isn't removed, it will cause 100% disease. A ureter will be temporarily opened in the patient's waist. If urine is not discharged for a long time, it will be extremely harmful and will cause urinary system and kidney failure. Half an hour later, Wang Haro looked at the medical record and listened to the middle-aged doctor's explanation. She stood there swaying and almost fainted. This means that I will be a widow in the future. Zheng Heibo hurried forward and supported his sister. she asked the middle-aged doctor. Doctor, is there no other way to treat my brother-in-law? Wouldn't he become a eunuch after the removal? The doctor rolled his eyes when he heard this. I secretly complained in my heart, damn, it's terrible to be uneducated. Can this young man speak? The middle-aged doctor said seriously, I regret to tell you too that if you want to save your lives, you can only undergo resection surgery. After hearing this, Wang Haro couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. With the support of his younger brother, he signed his name on the operation form with trembling hands. A surgical plan for Comrade Zheng Yuanhua was unanimously agreed upon by the temporary expert group. The resection surgery was started under general anesthesia. The strange black and white photo of the little ice ball was permanently sealed in the hospital archives. This photo later became one of the 10 unsolved medical mysteries of the 20th century. In a certain country in the 21st century, medical experts have repeatedly requested to see the photos. They were all sternly rejected by experts on the grounds that they were highly confidential. Later, the country directly sent out commercial spies. Although the theft was unsuccessful, it almost caused an earthquake in the medical community. Experts expressed strong protest and severe condemnation of this vile behavior of the Chinese medical community. This is a later story, let's not talk about it for now. In the Zhang family's old house in the compound, 4 people were toasting each other. Lu Guangtian's eyes lit up green as he looked at the 2 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Pork stewed with radish, crucian carp and tofu soup, plus a full pot of rabbit meat. Lu Guangtian wiped the corner of his mouth, picked up the jar and poured wine for a few people. Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Jianzhen clinked their glasses and laughed. Brother Zhang, you've cooked too many dishes. I feel bad coming over here every time. Zhang Jianzhen laughed and said, food is the most important thing for people. Eating comes first. Brother Ma, you're being a little polite. I make over $100 a month now. How much can this cost? People are coming here just to give me face. As long as my friends are happy, that's all that matters. Zhang Aijun gave a thumbs up and said, brother, be righteous. Although I don't have any talent, I will definitely follow your lead from now on. Lu Guangtian also laughed and said, Brother Jianzhen has always been my motivation to move forward. Since I joined the propaganda department, I've realized that the odd jobs I used to do outside were not worth mentioning. Thank you for taking care of me over the past week, Brother Ma. I'll drink first as a token of my respect. Zhang Jianzhen took a sip of wine and said to everyone, I also sincerely hope that we are not just fair-weather friends, where we can just shout a few slogans at the dinner table. So-called drinking buddies are only good at eating, drinking, and having fun, but cannot share joys and sorrows. They can only greet each other with a smile, but cannot open their hearts. Life is full of disappointments, let's hope we can stick together through thick and thin. Cheers! Zhang Jianzhen raised his glass and drank it. The 3 of them were stunned by what Zhang Jianzhen said. They all picked up their wine glasses and took a gulp. Lu Guangtian looked at Zhang Jianzhen with admiration in his eyes. It turns out that not everyone can become a cotter. My father's slogan is far worse than Brother Jianzhen's. Everyone thought about these words carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with them. No matter how many drinking buddies you have, it is useless because they can only share happiness but not hardships. Zhang Jianzhen looked at the atmosphere and nodded with satisfaction. This chicken soup article must not be missed, and must be practiced several times from time to time. So he raised his head at a 45-degree angle and spoke. Only when you know how to cherish will you not miss out, only when you know how to be grateful will you gain true love. True brotherhood stems from a heart that cherishes, true gain stems from a grateful attitude. You can miss a lot in your life, but don't miss the friends who are truly worth your company. A true friend may not be able to give you material help, but he can give you spiritual encouragement. A true friend is not someone you spend every day with, eating, drinking, and having fun with. Instead, they're someone who silently watches over your growth and quietly cares about everything about you. Friends don't matter if they are far away, as long as they are in your heart. Meeting them doesn't matter if they are early or late, as long as they are loyal. Good friends are always there for you, and true friendship endures through thick and thin. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at Zhang Jianzhen's performance. The chopsticks in my hand fell on the table. His eyes gradually became confused. Everyone was naturally happy at the banquet. Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun wanted to keep the pork, but Zhang Jianzhen naturally refused. A banquet made the 3 people feel the charm of chicken soup, and they all felt dizzy. People outside the game may find chicken soup articles funny, but if they are in the game, many people will be confused, as if some people were fooled by experts in their previous life. Especially in this relatively simple era. There was no way Zhang Jianzhen would accept their 2 tails of meat. To him, a few tails of meat might not be a big deal. There are flocks of chickens and ducks in the space, and a large number of small animals are everywhere in the mountains and fields. But for an ordinary family, this reward is a timely rain. There is too little money in this era. Looking at the 2 people staggering backs as they left, Zhang Jianjun thought that nothing should happen. Anyway, the two of them don't have bicycles, so there is no need to worry about falling down while driving drunk. Lu Guangtian helped clean up the dishes in the room, and Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. It's a good idea to train a little follower. It's really hard to find any bad habits in this kid, and the TV series never mentioned anything bad about Guangtian. So he said with a smile, Guangtian, if you don't mind that these are leftovers, take them all home and let your Guangfu have some too. I might have to go out tomorrow for something, and I'm afraid the food will go bad if I keep it out for too long, so I don't want it to go to waste. Lu Guangtian felt a little touched after hearing this. Dislike? How could anyone dislike leftover meat these days? In such a cold winter, the vegetables won't go bad even if they are kept for a few days. It seems that Brother Jianjun is really on his side and is afraid of hurting his self-esteem. With red eyes, she said, thank you, Brother Jianjun. I am a bit stupid, but I can still say nice things. From now on, please watch my actions, Brother Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, Guangtian, don't think too much. I just think you are a good guy and you are from a big compound. Lu Guangtian nodded and said, Brother Jianjun, I know what's going on. You're the only one in this compound who always looks up to me. My father almost beat me to death last time. That time, a stick hit me on the forehead, and I thought I wouldn't make it. After returning home from the hospital, I lay in bed for a week and even thought about renting a house and not coming back. Ever since Brother Jianjun came to my house once, my father hasn't hit me since then. I will never forget this kindness. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and patted Lu Guangtian on the shoulder. I felt a little sad. It's not easy for a young boy. In his previous life, many netizens jokingly called Lu Guangtian a time traveler. It is conceivable that this kid has been hovering on the brink of death. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, take the food back. Don't be so pretentious, man. Wash the vegetable bowls and bring them back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. With gratitude, Lu Guangtian put the leftovers into a bowl and left. Dividing line. Zheng Yuanhua was so frightened and vomited blood several times in a row that he did not wake up until noon the next day. Zheng Yuanhua looked at the 4 drip on the rack in front of the bed in a daze and it took him a while to recover. He turned around and saw his wife with red eyes and his brother-in-law who looked miserable, and he shuddered. Zheng Yuanhua then remembered what happened last night and quickly reached down to touch. Wang Hero screamed, Old Zheng, don't touch me. After saying that, he stepped forward and tried to hold Zheng Yuanhua's hand, but it was too late. Zheng Yuanhua screamed, his forehead covered with layers of cold sweat. There was a piercing pain in his crotch. After all, the anesthesia had worn off. If he touched the wound again, it would definitely hurt. His lower body was bare and bandaged, and the wound had been stitched up not long ago. Zheng Yuanhua felt that in addition to the piercing pain in his lower body, there seemed to be something missing. His eyes narrowed as his thoughts raced. He felt like his brain was about to explode, and frantically reached out to grab his brother-in-law next to him. Zheng Yuanhua's face was filled with fear. Heibo, tell me honestly, what is my current situation? Wang Heibo didn't dare to look into his brother-in-law's eyes, and looked at his sister with a look for help. This action was completely realized, and Zheng Yuanhua felt that the whole world was dark. But he still held on to a glimmer of hope as he looked at the two of them, his hands beginning to tremble like Parkinson's disease. Seeing that his sister was just crying, Wang Heibo had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak up himself. Brother-in-law, please listen to me and hold on. In order to save your life, the specialist said that the only way is to remove the lower part. Zheng Yuanhua felt his eyes go dark, and the last bit of his fantasy was shattered. I didn't expect that I would become a eunuch now. I was in high spirits at that time. What's the point of a man struggling without this thing? Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Heibo was still holding Zheng Yuanhua's hand, so he was sprayed in the face before he could react. She blinked innocently and looked at her brother-in-law. Seeing Zheng Yuanhua fainted again, the brother and sister were in a panic and quickly called for a doctor. The middle-aged doctor and 2 nurses were speechless when they saw Wang Heibo's face covered in blood. This family is a weird one. One had his genitals frozen off for unknown reasons, and the other had blood all over his face while taking care of a patient. There is also one who has been crying since last night. What could the doctors do? I heard the injured man was a prominent figure. It's not something a mere attending physician like me can afford to offend. He quickly went into the ward to check on the injured person, listened to his heartbeat with a stethoscope, and then opened his eyelids to look at his pupils. His eyebrows were wrinkled, his heart rate was slow, and his pupils were slightly dilated, which was very pessimistic. This is probably a complication caused by excessive blood loss after surgery. So he said to the 2 anxious people, the patient has lost too much blood and must receive a blood transfusion. He must not be stimulated during the treatment. One of you 2 will sign. Zheng Yuanhua had just undergone surgery and was vomiting blood, so he was finally sent to the emergency room for a second rescue. The brother and sister waited anxiously outside the emergency room. At this time, Wang Hebo asked, "Sister, should we call the police? I saw you and your brother-in-law's house last night, and it seemed to have been ransacked." Wang Hero seemed to come back to her senses when she heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, "We must call the police. My fur coat and mink scarf are gone. These thieves are simply lawless." Wang Hebo nodded and said, "Sister, you stay here and wait for me to come back. It's almost been a day and a night. I guess the driver left long ago. I have no choice but to go out and call the police." After saying that, he glanced at his sister, turned around and left the hospital. Zhang Jianzhan never imagined that his little magic almost cost Zheng Yuanhu his life. "I never thought they would dare to call the police. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide." A strange and bizarre case was thus presented to the world. Zhang Jianzhan was in the space, having just finished harvesting another round of grain and fruits. After sowing the seeds, he sat by the ancient well and began to practice. After meditating for a few days, "I feel like I'm still some distance away from the middle stage of qi refining." Zhang Jianzhan thought to himself that the further he went on, the slower his cultivation speed seemed to be. It is estimated that there will be a qualitative improvement in the middle stage of qi refining. After Zhang Jianzhan completed a small cycle, he started another round of bombardment. Since reaching the third level of qi refining, this Tai Divine Thunder can bombard 9 times in a row. The sword flying in the air also reached 2.5 hours. However, the lightning shield cannot last for long, and can only last about 4 minutes at most. When Zhang Jianzhan came out of the space, it was already past 11 o'clock. Lying in bed, I thought of Zhao Jianxi's scarred face. A smile appeared on Zhang Jianzhan's lips. The early morning sun filled the entire courtyard, and Zhang Jianzhan woke up from his sleep. He plans to go to Dongdan Vegetable Market today to buy some pork. There were a lot of bills such as meat tickets stored in the space. After all, they had robbed 2 nouveau riche compounds in a row, so naturally there was no shortage of various bills. Zhang Jianzhan is too lazy to calculate these little things now. Although there is food, drink, and many small animals in the space, there is really no such thing as pork. Zhang Jianzhan ate something in the space, went outside, pushed his bicycle and left the old house. Many people in the compound have not gotten up yet. Isn't it a waste of food to get up so early during the holiday? Saving as much as possible is the characteristic of this era. Zhang Jianzhan walked through the middle yard to the front yard and saw Yan Bagui holding a fishing rod and a spear, preparing to put the fishing gear on the bicycle. Wow, these 3 uncles are really hardworking. They are ready to go fishing early in the morning. When Yan Bagui saw Zhang Jianzhan pushing a bicycle, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum again. He hung the bucket on the handlebars and said with a smile, "Jianzhan, why are you up so early today when you have a day off? Why don't you come with me to Haoerhe to go fishing? Although the lake is frozen now, the chances of catching fish by breaking through the ice are still quite good." Zhang Jianzhan thought to himself that every meal I have now has fish. I can't stand eating any delicious food every day. He quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "Uncle, I don't have time to go fishing today. There are only 2 days left before the Chinese New Year and I have to prepare some New Year's goods. Without oil, water, and seasoning, fish won't taste good, right?" The third uncle's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Jianzhan, your family hasn't written the couplets for this year yet, right? If you buy some Spring Festival couplets, I'll write them for you. I guarantee you'll look great when you put them on your front door." After the third uncle finished speaking, he rubbed his hands. Zhang Jianzhan was a little speechless. Yan Bagui is obviously asking for benefits. His imitation of other people's handwriting is worse than theirs? Zhang Jianzhan responded, "Uncle San, you are insulting my dignity. After all, I am the head of the propaganda department. I deal with copywriting and slogans all year round, and you're still asking someone else to write this couplet? Aren't you slapping me in the face? What will others think when they see this? If a section chief of a cultural department can't write couplets, wouldn't people think he's unworthy of the title?" Third uncle, "My goodness, it's too much effort for me to take advantage of you. Writing a Spring Festival couplet has become an insult to your personality. But when I think about it carefully, I really can't find any fault." Yan Fugui stood there, watching Zhang Jianzhan's receding back, thinking to himself that he had to change his strategy. It is becoming increasingly difficult to take advantage of others now. Zhang Jianzhan sped along the road towards the Dongdan Vegetable Market. 20 minutes later, when they arrived at Dongdan Vegetable Market, Zhang Jianzhan was dumbfounded. There was a long queue in front of the stall selling pork. If I go to queue up, by the time it's my turn, I don't know if there's any pork left, but it will be almost noon, right? Zhang Jianzhan thought this was the first day of the pre-holiday holiday. I don't want to waste time queuing. Zhang Jianzhan suddenly seemed to think of something and rode his bicycle towards the east of the city. After leaving Dongcheng, we arrived at the suburban ring road. After riding for more than 10 minutes, you can see some hills and wilderness in the distance. Zhang Jianzhan found a secluded corner and parked his bicycle, and the sudden man and bicycle disappeared on the spot. In the space, Zhang Jianjun changed into a Zhongshen suit again. He used the bone shrinking technique to transform himself into a young man in his 30s. Zhang Jianjun did this just to be on the safe side and avoid making any big mistakes, fearing that others might see something they shouldn't see. Then he summoned the Thunder Sword and left the space. He stepped on the sword body, made a Taoist gesture, and flew towards the Courtyard river where he had been before. Zhang Jianjun soared into the sky, flying at an altitude of more than 300 meters. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and he quickly condensed a layer of spiritual energy shield in front of him. Looking at the hill road beneath his feet rapidly receding, Zhang Jianjun wanted to let out a long roar to ease his excitement. This is the first time I've flown on a sword in the main plane, so it's natural that I feel a little excited. This speed is completely incomparable to telekinesis. The speed of flying the sword reaches at least 500 kilometers per hour. A person is just a black dot at an altitude of 300 or 400 meters, and you can't tell what is flying unless you look carefully. Zhang Jianjun thought that if he reached the foundation building stage, the time he could fly a sword would be greatly improved. The speed will also be faster, and by then you will be able to travel abroad. In a flash, he arrived at the Courtyard River mountain area. Zhang Jianjun did not drop his flying sword, but flew close to the mountains. The mental force swept back and forth like a large net. Because of its extremely fast speed, the area it swept was naturally very wide. This really opened Zhang Jianjun's eyes. There are so many kinds of animals in this mountain area. Ocelot, red fox, civet, badger, hog badger, weasel, raccoon dog, rock squirrel, chipmunk, northern squirrel, hidden spotted squirrel, flying squirrel. Hibernating animals hibernate in caves, and some species also look for food in bushes. Many small animals do not arouse Zhang Jianjun's interest, but this leopard cat is also rare in the city. The leopard cat is the only wild cat species still existing in the city. They mainly live in mountainous areas and forests. In subsequent animal diversity surveys, more than 100 leopard cat distribution information was observed in Mentuga district and Yanqing district alone. With the improvement of the ecological environment, leopard cats have appeared in the mountainous areas and some plains of Sichuan. But what is very sad is that many cat dealers will catch leopard cats for profit. Wild ocelots are bred with domestic cats and then sold as pets at high prices. The fact of species extinction is irreversible. Human greed has brought the leopard cat to the brink of extinction. The leopard cat is a smaller carnivore, slightly larger than a domestic cat, with a body length of 36 to 66 centimeters, a tail length of 20 to 37 centimeters, and a weight of 1.5 to 8 kilograms. The tail is longer than half the body length and the head is relatively round with 4 dark brown stripes from the head to the shoulders. If it is not stripes, it is spotted, which is very cool and beautiful, and looks like a smaller version of a leopard. Zhang Jianjun stopped in the air and observed the litter of 4 leopard cats. There is a white line on the inner side of each eye extending upwards to the back of the forehead, and there is a distinct white spot on the black back of the ear. The hair on the back of the whole body is brown or light brown, covered with irregular black spots. The 2 larger ones are probably adults, weighing about 10 pounds, while the 2 smaller ones weigh only about 2 pounds. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up as he watched. This cat was so cute, it was indeed a wild aristocrat among cats. In his previous life, Zhang Jianjun envied others for petting cats, but unfortunately, a programmer didn't have the time for that. Seeing such cute leopard cats, what are you waiting for? With just one thought, all 4 leopard cats are put into the space. Just as the wild rabbits in his space began to overflow, the arrival of this leopard cat was like arriving in heaven. Just separate the chickens and ducks to the other side of the space. After Zhang Jianjun collected the 4 leopard cats, he collected more than a dozen hidden squirrels into the space. This species of squirrel is also very ornamental, and humans have a possessive desire for beautiful things. Zhang Jianjun is naturally no exception. Then he flashed into the space and began to divide it into areas. Zhang Jianjun didn't want his chickens and ducks to disappear inexplicably all the time. A thought sent the entire flock of chickens and ducks to the open space in the north corner of the space. Then a batch of mangosteens were transplanted there to form a densely packed bamboo circle covering an area of more than 1 acre. This not only ensures the safety of chickens and ducks, but also distinguishes the animal species. Zhang Jianjun doesn't need to worry about animals like roe deer. Although roe deer are not large animals, they are not something that leopard cats can chew. Zhang Jianjun became curious. He used his mind to control the 2 little leopard cats in front of him. I started petting a cat for the first time since traveling through time. The 2 little leopard cats were confused in the space. The sudden change in environment made them lose their sense of direction. When he saw himself in the hands of a human, he immediately growled and bared his teeth. It was just too small and looked very cute, which made Zhang Jianjun laugh out loud. Seeing that the 2 kittens looked a little thin, he quickly took the remaining half of the rabbit. Zhang Jianjun used a samurai sword to cut the rabbit meat into small pieces and placed them in front of the 2 leopard cats that were still growling. The little leopard cat sniffed the food cautiously and began to gobble it up. Maybe it's because this winter is too cold and food is hard to catch outside, so I'm very hungry. The little leopard cat temporarily forgot about the big hand on its head, and occasionally snored to express its dissatisfaction. Zhang Jianjun really likes the feeling of petting a cat. As expected, orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. After all, the two little leopard cats are still young and their wildness has not been fully exposed. I saw two little leopard cats. The slightly larger one had a white spot on its back. Zhang Jianjun named it Xiao Bai. The smaller one has black spots mixed with golden hair, so let's call it Xiao Hei. It's no wonder that the elderly like to keep cats and dogs when they are lonely. In addition to appreciation, this can also be considered a kind of spiritual sustenance. After more than 10 minutes, the two little leopard cats had round bellies. Only then did he curiously raise his little head and look around at the unfamiliar environment. Running around with his short legs, Zhang Jianjun looked at his watch and it was already past 9 o'clock. Without wasting any time, he sent Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai to the woods and left the space. He rode the flying sword into the sky again and began to fly towards the depths of the jungle. After more than 10 minutes, we passed through 5 or 6 hills and finally found a group of wild boars in a valley. Zhang Jianjun was ecstatic and thought to himself that it was not easy. I didn't encounter any wild boars the last time I came here, but today I finally saw several. That's right, Zhang Jianjun's main purpose today was naturally to get the wild boars in the mountains. Zhang Jianjun came up with this idea when he was queuing up to buy pork but couldn't get any. Besides, wild boars are no worse than domestic pigs. There just isn't that much fat. Zhang Jianjun has never lacked oil and water, so naturally wild boar meat is more to his liking. Looking at the group of wild boars below, I counted them and there were 9 of them, big and small. 3 large wild boars weigh about 300 to 200 kilograms. The hair is reddish-brown with a hint of gray and gold. The others were half-sized wild boars weighing 50 or 60 kilograms. Zhang Jianjun thought that wild boars could not be raised freely. The big ones had to be killed and pickled, and the small ones had to be collected and raised in pits dug into space. Zhang Jianjun locked onto the 3 wild boars 80 meters away with his spiritual sense, and suddenly 3 throwing knives appeared in their hands. The spiritual power of the 3rd level of Qi refining burst out of his body, and with a wave of his hand, 3 cold lights flashed and disappeared. The 3 wild boars in the distance suddenly howled and jumped more than 1 meter high, then fell to the ground and stopped moving. The flying knives would enter through the eye sockets and exit from the back of the head. Once they penetrated the brain, they would naturally kill the person instantly. Zhang Jianjun was secretly proud of himself, thinking that even if Xiao Li Feidao were still alive, he would be no more than this. Several little wild boars were startled and prepared to run away in all directions. Then the environment changed in a flash, and it turned out that everything was taken into the space. After Zhang Jianjun took in the corpses of the 3 wild boars with a thought, he also entered the space. He didn't want the 6 little wild boars to run around and destroy his fruits and food in space. The wild boar's ability to dig up the ground and cause damage is no exaggeration. In the past, farmers loved and feared them. They loved the wild boar meat, but they hated the wild boar meat that could be dug up quickly for an acre of land. After Zhang Jianjun entered the space, he began to control the land in the space. Not far from the small lake, the black soil looked like it had been hit by a giant's fist. A huge pit more than 3 meters deep and dozens of meters in radius suddenly appeared in the space. Zhang Jianjun moved the 6 little wild boars running around into the huge pit with just a thought. This huge pit covers an area of several dozen meters, which is enough for wild boars to roam freely in it. Wild boars are omnivorous animals. They will eat anything, including meat, as long as it is not poisonous. Zhang Jianjun naturally wouldn't feed them meat. Let them eat all the radishes. They are juicy so they don't need to be watered. This time the problem has finally been solved. The embarrassment of not having pork to eat has been resolved. Today's outing is worthwhile. Zhang Jianjun began to dismember the 3 wild boars in the small lake, dividing the meat into pieces weighing about 3 pounds each. I couldn't take care of my internal organs, so I fed them all to the fish. Only pig intestines, livers, and pig stomachs were left. Looking at the hundreds of kilograms of pork piled there, Zhang Jianjun smiled with satisfaction. Now I can have a prosperous new year. I will have to buy some more salt when I get home. It is said that wild boar meat has a strong earthy smell if it is not marinated or smoked. After Zhang Jianjun finished all this, he sat down by the ancient well, opened half a watermelon and started eating. He took the phone from the cabin, found the downloaded music and closed his eyes. A song called Rolling in the Deep by Adele came from the phone. In his previous life, when he had free time to play games, he liked to listen to music while operating the game. The Daxia in the other dimension is so confusing that many songs are unfamiliar, while the European and American songs are still authentic. Coming from the phone was Adele's broad, slightly hoarse voice and a simple yet varied melody. Zhang Jianjun was eating watermelon and listening to music, feeling very relaxed and enjoying this moment. Now you don't have to crush the watermelon rind yourself. This thing is a favorite of wild boars, and they will eat as much as they can. After eating the watermelon, Zhang Jianjun put away his phone and started meditating to recover the spiritual energy consumed by flying around. After running a small cycle, I felt that all the fatigue in my body was gone. At this time, Zhang Jianjun returned to his peak state. After leaving the space, I started thinking about planting trees. After all, this space is mainly for planting. If there are more varieties, maybe we can continue to expand. So we fly in the air and start collecting fallen seeds. Pine nuts, acorns, both familiar and unfamiliar ones, were collected into the space. A beehive with a diameter of half a meter was found on the top of a thick dead tree. Hanging in the middle of the tree branch, Zhang Jianjun was delighted that he now had a bee. He quickly put the entire beehive into the grove in the space and found a small tree as thick as a bowl to hang it on. This is a complete little world, and finally there are insects in the space. Zhang Jianjun planned to open up another forest, as the area of the hill was a bit small. After more than half an hour of flying, I looked at my watch and it was already 11:30 a.m. Zhang Jianjun thought that this time it should be very successful, so he turned his flying sword and headed straight towards Siju City. Dividing line. The Zheng family compound is now very lively, and is surrounded by nearby residents. They were all whispering to each other, asking each other about the internal situation. More than a dozen young boys from the compound wanted to go in and take a look. However, they were stopped outside by the police, and some of the boys even had an argument with the police. "Why don't you let us take a look? My family and the Zheng family are neighbors." "That's right, Zheng's Haiqiang and I have a pretty good relationship. We used to hang out together a lot." "Liangzi, stop talking nonsense. Zheng's Haiqiang has been missing for several days. I heard from a friend that he was already in jail." "Lu Meng, you're not lying to me, are you? When did this happen?" The police officer couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the boys making so much noise. The people who live here are not to be trifled with. More than 30 police officers from the Zikan district branch came and guarded the entire Zheng family compound tightly. The criminal investigation department inside is checking for clues. A strange case caused a stir. The criminal investigation personnel in the Zheng family compound were a little dumbfounded. It couldn't be blamed on their unprofessionalism in this case. Even if Sherlock Holmes came, he would be at a loss. Because this case is simply unbelievable. After careful questioning of the parties involved, since Zheng Yuanhua was still in a coma, Wang Heibo represented his sister and provided what he knew about the incident. At that time, the criminal investigation personnel looked at the boy with suspicion, thinking that he was making up a story. Since this case involved high-ranking officials at the department and bureau level, Deputy Director Zhang of the branch led the team personally. Director Zhang was also very shocked when he saw the scene for the first time. The Zheng family compound is simply horrible. How many robbers would it take to empty out the rockery in a large courtyard? Moreover, the parties involved said that they did not hear any noise outside, which made the case even more confusing. The heaviest rockery in the compound is said to weigh more than 4,000 kilograms, which is between 2.5 and 3 tons. What kind of gang would have nothing better to do than move this thing? Don't robbers always put money first? Rockeries are not easy to sell and cannot be eaten. Besides, how can such a large stone be carried out? It seems that there must be some hidden story. Even if it was not directed and acted by himself, it was probably committed by an acquaintance. Otherwise this phenomenon cannot be explained. The police officer from the Criminal Investigation Technology Department came to the living room and was shocked by the scene before him. It was so violent that all the marble on the ground was scraped away. The whole room seemed empty. Even if you hire someone to move your house, it won't be as clean as this. Several people who reported the case squatted down and carefully looked for signs of prying on the ground. But there is no clue, as if the marble disappeared out of thin air. There is no fingerprint and blood type database these days, but it is still possible to find footprints and palm prints for comparison. Some veteran criminal investigation technicians can tell the approximate height and weight of a criminal based on the depth and size of the footprints. Logically speaking, for such a large project, at least a dozen bandits would have to come in to have a chance of emptying the contents. There must be messy footprints all over the house. But apart from a few footprints of the owner, there was no trace of outsiders on the ground. Moreover, there is cement underneath the marble, and it is impossible to remove it manually without tools such as crowbars. After several police officers carefully searched every room, I don't know how to start writing this preliminary summary of the case. Several criminal investigation officers looked at each other, with strange and confused expressions in their eyes. A policeman rushed to the scene from the hospital, exhausted. He whispered a few words quietly in Director Jiang's ear. Then 2 documents were handed over. One was a medical record issued by the hospital, and the other was a detailed statement from the hostess of the compound. Director Jiang read the 2 reports carefully, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. especially seeing the victim's current condition in the hospital. His lower body was strangely frozen off in the quilt. Director Zhang began to wonder if someone was telling him stories from a Chinese studio, but the bright red hospital seal on the medical record proved that this was not a ghost story. Director Zhang has witnessed hundreds of cases, big and small, since the founding of the People's Republic of China. This is the first time I have seen such a strange and bizarre case. At this time, several criminal investigation personnel also came forward and reported all the investigations in the house. It can be summed up in 4 words: weird and clean. Weird means there are no traces of outsiders, and clean means the compound has been completely emptied. Director Zhang patted his forehead expressionlessly, smoothed his sparse hair, and fell into deep thought. Zhang Jianzhan started to return at around noon, and it was only 12:30 when he returned to Nanluoguxiang from the suburbs. The gains from this trip have met his expectations, so he naturally returned early. There is finally food and drink in the space, and the 6 little wild boars can be left here to breed. Zhang Jianzhan entered the front yard and did not see Yan Bugui. He might have not returned from fishing yet. Lu Haizhong was picking his teeth outside after dinner. It looked like they had eaten meat today. At noon, the sun was strong and the women were washing sheets and clothes by the pool under the sunshine. The entire compound ushered in the busiest days of the year. Now everyone is basically on vacation and is busy preparing for the new year at home. Zhang Jianzhan was holding a piece of wild boar meat weighing about 3 pounds in his hand. This was deliberately taken out in advance. You can't keep a low profile during the Chinese New Year, so it's okay to do it in your space during normal times to avoid the trouble. During the Chinese New Year, everyone in the courtyard is at home every day. If someone finds out that someone doesn't light a fire every day, it would be bad if it arouses suspicion. It's reasonable for a section chief to buy 3 pounds of pork. When Lu Haizhong saw Zhang Jianzhan coming in with pork, he didn't even pick his teeth and quickly stood up to greet him. The smile filled his entire face. He smiled and said, "A section chief is a section chief. Although the meat is not fat, it is quite filling." Jianzhan had a prosperous spring festival this year, which is probably unique in our compound. When several women who were washing clothes saw Zhang Jianzhan and the piece of meat in their hands, their eyes lit up green. Pork is hard to buy now. It's not that I'm reluctant to spend money, but the key is that there are only a few pounds of meat coupons every month. Zhang Jianzhan stopped and said with a smile, "Second uncle, this isn't homemade pork. I don't have that many meat coupons to squander. I happened to come across a man selling wild boar meat, so I went up and grabbed this piece. Otherwise, why would this piece of meat be so thin?" The second uncle suddenly realized and said, "I was wondering why you were so thin. Jianzhan, you're really lucky. Where did you buy this? Do you have any more?" When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears, and everyone wanted to buy some meat that didn't require a ticket. Zhang Jianzhan shook his head. "Uncle, you're probably going to be disappointed. We bought this wild boar meat in Dongdan. There were dozens of people surrounding it. Do you think it's still available at this time?" When Lu Haizhong heard this, he could only smack his lips regretfully. Zhang Jianzhan walked towards the backyard under the envious eyes of everyone. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jia Zhang sitting in front of the door. Zhang Jianzhan felt a little surprised. The old woman seemed to look more energetic than before. I secretly thought that Qin Huiru was not bad. He actually had the patience to serve the old hag. Of course, he didn't know that Jia Zhang had just escaped from the gates of hell. It was like surviving a life and death crisis. If I hadn't taken out the money in time, I would probably have gone to the crematorium. Zhang Jianzhan entered the house, bolted the door, and slipped into the space. I feel like something is wrong above my head. Zhang Jianzhan looked up and saw that the vortex had grown from about 1 meter in diameter to more than 2 meters. There is a faint blue glow at the edge of the vortex. Zhang Jianzhan thought to himself that it seemed that the journey to the other world would begin again in a few days. I felt a little excited, but I didn't know what dimension I would be in this time. Although Zhang Jianzhan really wanted to go to the technology world last time, the ghosts in that world were too disgusting. The main thing is that the attack methods of this thing are very strange and hard to guard against. If I hadn't set up the spiritual shield early last time, I might have been in trouble. When dealing with any unfamiliar area of the world, you must be cautious, and cautious. Zhang Jianzhan observed the vortex for a while and began to set up a simple barbecue grill. I have been busy since morning and haven't eaten yet. Now that the flock has formed, it is time to start. A goat weighing about 40 pounds was killed by Zhang Jianzhan. I started grilling lamb skewers today, using Zhang Jianzhan's recipe. There are many bamboos in the space. With a thought, a few bamboos can all turn into bunches of bamboo sticks. There was a row of lamb skewers on the rack, and Zhang Jianzhan controlled the heat with his mind. Sprinkle a layer of pepper and a little fine salt, and the aroma of lamb gradually spreads. Manipulating in space is like cheating. I thought of Xiao Bai and Xia He. Zhang Jianzhan found them both again. The feast for 1 person and 2 cats is about to begin. Zhang Jianjun was eating lamb skewers in the space, and Xiao Bai and Xiahe were also eating with relish beside him. The two kittens are now much docile than in the morning. The aroma of mutton has made them forget their surroundings. Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. Others were raising hybrid breeds. This is a real leopard cat. What Zhang Jianjun could not have imagined was that his behavior last night would cause the legend of the ghost thief to spread quietly throughout the city. The affairs of the Zheng family naturally could not be concealed, and were spread like a myth by the young boys in the compound. When people heard that Zheng Yuanhua's genitals were frozen off, the attention to this incident reached its peak. It is shrouded in a veil of mystery within the circle. This incident occurred on January 17 and was later called the 117th ghost incident. People have been interested in strange stories since ancient times. The more miraculous and talked about something is, the more uncontrollable its spread will be. The first people to know the news were naturally the people in the military compound. At 12 o'clock noon in the Zhou family compound, Zhou Jinyi's family of 3 were sitting at the table eating. Zhou's mother asked in a strange tone, "Old Zhou, have you heard about what happened at the Zheng family last night?" Zhou Jinyi was still drinking with his head down, thinking about what the old leader had told him last night. He raised his head when he heard his wife's question, put down his wine glass and asked, "What's going on with the Zheng family? Why are you being so mysterious?" Zhou Xiaobai also pricked up her ears with curiosity. She didn't go out today and felt a little bored at home. Mother Zhou pursed her lips and whispered, "I just heard from the oldly family kid that the Zheng family compound on the next street was mysteriously robbed. The entire compound was completely destroyed. There are some mysterious rumors out there right now. They say it's some ghost thief who did it." Zhou Jinyi was stunned when he heard it was Zheng family compound. He felt a little familiar with this name. He quickly asked, "Is it the Zheng family compound on Yuquan Road?" Mother Zhou cast a puzzled look at him. "Old Zhou, you must have known about this a long time ago, but you are still asking me about it on purpose. It's about what happened in the Zheng family compound." Zhou Jinyi was very surprised when he heard this. The relationships behind the Zheng family were very complicated. Who was so bold as to attack the military compound? "I stayed with the old leader for a long time last night. It was already very late when the driver picked him up, and how could he know since he got up a little late today?" Zhou Xiaobai was also listening with great interest. Zhou Jinyi said with a helpless smile, "Yujun, you came back too late last night. How could I have heard the news when I just got up?" Only then did Zhou's mother retract her puzzled gaze. He said softly and mysteriously, "I heard from the youngest son of the Li family that the entire Zheng family compound is barren, not even the rockery in the compound has been spared." Looking at the shocked eyes of Zhou Jinyi and his daughter, Zhou's mother showed a satisfied smile. He thought of something, glanced at Zhou Xiaobai, and whispered into Zhou Jinyi's ear. What's even more bizarre is that Lao Zheng's lower body was frozen off and he's said to be still receiving emergency treatment at a Class A hospital. "Old Zhou, don't you think this is weird?" Zhou Xiaobai looked at her mother a little angrily, and she was secretly talking about things behind her back. After hearing this, Zhou Jinyi had a puzzled expression on his face. "Yujun, you heard this from hearsay, right? This is too unbelievable. Is that kid from the Li family talking nonsense? You know what kind of character the Li family kid is." Zhou's mother was unwilling to hear this and said, "Now the news has spread all over the streets and alleys. Old Zhou, go out and ask around. I guess everyone out there knows about this now." Mother Zhou seemed to remember something again, and she moved her mouth a few times but didn't say it out loud. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, thought about it and shook his head. This was simply impossible, and he might be thinking too much. Zhou Jinyi was now in high spirits, because the faction behind the Zheng family and his own side were not keeping their promise. The incident involving Xiao Zhang was caused by the Zheng family. Since the Zheng family suddenly encountered such a change, Xiao Zhang could rest assured. "I've been a little worried about this kid these days." Zhou Jinyi entered the study and immediately called a subordinate. "Let someone check the specific situation of the Zheng family." He had fought against the Japanese before, so he was naturally decisive and efficient in doing things. "Of course I want to get to the bottom of this matter." Because of the scientific and technological information, he also has to help Xiao Zhang bear some of the pressure. Fortunately, the old leader attached great importance to it, and it turned out to be a good thing without any danger. Mother Zhou looked at Zhou Xiaobai's angry look and wanted to laugh. This must not be let the little girl know. The 117 ghost incident put the Zheng family at the center of public attention. Many people have taken action for this piece of fat, and many people are eyeing Zheng Yuanhua's position. Who among those who are scheming against each other has not done something dirty? When they get a chance, they'll naturally take a bite. The turmoil outside did not affect Zhang Jianjun at all. At this time, he was planning how to spend his vacation. The two kittens on my legs were lying lazily, shaking their ears and purring from time to time. It seemed that this human was very annoyed and kept touching their heads with his hands. Zhang Jianjun looked at his watch and decided to go out for a walk. He didn't want to be a stay-at-home during the holidays. It's only 1:30 now, so I can still go out and have fun in the city. Zhang Jianjun sent the 2 kittens into the woods, packed up his clothes, and slipped out of the space. I pushed my bicycle out and rushed all the way to Zidane intersection. Entering the second floor of Zidane department store, the right half is basically the non-staple food area. A middle-aged lady was knitting a sweater in front of the counter. She didn't even raise her head when she saw someone coming. Zhang Jianjun has always been very dissatisfied with the salespeople of this era and feels that everyone is like this. There is no humanity at all, not even a pretense. Zhang Jianjun naturally came over to buy some milk candy. The most famous milk candy of that era was White Rabbit milk candy. Speaking of White Rabbit milk candy, it has a tortuous history. White Rabbit milk candy was originally the ABC Mickey Mouse candy developed by Feng Boyong, the director of Shanghai Apexi Candy Factory in the early 1950s. In 1956, the public-private partnership was implemented and the Apexi Candy Factory was changed to the Amen Candy Factory. In the early 1960s, the Mickey Mouse image used in the White Rabbit milk candy infringed the trademark. The Amen Candy Factory Committee had no choice but to set a new trademark and commissioned a freelance designer, Ms. Su, to design the first White Rabbit milk candy packaging. The image of White Rabbit was thus born. Zhang Jianjun took out 5 kilograms of sugar coupons from the space and walked towards the middle-aged female salesperson at the counter. Smiling, she said, "Hello, Auntie. Do you have White Rabbit candy in stock? How much is 1 pound?" The middle-aged female salesperson looked up and saw that the young man was well-dressed and spoke politely, so she also softened her tone. "Little comrade, we are in Zidane shopping mall after all, so we are not short of White Rabbit candies. $2.50 a pound plus sugar tickets. How many ounces are you planning to buy?" Zhang Jianjun handed over the sugar ticket and counted out 12 yuan and 50 cents. "Auntie, weigh me a 5-jin White Rabbit." The salesperson's eyelids jumped when he heard this. My goodness, what kind of family is this? 5 pounds of milk candy is nearly half a month's salary for an ordinary worker, and this is a big customer. Who spends that much money on candy these days? It is possible that he is buying wedding candy because he is getting married. Zhang Jianjun didn't expect that others would think so much about buying 5 kilograms of milk candy. The salesperson counted the money carefully and his expression became gentler. After weighing the food, Zhang Jianjun took off his shoulder bag and put 5 kilograms of White Rabbit milk into it. Under the envious eyes of the salesperson, "Turn around and leave." Zhang Jianjun walked around the mall a few more times and bought a brush, ink, and some red paper. After all, it's my first spring festival after traveling through time, so I decided to make a commemoration myself. I also bought a batch of seasonings and other supplies, and bought more than 10 pounds of coarse salt in the food area. Coarse salt is more convenient for marinating meat than fine salt. No one knows what changes will happen in the future, and it is still unclear whether these things will still be available for purchase. When the wind starts, it involves too many areas. Many industries were forced to close, even Quanjude was smashed, so it's better to buy more groceries to be prepared. Zhang Jianjun found an empty corner and put the groceries he bought into the space. When I arrived at the liquor sales area, I wanted to buy some mutai or something, but unfortunately it was not sold on the shelves. But there was one type of liquor that caught Zhang Jianjun's interest. Lotus liquor is considered a very high-end liquor nowadays. In the past, the 3 major liquors in the capital were chrysanthemum liquor, lotus liquor, and palace brewed liquor. They were health-preserving liquors exclusively for the royal family to enjoy during the Qing dynasty. Ordinary people could not touch it. Production was stopped due to the war. It was not until 1959 that the Beijing Winery, Renhe Winery and Tongxian Winery collected and sorted out the recipe and process information of various types of wine under the leadership's instructions. Production was gradually restored so that ordinary people could also taste the imperial delicacies that only the royal family could enjoy in the past. First of all, regardless of whether it tastes good or not, the royal name immediately raises its status. Even if you don't drink it yourself, this liquor stock will be very precious to future generations. Later, this kind of liquor seemed to disappear. Zhang Jianjun then looked at the salesperson at the counter. My eyelids couldn't help but jump. The young woman weighed about 180 pounds. 2 pigtails hung on both sides of his round face, and he looked very tall and rugged at about 1.7 meters tall. This is the fattest girl Zhang Jianjun has ever seen since he traveled through time. The fat girl's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Jianjun coming. She immediately smiled sweetly and said, "Comrade, what would you like to buy?" Zhang Jianjun felt a little relieved, as he finally saw smiling service. He quickly smiled and said, "Salesman, how much is this Lotus brand liquor?" The fat girl glanced up and down at Zhang Jianjun's clothes. The smile on the fat face grew even wider. "Lotus liquor, the price is 6.5 yuan a bottle, but I need a wine ticket. How much do you want to buy?" Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but be surprised, as mutai is only about 5 yuan now. It was sold for 2.7 yuan in the early 1960s, but now it is basically a special supply and difficult to buy. The fat girl saw that Zhang Jianjun was a little dazed, and thought he was scared by the price of liquor. He quickly continued to introduce, actually, not many people buy this wine. Comrade, you can also buy some Sanlianjai or something like that. It only costs 1.3 yuan per bottle. I heard Sanlianjai tastes good and isn't intoxicating. There's also Zifeng liquor, which is a little more expensive, and it's only 3.20 yuan a bottle. Check which one you need and I'll get it for you. Zhang Jianjun smiled with satisfaction. This was the normal service attitude. The fat girl stared at him with her eyes wide open. He quickly said, "Thank you, comrade. Bring me 10 bottles of lotus liquor. Here are the money and tickets. Take your order." After Zhang Jianjun finished speaking, he wiped his forehead. No wonder this fat girl was so nice. He was actually obsessed with his own beauty. The fat girl took the money and tickets and counted them, thinking to herself that he was rich and handsome. How great it would be if she could be his partner. He took 10 bottles of liquor and placed them on the counter in several batches, and winked at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun hurriedly took the white wine and put it into a cloth bag prepared in advance. Then he turned around and fled. The fat girl was left alone, looking at Zhang Jianjun's back with resentment. He muttered, "I don't eat people, why am I running?" Zhang Jianjun walked out of Zidane shopping mall and wiped his forehead, which was free of sweat. I felt a little speechless when I thought about myself. This was the third time I had attracted the attention of the fat girl. He rode to an unnoticed alley in Zidane and put everything in his hand into the space. Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to take a walk along Xingqiu Street in Changwen District, visit Comrade Zhao Jianshi's compound. Thinking about the case I just committed last night, it would be a bit shocking to do it again now. Suddenly, I thought of Courtyard number 2 in Lu Bangheng, and the title deed was still in my space. I don't know what the situation is now. I just happened to go to Zidane to take a look and then go home. Zhang Jianjun thought of this and did not hesitate. He rode his bicycle straight towards Zidane number 2 Courtyard. After passing through the streets and alleys, we arrived at our destination after more than 10 minutes. About 50 meters away from Courtyard number 2, Zhang Jianjun's eyes flashed, and he discovered through his spiritual sense that the gate lock was not the same one as last time. The courtyards in this area are a bit sparse, and none of them are tightly connected. The specifications of each courtyard are very high. In the past, it should have been a gathering place for high-ranking officials. What Zhang Jianjun didn't expect was that someone had already started to set their sights on this compound. While riding the bike slowly, I carefully looked at the surrounding environment. There are several tall plane trees planted around the courtyard. Under each tree, there is a circle of flower beds built with blue bricks, which are about 1 meter high. Zhang Jianjun approached the number 2 courtyard and stopped the car next to a sycamore tree. I took out a pack of white brand Zhonghua cigarettes which I hadn't smoked in a long time. He sat on the eaves of the flower bed, took out an old newspaper, lit a cigarette and pretended to read it. The spiritual sea rushed into courtyard number 2 like a huge net. When his spiritual sense scanned the ground of the courtyard, he saw obvious footprints of several people. Seeing that the pineapple tree in the yard was still safe and sound, Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that the screen wall seems to have signs of being hit. If it weren't for Zhang Jianjun's powerful spiritual sense, he would not have been able to discover it at all. There is a small piece missing from the corner of the wall. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense continued to follow the east and west wood, circled the corridor and came to the main house. Although the main door was still closed, there were signs that it had been pushed open. The dust on the door hinges spread out in a cloud of dust as the door turned. The main house was empty, and it looked like it had been taken over by Zhang Jianjun before. I remember that he didn't know the value of the furniture at that time, so he put all the furniture into the space. Zhang Jianjun thought, it seems someone came in looking for something, but found nothing. So I scanned the side rooms on both sides, and although there were footprints on the ground, there was nothing there. But the bookshelf where the books were originally placed was gone, and I found a book on Yang style Tai Chi on it. Zhang Jianjun was a little angry. This was a bit like robbery. Someone has actually started taking action now. When he saw the old-fashioned safe, Zhang Jianjun secretly felt lucky that he had taken all the deeds and property. The safe was half fallen on the ground and the door had been violently broken open. It must have been pried and smashed with brute force using a steel chisel and a hammer. The steel plate of the safe door was deformed. The bumps and grooves reveal the inner layer. After taking another look at the left and right wing rooms, he still found nothing. They were all empty. Zhang Jianjun took a look at the yellow pear tree in the courtyard and felt that it was no longer safe to leave it there. Although this thing is not valuable, it is also the feng shui layout of this courtyard. Ever since I learned the art of Qigong, I have been able to figure out some tricks through my research over this period of time. Due to the wooden fence, the entire compound is funnel-shaped, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. From the perspective of feng shui, this means squandering money. In plain words, can a funnel hold things? This pineapple tree is the finishing touch. Originally, trees were planted in the center of the courtyard. The square with a tree in the middle would form the Chinese character, which means trapped, and would affect people's fortunes. But the funnel is designed to scatter money, and a trap just happens to block the leakage of wealth. It is like the 5 elements that conflict but are neutralized, and the funnel is transformed into a place where energy gathers. The Chinese character, Li, in pineapple tree is composed of Li and Mu on top and bottom. Trapping the character makes it become very metaphysical. Zhang Jianjun took the tree away with the intention of destroying the feng shui and bringing unlucky consequences to whoever lived there. Then the mental power wrapped around the entire tree trunk, uprooted it and stored it in the space. Trees as thick as a bowl can still be pulled out. In addition, this plant does not grow on the mountain, and the soil layer is not deep, so the lifting force of more than 3 tons is more than enough. I will plant it when I return to this yard later. After doing all this, Zhang Jianjun bought a big lock at a nearby hardware store. Back to compound number 2. One mental shock and the big lock on the door fell off. Before the big lock fell to the ground, Zhang Jianjun put it into space with just one thought. After seeing that there was no one around, he hung up the big lock he had bought. Put a trace of spiritual consciousness on the keyhole. If anyone touches it, they will be contaminated by this divine consciousness. Then let's see if we can meet God's will. As long as you are lucky enough to meet me within a week. There was a cold light in Zhang Jianjun's eyes. Fang Yang sat at home feeling a little excited and a little depressed. The inch-long scar on his left cheek was faintly twitching with his facial muscles. This scar was left from a fight in the old city before liberation. Fang Yang is 42 years old this year. He was a member of the Small Knife Society before liberation. When he was a teenager, he started stealing and robbing people in the streets. After the liberation, the city was cleaned up several times and many traitors and spies were arrested, so he became more obedient. He started doing some shady business, relying on a few accomplices he knew before. Fang Yang started to engage in black market transactions. Their main business is selling antique gold on the black market, and they can even get guns and ammunition left over from foreign countries. The main targets of these illegal activities are the elderly and the young. The old items in the hands of the old people are so abundant that they basically all fall into the hands of these black market people. Small yellow croaker is currently the most popular because it can be cashed in as long as you know a few capital clients. These capital clients have a special liking for small yellow croakers. If the wind is not right, gold is equal to cash in any country. Most families don't dare to buy antiques. Therefore, it is very easy to exchange gold for money. Since ancient times, it has been an antique of gold in troubled times and prosperous times. Although it is not a chaotic time now, the planned economic control is quite strict. Gold is also a prohibited item in the country, and private individuals dare not store it in large quantities. If it is the pigeon market, the government will just turn a blind eye. Then the black market will be the target of severe crackdowns, and most of the precious old items that flow out of the palace of the old and young dare not see the light of day. Eventually, it slowly drifted into the black market, thus supporting a group of people who made money through illegal means. It's not much different from finding a bargain or outright robbery. They frantically lower the price and then use their connections to resell it and make a profit. Although every black marketeer takes risks every day, the profits are sufficient to make them willing to take risks. A week ago, Fang Yang discovered a luxurious courtyard house by chance. After some inquiries by himself and his 3 younger brothers who were doing illegal business, he found out that this was the residence of a capitalist. Fang Yang and his companions monitored the door for more than a week and found that the door had never been opened. So the idea of going into people's homes to look for treasures came up, and doing this was basically a common thing in the past. These people are from the lowest class, but they are first class at gathering information even if they may not be good at other things. You can smell various signals at the slightest sign of trouble. Fang Yang had known for a long time that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, and many capitalists had begun to abscond with the money. So he started to set his sights on the capitalists, thinking that as long as he could find a few profitable businesses, he would never have to worry about his life. He can completely retire and marry a good wife to change his appearance. Who dares to say that he is not a man of the city? So they discovered something unusual about this compound. Based on years of professional experience, I believe that this family may have already absconded with the money. Although gold, silver and treasures may not be found, antique furniture is definitely available. Large items are likely to attract other people's attention and are not convenient to take away. If this compound can absorb all the goods, everyone will naturally make a fortune. So 3 nights ago, Fang Yang and his 3 companions came here quietly. The padlock on the gate did not stop the 4 people. For the lower class people, the lock was just a decoration. An accomplice named Ma Ziasen used a piece of wire to fiddle with the keyhole a few times and the door was opened. After the 4 entered courtyard number 2, they were stunned by the layout of the courtyard. They are connoisseurs. Although they have never lived there, they have a lot of experience in making money through illegal means. At first glance, you can tell that this compound is at least at the level of a third-rank official. In the past, residential compounds were also divided into different levels, and if you were not qualified, you would not dare to live in a compound that exceeded the standard. So the four of them became excited, and each of them started searching around the room with a flashlight. What dismayed them was that there was nothing left in the entire compound except a bookshelf and a treasure safe. It took a lot of effort to find the safe, but when I opened it, I found it was empty. All four of them looked extremely depressed, like deflated balls. There is a rule in their line of work, similar to the saying that a thief never leaves empty-handed. Having dealt with antiques for a long time, I can tell at a glance that this bookshelf is no ordinary item, so several people started to carry it out in the dark. After all, I felt a little nervous carrying such a large bookshelf, which led to the incident of hitting the screen wall. After they came back, they left one after another, waiting to sell the bookshelf on the black market and then divide the money. Fang Yong felt a little unwilling to accept the greed of human nature. Why could only capitalists live in such a luxurious compound? So the idea of embezzling it came up. Without the four people knowing, he brought a lock and hung it up the next day. Once the storm passes, this compound will belong to you. Dividing line. When Zhang Jianjun rode his bike back to Nanluaguxian, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yan Bagui was wiping his bicycle at the door. Zhang Jianjun looked at Yan Bagui's smiling face and thought that the third uncle must have had a good catch from fishing today. When Yan Bagui saw Zhang Jianjun, he smiled smugly. He said, "It's a pity for you today, Jianjun. If you had gone with me in the morning, we would have gained something." Zhang Jianjun took one look at the third uncle's expression and jokingly said, "Did you catch more than 10 pounds of fish today? If so, I won't be leaving tonight." The smile on Yan Bagui's face suddenly froze. He said speechlessly, "Jianjun, you are so stupid. Do you think I am using a fishing net to catch more than 10 kilograms of fish? I only caught a grass carp weighing over 2 kilograms, which I just pickled to make a delicious meal for the new year." Zhang Jianjun thought that it would be impossible for him to have a meal at your house in this lifetime. So he laughed and said, "Third uncle, I was just joking. I still have a few pounds of wild boar meat waiting for me at home. I'm almost vomiting from eating all that fish. I'll see you later." The corner of the third uncle's mouth twitched. This was not the right time to show off his fish meat. If I had known that Jianjun had wild boar meat, I would have waited longer. Yan Zhifang came out of the door at this time and saw Zhang Jianjun with envy in his eyes. I felt very uncomfortable thinking that Lu Guangtian had already been assigned a job. People are like this. We are all at the same starting line and don't think we are much worse than others. When you are poor, others will laugh at you. When you are rich, others will envy you. People who think that their money is not clean have always had this mentality. So he said with a playful smile, "Brother Jianjun, can you help me find a job at the beginning of the new year?" Zhang Jianjun saw Yan Zhifang like this. I laughed inwardly. Is this how you ask for favors? After all, I once gave him a big fish. While pushing the bicycle without stopping, a voice came from afar. Jobs are reserved for those who are prepared. No job will come to you. Yan Bagui shook his head in frustration. I also feel a little uncomfortable. How is my Zhifang worse than Guantian? So he glared at Yan Zhifang and said, "Your serving of food will be cut in half tonight. Reflect on your actions." Yan Zhifang? There were only a few pieces of dried radish to begin with, and now it's halved. It's almost unbearable. Yan Zhifang was in tears. Zhang Jianjun walked through the front yard and came to the middle yard. Qin Jingru was washing vegetables by the sink. Su Daimao was standing at the door, looking at an old newspaper that had been flipped through several times. It's like trying to find a way out of it. After Zhang Jianjun returned to the house, he slipped into the space and sprinkled a layer of coarse salt on all the wild boars. Then they are all put into the empty wine jars, and the remaining ones can only be placed in the miscellaneous area. Feed Xiaobai and Xiahe some mutton to help them develop a relationship with each other. After Zhang Jianjun finished his work, he left the space and could only cook outside these days. I made a simple crucian carp soup in the evening. There was no shortage of eggs in the space, so I made a few egg pancakes. It did not attract the attention of the entire compound. During the spring festival, everyone had some spare money. There was a slight smell of meat coming from every household. After eating, Zhang Jianjun returned to the space and began to meditate as usual. After completing one cycle, he started to practice spells. Palm Thunder can now be used at will. But this Tei Divine Thunder has been stuck in the minor success realm for about a week. Zhang Jianjun probably thought there would be a new dimension waiting for him in the near future, so he practiced extra hard. The more power there is, the more protection there is. No one knows what they will face. After more than 3 hours of bombardment, Zhang Jianjun felt there was no sign of a breakthrough. I had to simply wash up and leave the space. Tomorrow is the 18th, and I have to go to my leader's house to entertain guests. Zhang Jianjun lay on the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps it was the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival, and this joy also infected the changes in the weather. In the past few days, the city has been sunny and cloudless during the day. This caused the flow of people on the street to reach a peak. Everyone has a happy smile on their face. 9:50 in the morning. Zhang Jianjun was tidying up the floor of the room, using his mental power to smooth out the potholes. A layer of marble was also laid on the ground after the new year, as the dirt floor made the house too damp. At this time, Shazhu hurried in from outside the yard with a small cloth bag. As soon as Shazhu entered the room, he smiled and said, "Brother Jianjun, don't be busy yet. The boss's driver is already waiting outside." Zhang Jianjun looked at the cloth bag in Shazhu's hand and said with a smile, "Brother Zhu, you have prepared everything. I thought it would be the same as last time, that we would go there in the evening. Okay, let's go together now." Shazhu walked and laughed. "There's nothing I can do. I don't have any other skills, so I just rely on this skill to make a living. All the seasonings have been prepared long ago. The driver came to call me, so I came to find you." When everyone saw Zhang Jianjun and Shazhu coming out together, they all felt a little strange and looked at them curiously. Zhang Jianjun and Shazhu used to not get along, but how come they are together now? When they saw the two of them get into the jeep outside, they all looked at each other in surprise. Wow, this is a car coming to pick someone up. It seems that the other party is quite powerful. Su Daimao was full of envy in the crowd, and secretly clenched his fists to cheer himself up. The two of them ignored the suspicious looks of the crowd, greeted the driver and sat in the back seat. The jeep drove into Changwon district and then turned onto Longton Lake Road. Half an hour later, it stopped at the quaint courtyard where we had been last time. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept around the outside of the compound. There was no one guarding outside the compound today. It seems that the people who came today are either low-key or have not yet reached this level. Zhang Jianjun and Shazhu walked through the rocky courtyard and came to the living room. The leader was sitting on the sofa, talking to a middle-aged man in his 40s. When Zhang Jianjun saw this middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed in surprise. The big boss saw Zhang Jianjun and the other man come in and said with a smile, "I'm going to trouble Chef He again today. The dishes for the back are already prepared. Please go to the kitchen and help with the cooking first." Then he smiled at Mr. Zhang and said, "Old classmate, you are in for a treat today. Today's chef is the heir of the Tan family's cuisine." After saying that, he asked Zhang Jianjun to sit over. The middle-aged man smiled modestly, "Then I am really benefiting from your kindness today. I may not have much time left in 49 City, so this is a farewell banquet prepared for me in advance." After saying that, he burst into laughter. The leader laughed and said, "Old classmate, where are you going to be?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No official decision has been made yet. I can only reveal that leaving 49 City is a certainty." Zhang Jianjun, who was sitting next to him, looked at the middle-aged man out of the corner of his eye. Her face is a bit long and narrow, and her hair is neatly combed. A pair of glasses makes him look gentle and elegant. If you only look at this person's face, he looks like a university professor. Zhang Jianjun felt complicated. At this time, the leader smiled and said, "Old classmate, this comrade Xiao Zhang is the author of Me and My. Now he is a young talent, and he has been received by his superiors." The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa immediately became interested and looked at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun felt his scalp tingling when he was looked at. "Good man, please don't introduce me to him. I like a stable life." The middle-aged man spoke enthusiastically, "Xiao Zhang, right? He's a very good guy. Are you interested in working outside with me in the future? I never tire of listening to that song you wrote, and now it's time to start over. Now is the time for you young people to show your talents. It would be beneficial for you to see the scenery outside and broaden your horizons." Zhang Jianjun felt numb again. "I don't want to go around with you to see the sights. Wouldn't it be better for me to be a stay-at-home guy at home?" But he smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, leaders. Now I just want to take root at the grassroots level, integrate with the workers, and polish my shortcomings first." The leader laughed and said, "Old classmate, don't even think about taking him there. He's a hot commodity at the steel mill now." A strange look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, becoming more amiable. The three of them were chatting and laughing in the living room, and on the surface they looked very harmonious. Zhang Jianjun never opened up in his heart and responded carefully to every word. This cannot be done carelessly, as this person likes to take notes in a small notebook. Old John laughed and said, "I didn't expect that today's young people are much more conscious than us older generations. It also reminds me of when we were young, we all had great ideals and ambitions and devoted ourselves to positive and passionate careers. In the blink of an eye, I'm almost 50 years old." The leader echoed, "Social development cannot be separated from outstanding talents in various industries. No matter what position you are in, fresh blood is needed. Xiao Zhang, I'm quite optimistic about you." Zhang Jianjun was a little speechless. I just want to reduce my presence, but why do you keep mentioning me? It's not that Zhang Jianjun is very afraid of him, but there have been too many things going on recently. It's a bit off from my expected goal, and I don't want to cause any more trouble in the near future. Lao Zhang nodded and said, what Lao Bai said is true. Unfortunately, I just don't have anyone around me who has strong publicity skills. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, thank you both for your guidance. I also believe that one must love what one does and not be too ambitious. This is what I should do now. As long as you can demonstrate your value in your position, you are not wasting your time. The big boss nodded in satisfaction. I'm very pleased that you can say that. Why don't you consider becoming my administrative secretary at the beginning of the year? What I said always stands. Zhang Jianjun could only smile bitterly and said, the leader thinks too highly of me. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in matters outside one's jurisdiction. I know my own strengths and weaknesses perfectly well. If I were to write a piece of copy, I'd be able to do just fine. As a small section chief in management, I feel a little overwhelmed. Old Zhang kept smiling at the side, and that warm smile made Zhang Jianjun uncomfortable. I thought to myself, don't try to hit on me. There is no shortage of space for you in the burial ground. At this time, a kitchen helper brought Hiyuja to serve the dishes. Old Zhang asked in surprise, Old Bai, why isn't my sister-in-law at home today? The big boss nodded and said, I went back to my parents' home yesterday. After all, it's the end of the year and I have to go back to visit. I guess I didn't want to stay overnight. I should be able to come back tonight. It would be a lie if Hiyuja didn't envy Zhang Jianjun when he saw him sitting next to the table. Those who came over to curry favor with me were sitting there chatting while I was busy and exhausted. Today's main dish is a clear soup of bird's nest, which is the second most popular dish among Tan family dishes, followed by a dish of braised black sea cucumber, a specialty of Tan family dishes. Then there are the four major duck series: braised duck with rice wine, crispy duck with scallops, sunflower duck, and firewood cooked duck. Zhang Jianjun was stunned. There were 4 servings of duck and no 2 were the same. But the dish that was the top dish of the Tan family last time, braised shark's fin, was missing. Maybe shark's fin is no longer available. When Lao Zhang saw the dishes on the table, his eyes lit up. They were all connoisseurs of good food. You can tell whether the dish is cooked well or not just by smelling it. The big boss said with a smile, come on, Lao Zhang, come and try it. This is the authentic Tan family cuisine series. Lao Zhang said, then I'd be disrespectful to refuse and start eating first. Zhang Jianjun took the mutai from the table and started pouring it. Everyone at the table was having a great time. Zhang Jianjun maintained a humble smile from beginning to end, secretly observing Lao Zhang's behavior. But what surprised him was that old Zhang couldn't see any flaws at all. He is always gentle and talkative, and can respond to every sentence calmly and perfectly. What you don't know can make you feel refreshed, like an old friend. Makes you want to get closer unconsciously. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but get goosebumps. It's no wonder that with such a mentality, he could accomplish such a big thing. Ask yourself, if you were in such an environment, would you be able to remain calm and composed and not be affected by fame or disgrace? This person is really a bit scary. They both had a great time during the meal. Zhang Jianjun, however, was a little bored and was thinking about whether he should come up with a plan to plot a conspiracy. As the dinner was drawing to a close, the senior leader asked, Lao Zhang, where do you live now? Are you still in Zujia Hutong? Zhang Jianjun's mind moved. This Zujia Hutong is one of the 8 major hutongs in the old city. Located in Dazalan, it was the most famous brothel in the past, but later it became a residential area after renovation. Old Zhang smiled and said, yes, it's still at the same place. Come visit me after the holidays if you have time. A few people stood up while chatting and laughing, and sent Lao Zhang out the door. When leaving, Lao Zhang smiled gently and said, young man, you can come to my place to play when you have time. Then he turned to the senior leader and said, old classmate, when the time comes, you and the younger comrades can come over to play and relax, but don't stay too long. I can't stay here for long. Zhang Jianjun nodded quickly, thank you for your support, leader. I will definitely visit you when I have time. The big boss smiled and nodded, that's fine. I'll come to your house on the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month to bother you. The two watched Lao Zhang get into a jeep, and Zhang Jianjun secretly sent a message over. Thought I'd come visit you. At this time, Hiyuju also followed out. The big boss saw him and spoke with a smile. Chef He, you've worked hard today. Many of the dishes on the table are left uneaten. Just find a bag and take them home. You won't mind, will you? I have a phonograph over there. I haven't listened to it in a long time, so I'll give it to you for fun. Hiyuja smiled happily and said, thank you for your concern, great leader. How could I be dissatisfied? I am so happy. I saw Hiyuja happily packing up his things. The big boss then patted Zhang Jianjun on the shoulder and said warmly, "Xiao Zhang, your Uncle Bai is going to keep his word last time. He promised you the wine and tickets. I've already prepared it for you and asked the driver to put it in the jeep." Zhang Jianjun was delighted for a moment, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Bai, I just need some wine for the new year." At this time, he usually was holding the cloth bag he brought with him, but it was much bulgier than when he came. He was holding a gramophone in his left hand, his old face smiling like a chrysanthemum, and he kept thanking the leader. The big boss waved his hand and turned to leave, and the three of them said goodbye at the door. When the two got into the car, 2 boxes of mutai in the back seat caught people's attention. The big boss's driver handed over a stack of wine tickets. He smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao Zhang, there are 2 boxes of 24 bottles of mutai in the back row, plus 30 wine tickets. The leader asked me to pass them to you." He usually was stunned when he heard this. What a guy, he was so happy to pack up some leftovers for himself. This guy, on the other hand, drank boxes of mutai liquor. The gap between people is too big. But what makes me happy is that I also got a phonograph, which is a rare thing. Radios are rare nowadays, let alone phonographs. The jeep started rushing towards Nanluaguxiang. The jeep passed through Changguan district, entered Dula Street and headed straight for Nanluaguxiang. Zhang Jianjun and he Yuzha sat in the back seat of the jeep. Shazhu asked softly, "Brother, your relationship with the big boss is not ordinary. Mutai liquor is not easy to get right now." After saying this, he stared at the 2 boxes of liquor with envy. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Brother Zuzit, what's so special about me and the big boss? You knew what happened in the small private room last time. The big boss asked me to treat him, and this liquor is my reward." After hearing this, Shazhu's eyes lit up and he thought to himself that he had wanted to ask this question last time. "What's wrong with my short sex life?" So the old man asked with a slightly red-faced, "Brother, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I almost couldn't believe it last time. I also have a problem and am embarrassed to speak." Zhang Jianjun found it a little funny to see Shazhu blushing. "Brother Zuzi, we are not outsiders. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I will naturally help you within my ability. If it's in my blind spot, then there's nothing I can do." After hearing this, Shazhu hesitantly said, "Then I told you, brother, you can't tell anyone. When Sister Qin and I do that, it only lasts 3 minutes each time, and the longest time is only 5 minutes. Brother, tell me what's the reason? Is there something wrong with my body? Sister Qin seems very dissatisfied with me now. You know her 3 children. I still want a child of my own." After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun suppressed his laughter and said, "Brother Zuzi, men's problems are beyond human control. You need to learn how to take care of yourself and take some Chinese medicine for health." Shazhu's eyes lit up and he asked quickly, "Brother, you're very knowledgeable. Which herbs can prolong life?" Zhang Jianjun thought that if he had Brother Wei now, he could definitely extend the time. "It will probably be difficult for you to have a child. Qin Huiru should have already had an IUD inserted." So he said, "There are 2 possible reasons for men's short duration of ejaculation. The first is a psychological problem. Being too nervous or too excited can cause premature ejaculation. The second possibility is, of course, kidney function issues. If that's the case, it's best to prescribe some Chinese medicine. For example, Chinese yam, dodder seed, wolfberry, and raspberry are good for the kidneys. Kidney yanctinifying herbs such as aconite root, cinnamon bark, curculigo, and epimedium are also good for the kidneys." Watching Zhang Jianjun rattling off more than 10 kinds, Shazhu began to feel a little numb after hearing so many types. "Wow, this guy seems to have some skills. But how can my brain remember it?" Seeing Zhang Jianjun finish speaking, he said gratefully, "Brother, please help me write a prescription. I'm a bit stupid and I can't remember it." Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, "I'll give you a prescription when we get back, but these kinds of medicines take a long time to work. It's impossible to become powerful just by thinking about it. You have to take it for a long time to see the effect. If you can get something like tiger penis, it's one of the best tonics. It works faster than other medicines." Looking at the serious look, Shazhu nodded secretly. "In addition to writing chicken soup articles, it is still okay for me to play the role of an old Chinese medicine doctor." Before the 2 of them knew it, the jeep had stopped outside the compound. Yan Fugui did not go fishing today and saw 2 people getting out of the small jeep. My eyes widened. Wow, this really is a car pickup and drop-off service. Shazhu held a cloth bag in his left hand and a gramophone in his right hand. He even deliberately held the gramophone high, as if afraid that others would not see it. He got out of the car triumphantly. Zhang Jianjun first moved down 2 boxes of mutai and threw a pack of white Zonghua cigarettes to the driver. The driver's eyes lit up when he took it. He naturally knew about this kind of internally digested tobacco. He nodded politely, waved, and drove away. It was naturally not difficult for Zhang Jianjun to move the 2 boxes of liquor. Shazhu at the door was bragging to Yanbagui, and the third uncle was looking at the phonograph with green eyes. This is much more upscale than the radio in his house that sometimes goes on and sometimes doesn't. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, Shazzu dodged him and said disdainfully, "Uncle, this is a rare item. If you break it, I can't even afford the compensation even if I sell you off." After saying this, Shazzu turned around and left triumphantly. Yan Bagui's breathing became a little difficult. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Zhang Jianjun was carrying 2 cardboard boxes. Curiosity arose and I held back the words that were about to come out. So he came closer and looked at it carefully. When Yan Bagui saw the word Mutai on the box, he couldn't help but gasp. He is a man who loves wine. Just like some people nowadays can talk about luxury cars and watches in great detail, but these things can only satisfy you verbally. The third uncle knew at a glance that it was Mutai that had never been opened. Yan Bagui suppressed his shock and stepped forward to ask, "Zhang Jianjun, where did you get this? This wine is from the Internal Supply series and you can't buy it even if you have money. You didn't do anything stupid in the black market, did you? We're from the same compound, so I have to warn you, never mess around in the black market." Zhang Jianjun was speechless for a while. He said unhappily, "Uncle San, in a place like the black market, I don't even know which way the door opens. I'm a section chief after all. Do I need to go to a place like that where all the good and bad get together? I can't help it. The big boss treated me to a meal. Seeing how handsome I am, he insisted on giving me 2 boxes of liquor before I left. I didn't want it, but he got angry with me. What else can I do? I can only accept it reluctantly." Yan Bagui? He stood there with his mouth wide open. Zhang Jianjun's words made my scalp tingle. He seemed to feel aggrieved even after receiving the benefits. Listen, is this something a human can say? By the time the third uncle came to his senses, the person had disappeared. The incident between Shazzu and Zhang Jianjun caused quite a stir in the compound. With the help of Shazzu's loudspeaker, the entire compound knew that the 2 of them had gone to the home of a very important person. After Yi Zonghai learned the news, he sat at home for a long time and was unable to recover. It would be fine if Zhang Jianjun climbed up the ladder, but it was not under his control in the first place. Now this silly pillar is completely out of my control, which makes me uncomfortable. It was like the new year in Shazzu's house. The 3 little ones had their faces covered in oil as they gnawed on the food on the table. Most of the 4 ducks were left, and Shazzu packed them all up and took them back. Qin Huiru was extremely happy to see so many leftovers and was gnawing on the duck legs. Looking at the gramophone on the bed, he smiled with satisfaction. I thought that this time Shazzu finally got smart. Any reluctance and resistance she felt for accidentally losing her virginity to Shazzu disappeared without a trace. When Shazzu saw the smile on Sister Qin's face, his heart felt as if it was filled with honey. It wasn't all in vain that I put in the effort. He opened a bottle of wine and sat at the table to drink. Shazzu was just in the kitchen at noon and ate some leftovers to fill his stomach. On the table was a picture of a happy family. Zhang Jianjun was cutting red paper at home. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year. Let's write the couplet first. Zhang Jianjun started writing couplets as soon as he got home. After all, he had to go to Zhou's house to celebrate the New Year tomorrow night. I can have a simple meal by myself at noon. Zhang Jianjun spread red paper on the table and imitated the handwriting of Song Dynasty calligrapher Huang Tingjian. Huang Tingjian's running script has wide lines and close spacing between characters, so the strokes are mostly horizontal, the structure is tilted, the left is low and the right is high, with a steep and upright appearance, which fully reflects the characteristics of small running script. Huang Tingjian's calligraphy is as famous as Su Shi's, and they are called Su Huang by later generations. His representative work, Wei Qing Taoist letter, is also a priceless treasure. Zhang Jianjun picked up the brush. The east wind brought warmth to the civilized house and spring was always here. Thousands of auspicious things gathered and the family of Kins and Se was celebrating. The brush strokes are smooth and seamless, and have some of the charm of Huang Tingjian. Then he casually wrote a picture for the door of the inner room. Spring is back and the flowers are in full bloom. The sun is warming China and all things are shining. The horizontal banner reads, "Peace and prosperity for the country and the people," which is very flawless and fits the characteristics of this era. After writing the couplet, Zhang Jianjun looked at the 2 boxes of wine on the table and put the Mutai wine he brought back into the space. Too many people saw him moving wine today, and he didn't want to spend the new year at his future father-in-law's house tomorrow night and have his wine stolen when he returned. That would be a big loss. Zhang Jianjun entered the space and began to practice. As soon as he sat by the ancient well and circulated the small circulation, he felt a familiar feeling of fullness. He was delighted, but he was afraid that the progress would be slower as time went on, as he had been staying at the 3rd level of qi refining for the longest time. Unexpectedly, the day before the spring festival, there were finally signs of a breakthrough. Zhang Jianjun immediately held his breath and began to compress the vortex of spiritual energy in his danshan. I feel that the vortex of spiritual energy in my Danchan abdomen today is not as stable as the previous times and is a bit out of my control. He immediately lowered his consciousness and his mental strength began to contract, and only then did the feeling of fullness ease a little. Just as Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief, a slight clicking sound came from his Danchan. A large amount of spiritual energy poured in from the ancient well, and he broke through in this confused manner. From a low-level chi-refining cultivator to the middle level. As the spiritual ring in the sea of consciousness swelled, another ring gradually formed outside the third layer. My mind feels clearer and time seems to slow down. This is an illusion in the adaptation process, and this breakthrough directly brought about huge changes. The spiritual energy reserves of the fourth layer are directly the sum of the first three layers. That is to say, it has doubled compared to before, but the range of spiritual consciousness scanning has not changed that much. From a radius of 120 meters, it broke through to a range of 150 meters, an increase of only 30 meters. However, the lifting force increased by 1 ton, directly reaching more than 4 tons. After feeling it for a while, Zhang Jianjun took a breath. Although the third and fourth levels of qi refining are just one level, but it's a completely different concept when it comes to 2 to 3 floors. No wonder there are terms like beginner and intermediate levels. This spiritual energy is enough for me to fly at full strength for 5 hours. If you calculate the sword flying speed at 500 km per hour, you can only fly 2,500 km in 5 hours. Zhang Jianjun felt that the time for him to go abroad might be greatly advanced. It seems that you don't have to wait until the foundation building stage, you may be able to go out and have fun once you reach a high level. Even if you can't support the beautiful country, you can still go to the country of easy life. Zhang Jianjun slowly regained his composure and began to meditate to stabilize the instability caused by the breakthrough. Dividing line. Mr. Ye was sitting at home looking at an old newspaper on the table, which was the Sijukan Daily. I stared at the photo in the newspaper quietly, took a sip of tea, and my curiosity grew. When he received the scientific information from Zhou Jianese, his calm mood of many years was also shaken. I stayed up late last night waiting for the scientists to calculate the formulas and data, and it wasn't until the early morning that we got preliminary results. I saw dark circles under the scientists' eyes, but their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Ye already knew the result in his heart. After the last transformation of the spiritual spring water, Mr. Ye's body is much stronger than before. After staying up all night, Mr. Ye went home and slept for 5 hours. He got up at 12 o'clock and has been sitting here ever since. I think this guy is a bit incredible. This scientific and technological information is extremely important to the country. So how did he get such advanced information? Even if he was a double agent, it was impossible for him to hand over such important information. Not to mention the information about special steel, this furnace blueprint is still in the verification stage in foreign countries. There is a 100% chance that it will not leak out, and even if it does, it will not be a complete drawing. How can there be a complete drawing while still verifying? Old Ye couldn't help but slap his forehead, judging from the drawing submitted by this young man. The more reassuring thing is that this young man, at least for now, still has great trust in his country. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to hand over such important information, proving that the young man still has a pure heart. Those who have made significant and outstanding contributions to the country must be trusted and protected. We must clearly distinguish between merits and demerits. Otherwise, why would so many scientists come forward one after another and overcome numerous difficulties to return to their homeland? Killing the chicken to get the eggs and digging into other people's secrets, doesn't this chill the patriotic spirit? When Mr. Ye came to terms with this, his brows gradually relaxed. So he went back to the study and called Zhou Jianese. Zhang Jianjun meditated in the space for another small cycle, gradually stabilizing his somewhat unstable state. I opened my eyes and exhaled deeply, feeling more reserved than before. I looked at my watch and it was already past 6 o'clock. 2 weeks of meditation took more than 4 hours. I quickly started to barbecue, and today I will smoke and grill wild boar meat. The simple iron barbecue grill I made in my space last night to grill lamb skewers came in handy today. He simply took a pig's hind leg and cut cuts all over the leg with a knife. This allows the seasoning to absorb better. In order to remove the fishy smell, if there is no rice wine, use loose wine in jars. Alcohol has a good volatilization effect on the earthy smell. Then mix the salt, pepper, and thyme, spread it on the surface of the meat, and finally brush it with a layer of butter. It's a pity that I forgot to buy the seasoning sauce. I was too rushed last time at the supermarket in the other world. After more than half an hour of patient grilling, the whole wild boar leg is roasted until golden and crispy, with juicy fat and a fragrant aroma. Then he found his 2 friends. Xiao He and Xiao Bai have completely adapted to life in this space. After smelling the delicious wild boar meat, he began to struggle in Zhang Jianjun's hands. Zhang Jianjun cut a few slices of meat, let them cool slightly, and placed them on a wooden board. The 2 kittens ran over with their short legs. Zhang Jianjun looked at the two kittens with satisfaction. This was much better than being alone in the space. It is normal for a person to feel a little empty in such a large space. Raising two small pets to entertain you can also help you improve your mood. Zhang Jianjun took out a bottle of motai, so he had no shortage of good wine. He didn't want to give away his good wine as he had plenty of treasures. If you really need to give a gift, just pick one at random. I'm going to my mother-in-law's house tomorrow and I'm going to bring a wild roe deer with me. This is how we celebrate the new year sincerely. Zhang Jianjun sent the two well-fed kittens away and continued to practice magic in the space. The Tei Divine Thunder can now bombard as many as 17 or 18 times in a row due to the surge in spiritual energy. Lightning bolts as thick as teacups struck the air continuously, creating deep pits of varying sizes on the ground ahead. After practicing for more than 2 hours, Zhang Jianjun prepared to practice one last time before taking a break. He silently recited the incantation and turned his wrist, and 3 purple lightning bolts as thick as bowls came crashing down. Continuous bombing in one place created a deep pit about a meter wide in the black soil of space. Zhang Jianjun was stunned and quickly moved to the side of the deep pit. His scalp was tingling at the scene before him. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The pit was more than 3 meters deep, or more than 10 feet deep. Zhang Jianjun secretly estimated that this was about the same as a normal artillery shell. In terms of power alone, it should be stronger than ordinary artillery shells, but the explosion range is still smaller than that of artillery shells. It's like one is a point and the other is a surface. After all, a shell has shock waves and shrapnel. The current Tei Divine Thunder has grown from the thickness of a teacup to the thickness of a bowl. It also increased from 2 consecutive attacks to 3, and the power increased several times. This is a complete qualitative change. Zhang Jianjun thought of Zujia Hutong and laughed. Now that you have reached the middle level of qi refining, it is time to learn some small spells. Zhang Jianjun opened the qi refining chapter, and a small spell that he had always ignored came into his sight. Breath concealing technique. You can get a general idea of it just by looking at the name. Zhang Jianjun sat beside the ancient well and read the introduction carefully. He felt that it was very necessary to learn this spell. The trick to the breath concealing technique is very simple. To put it in simple terms, it means to restrain one's own magical aura. Suppress your own realm and make yourself become an ordinary person. The ingenuity of this spell lies in its ability to subtly control the level of breath convergence. The purpose of falsifying one's own realm is achieved, but it can only be lowered and not raised. At first glance, this seems to have nothing to do with the main aspect, and in this era, no cultivator would visit you. But this spell has another small feature, which is to shrink a person's breath and heart rate. It is very effective for hiding and concealing. This spell doesn't make people invisible and disappear suddenly, but it can greatly reduce the attention of ordinary people towards you. It is easy to ignore one's own existence after using it. With this spell, even if you come out of the community alone, the security guard will be able to see you at that time. But I will forget you in a moment and it will be difficult to remember your appearance. Zhang Jianjun was amazed at what he saw. If a sniper learns this spell, it would be really terrifying. Who can find it if it lies there motionless? This is also a small spell included in the qi refining chapter, and it is naturally very simple. Zhang Jianjun was able to use it flexibly after learning it for half an hour. This spell seems to be tailor-made for stabbing people in the back. There is no breathing or heartbeat in the dark night, and my scalp tingles just thinking about not touching the ground. Today's harvest is simply a triple blessing. I have broken through the realm, and the Tei Divine Thunder has also reached perfection. Now I can go to sleep after learning the breath-holding technique. A silent night. Zhang Jianjun was awakened by the sound of firecrackers in the early morning. He threw off the quilt and climbed out of bed. I was speechless when I heard the noise outside. No wonder I always felt like I missed buying something. It turned out that he forgot about the firecrackers. It was not his fault. Fireworks were banned in the city in his previous life, so he did not think about it when he went out to buy things. Zhang Jianjun thought, if there is no couplet, then forget it, and just put it up first. Turn on the coal stove, put a small pot on it, add a little water and flour to make a paste. There were no glass windows in this era, so people used glue to paste old newspapers on the windows. Zhang Jianjun began to clean the house carefully. This is easy. Cleaning with mental power is much more powerful than using a broom. I heard the laughter of children coming from the middle courtyard. It turned out that the children from the big courtyard were lying on the ground, picking up firecrackers that had not been lit. The whole compound is filled with festive atmosphere. After Zhang Jianjun prepared the paste, he pasted the couplets on the inner door and the main door. This is the real beginning of my first new year. Zhang Jianjun spent the morning cleaning and listening to the radio. At noon, I was preparing to go to the space to get some ingredients and was thinking about what to cook. The crisp sound of a bicycle bell came from outside, and Zhang Jianjun turned his head to look over. Zhou Xiaobai was looking at him with a pretty smile, and her shallow dimples showed her joy. Zhang Jianjun was in a trance for a moment, and his heart was filled with immense relief and warmth. What Zhou Xiaobai was wearing today was the high-necked red sweater that he had given her. He wore a brand new green cotton jacket and trousers, with a badge of the great man pinned on the jacket, a pair of bright yellow women's leather shoes, and a turtleneck sweater around the neck. The red scarf has been taken off. The whole person looks very retro, and perfectly blends in with the ideal girl of this era. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianzhen staring at her blankly, and a blush appeared on her face. She said coquettishly, "Classmate to Baiao, what are you looking at? You're like a fool. You don't recognize me after not seeing me for 2 days?" Zhang Jianzhen came back to his senses and said with an awkward smile, "Xiaobai, I think you are so beautiful today. I was a little dazzled and didn't react for a moment." After saying that, he took Zhou Xiaobai's hand and walked into the house. Zhou Xiaobai was a little shy, but her heart was filled with sweetness. "I was a little curious looking at the flat floor in the house," he asked. "Zhang Jianzhen, I remember the last time I came here, the ground here was a bit bumpy. How did you make it so smooth?" Zhang Jianzhen replied with a smile, "We hired some professionals to help level it, and we're going to hire someone to lay the floor tiles in a couple of days. The floor inside the house felt a little damp, so I cleaned it up. Anyway, my mental strength is flat, and since I can't tell it out loud, I can only make it up." The two of them sat on the sofa, and Zhang Jianzhen continued, "Xiaobai, everyone in your family knows you're out, right?" Zhou Xiaobai nodded his head and said, "Of course I have to let my parents know. I told them I wanted to spend the New Year's Eve with you at noon, and they didn't object. My mom said she'd go over for lunch and come back in the evening to have some fun." After hearing this, Zhang Jianzhen felt warm in his heart. It seemed that his mother-in-law was very nice to him. He pretended to rummage in his pocket and took out 5 more chocolates. "There are only a few pieces of chocolate left from the other world, and I'm not very interested in this stuff." Zhou Xiaobai was very happy to see the chocolate. He peeled off the wrapper and put it in his mouth, mumbling, "Zhang Jianzhen didn't expect you to have so much. Honestly, hand it all over to me. Tell me how much you have hidden." Zhang Jianzhen jokingly said, "Xiaobai, you haven't even married yet, and you've already started managing the family's finances. These are the last few pieces. I'm giving them all to you. I'll try to get some more later." Zhou Xiaobai blushed. "Zhang Jianzhen, don't talk nonsense. Who said I must marry you?" He still looked angry after saying this, but the little mouth was still moving, and the movement of chewing chocolate had not stopped. Zhang Jianzhen looked at her with a burning passion, and as Zhou Xiaobai exclaimed, he took her into his arms. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the big hands around her waist, and her whole body felt numb and her heart began to beat fast. "Although it's not the first time, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Girls of this era are still relatively conservative." He carefully glanced outside the door and said softly, "Zhang Jianzhen, it's New Year's Day, don't act like a hooligan like before. It would be bad if someone came over and was seen." Zhang Jianzhen whispered softly in Zhou Xiaobai's ear, "Don't worry, no one usually comes to my door." After saying that, he hugged the person tighter. "Quietly put my lips close to hers." The sudden kiss between a boy and a girl is like a storm that catches people off guard. The sweet and smooth saliva rubbed between the entangled tongues, and Zhou Xiaobai's mind went blank. He was so dizzy that he could only close his eyes obediently. As if it were all natural, both of them forgot to think and didn't want to think anymore. It was just an instinctive hug. The warmth and wetness on the lips was so fascinating. Zhou Xiaobai felt like he was about to suffocate, and bit down on that disgusting tongue. Zhang Jianzhen felt pain on his tongue and their lips parted. At this time, Zhou Xiaobai's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. They didn't speak to each other for a long time, as if they were savoring the feeling just now. A person is destined to meet 2 people in his life, one who amazes the time and the other who softens the years. But when the charm faded and the two came to their senses, Zhou Xiaobai's small hand pinched Zhang Jianzhen's waist again. Zhang Jianzhen could only pretend to be in pain and beg for mercy. His funny look was very funny. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said, "Zhang Jianzhen, I feel like you're very skilled at this. You're not an honest person, and your words aren't honest either." Zhang Jianzhen could only smile awkwardly and said, "Xiaobai, this is a man's instinct towards the girl he loves. Besides, these things can only be understood but not explained. I don't think there is a brave girl who would dare to teach even if she is proficient in them." Seeing Zhou Xiaobai rolling his eyes, Zhang Jianzhen quickly began to change the subject. He, giggling, "What do you want to eat at noon? I'll make it for you when it's time for dinner." At this time, 2 little girls came running outside. One was Huihua and the other was Xiaodang. Standing at the door, looking like she wanted to come in but didn't dare, Zhou Xiaobai waved to them. Zhang Jianzhen thought that this might be a New Year's greeting, so he stood up and took out a few white rabbit snacks from his pocket. "Since I have enough food and drink during the New Year, I can just take it as a good luck." When the 2 little girls saw the white rabbit milk candy in Zhang Jianzhen's hand, their eyes lit up. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and gave each of them 5 candies. Xiaodang and Huihua happily took them and carefully put them into their small pockets. The two little girls said together, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Then they turned around and ran away happily. Zhang Jianzhen looked at the two little ones walking away and felt that they had become more lively since the old woman had suffered a stroke. I wondered if Bangang had turned over a new leaf now, as he hadn't been to the backyard for a long time. Zhou Xiaobai's curious voice came, "Are the two little girls children from this compound? Your compound is quite lively." Zhang Jianzhen walked towards the inner room and replied, "It's normal for the children of the Jia family in the middle courtyard to come visit during the new year." After reaching the inner room, he slipped into the space and used the remaining steel to create a hot pot from his previous life. Zhang Jianzhen had wanted to build one for a long time, as he felt that eating hot pot during the Chinese New Year would be more lively. Although it is not as convenient as an alcohol stove, it can be used to shovel some charcoal fire when cooking. Lamb is naturally better for hot pot, and currently only lamb is suitable in the space. In his previous life, Zhang Jianzhen also liked mutton hot pot, but it was difficult to get beef in this era. There are only a few taels of meat tickets for pork every month, let alone beef. Zhou Xiaobai looked at the iron hot pot on the table curiously, wondering why it was split into two halves. Zhang Jianzhen said ostentatiously, "Xiaobai, this pot was given to me by a friend from Sichuan. It's called the Mandarin Duck Hot Pot. It's very suitable for winter use and is much better than a stove." Zhou Xiao stood up and asked, "Why is the bottom of the pot split in half in the middle? The shape is so strange. What's the significance of this?" Zhang Jianzhen explained as he lit the earthen stove. Yuan Yang refers to a hot pot with two different soup bases, one spicy and the other light. The hot pot itself is divided in the middle, so that it can basically satisfy people with different tastes. As for the pipe in the middle, there's no need to explain it. Zhou Xiaobai is naturally a smart girl and understands everything immediately. This design is very clever. Zhang Jianzhen, can you still make it? Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "If you like, I'll go to your house this afternoon to bring it over. Anyway, I have a friend who has a lot of them. Ask him to send another one later." In fact, Yuanyang hot pot has existed since the Han Dynasty, but it is rare in the old city, but it is very common in Sichuan. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianzhen with sparkling eyes. He didn't expect that his boyfriend knew so much and he felt so happy. Zhang Jianzhen first boiled the base ingredients in the pot, which was naturally the hot pot base ingredients he bought in the other dimension. He quietly put some spiritual spring water in it and took out a bag of vermicelli to put in before eating. It's a pity that there are no cabbage, spinach, or the like. Without good vegetables, it feels a bit lacking in flavor. Zhang Jianzhen began to show off his knife skills, cutting the whole lamb into paper-thin slices. This way, you can take it out and eat it after it boils in the pot, so you don't have to wait so long, and the mutton will not lose any nutrients as much as possible. Then roll the lamb slices into the shape of beef rolls and place them on 2 plates. You're done. Zhou Xiaobai was stunned when he saw the lamb rolls that were as thin as a cicada's wing. Zhang Jianzhen naturally relies on the subtle control of his mental power, and he would be more adept at it if he were in space. Seeing Zhou Xiaobai's admiring eyes, Zhang Jianzhen felt secretly proud. The current conditions can only make 1 serving of mutton stewed with vermicelli, a double-boiled hot pot. Then he took out half a watermelon from the inner room, cut it into small slices and put them on 2 plates, just as a fruit platter. A simple and warm hot pot lunch was placed on the table under the busy work of Zhang Jianzhen. Zhou Xiaobai also knew how to make the mutton rolls when he saw them. After all, they have been to Lao Mo's restaurant, so they can naturally learn how to cook all kinds of food. They shoveled out the charcoal from the earthen stove and placed it under the stove. Seeing the steaming hot pot, the two looked at each other. Zhang Jianzhen opened the 2 cans of beer on the table and placed one in front of Zhou Xiaobai. Zhang Jianzhen raised his beer and said with a smile, "Cheers to the passionate youth of this red era." The 2 beers collided in mid-air. Zhou Xiaobai took a sip of beer and asked, "Zhang Jianzhen, how are you going to spend your vacation this year? Aren't you planning on going out and having some fun?" Zhang Jianzhen rolled the mutton roll, picked up a piece and put it in Zhou Xiaobai's bowl. He smiled and said, "It's a pity that it's not spring now, otherwise I really want to take you to the suburbs to play. It would be great if it could be as warm as the coastal cities. But if you want to go out and play, we can go fishing in Haoerhe tomorrow. I wonder if you are interested." Zhou Xiaobai said excitedly, "Okay, I don't want to be bored at home every day. By the way, Zhang Jianzhen, can you skate?" Zhang Jianzhen thought to himself, "I can fly with a sword, so ice skating is child's play for me. Of course I can skate. I can do all kinds of moves. Unfortunately, I don't have any skates yet. I think the Shishaha ice rink should sell them, right?" Zhou Xiaobai said doubtfully, "You don't even have skates, how can you skate? You're not bragging again, right? But you don't have to buy them. I have 2 pairs of roller skates at home." Zhang Jianzhen raised his beer, took a sip, and said, "Xiaobai, don't keep looking at me with suspicion. It makes me sad. If you don't believe me, wait until tomorrow and I can show you a skating performance. Zhou Xiaobai gave Zhang Jianjun a blank look. The hot pot on the table was boiling on the charcoal fire, warming up the whole house. The two of them were talking quietly at the table. The whole room is filled with a warm picture. In 1966, the footsteps of spring have quietly arrived. The noontime passed quickly, and the whole city was immersed in a sea of joy. The custom of celebrating the Spring Festival in Lao Siju City begins on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, people cook lava porridge and soak garlic in vinegar, which is called lava vinegar. The conventional schedule is, on the 23rd, sticky sugar melons are made, on the 24th, the house is swept, on the 25th, wheat is ground, on the 26th, meat is harvested, on the 27th, couplets are written, and on the 28th, window decorations are pasted. Steam buns on the 29th, stay up all night on the 30th, and kowtow 3 times on the first day of the new year. Generally speaking, on New Year's Eve, few people go out to visit friends except those in our own compound. It wasn't until the citywide running race in the early 1960s that the streets began to bustle with people attending temple fairs. There was once a very famous clay figurine named Zhang, who was also the memory of a generation of children in Beijing. A man and a woman were riding bicycles side by side on the street. On the bicycle rack behind Zhang Jianjun, there was a whole wild roe deer meat weighing more than 20 kilograms tied. You can't visit empty-handed during Chinese New Year, so meat is naturally the most affordable food these days. Zhang Jianjun and his companion were on the road. After riding for half an hour, they stopped at the Zhou family compound. Zhou Jinese was hanging a string of firecrackers outside, which he had prepared early for the New Year's Eve dinner. As soon as Mr. Zhou saw his daughter and Zhang Jianjun, his face was filled with a happy smile. Zhang Jianjun said enthusiastically, "Happy New Year, Uncle Zhou. I wish you continued success." Father Zhou laughed and said, "Xiao Zhang, you can't talk about rising step by step. At our age, good health and a stable job are more important than anything else." I saw Zhang Jianjun taking down a piece of meat of unknown species from the rear rack of his bicycle. I felt both satisfied and a little curious, but he said it with a tone of reproach. "Xiao Zhang, why are you bringing gifts here? Didn't I tell you that coming to my place is like coming home? What kind of animal is this? Where did you get it from?" Zhou's mother also heard the conversation outside and came out with an apron tied around her waist. Zhang Jianjun quickly smiled and said, "Auntie, I wish you a happy holiday and eternal youth. This is a wild roe deer I shot during my vacation. I don't know how to cook it at home alone, so I brought it here for everyone to try." Mother Zhou couldn't stop smiling. "Child, it's not easy for you to be alone at home. It would be great if you could improve your food by staying at home. This roe deer is a good thing. I haven't seen one in many years." Zhou's father asked curiously, "You know how to hunt? What weapon did you use to kill the roe deer? Do you have a gun license?" Mother Zhou happily took the roe deer, and they walked into the house while talking. Zhang Jianjun said, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. This was caught with a bow and arrow. I wouldn't dare buy a gun. I bought a bow at the trust store and practiced for a while when I had nothing to do. During the holidays, I went to the mountains outside the city. It was like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. I saw a group of wild roe deer and only managed to catch this one." Zhou Jinese laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. It's not easy to master a bow and arrow. I've only ever used a crossbow before, and that was many years ago." Zhou Xiaobai always felt that Zhang Jianjun was bragging. He smiled playfully and said, "Zhang Jianjun, you said that when the weather gets warmer, you'd take me to see your archery skills. Don't let me know you were bragging then." Zhang Jianjun touched his head awkwardly, and the two of them said that it didn't matter that they were sharpshooters. "You don't dare to talk nonsense with so many people around." When Zhou's father and mother saw the scene between the two of them, they both smiled knowingly. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun. He smiled slyly and said, "I hope you've been exposed by me. Anyway, I'll see how you perform when the time comes." Several people were chatting and laughing happily. Zhang Jianjun came to the living room and made a cup of tea for himself without hesitation. Zhou's mother and Zhou Xiaobai chatted for a while and then went into the kitchen to prepare ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. This wild roe deer also needs to be pickled in time. It will take more than 20 kilograms to be pickled. Zhang Jianjun brought over a cup of tea and refilled Zhou's father's cup before sitting down. Zhou Jinese smiled with satisfaction and said, "I have 2 good news to tell you today. The first is that the data you submitted has been verified by scientists, and they have preliminarily determined that it is highly feasible. That means the information is basically confirmed to be true. The old leader fully affirms your patriotic behavior. I received a call at noon, asking if you had any personal requests to the organization." After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I finally made the right bet this time, and my historical judgment is still correct. The organization still attaches great importance to scientific and technological achievements, and Mr. Ye is indeed a decisive person. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Uncle Joe, to be honest, after I handed in this information, I was so anxious that I wanted to run away. I'm well aware of the importance of this information, and I'm also afraid the organization will delve into it and try to track down its source. I personally have no demands on the organization, and besides, this information cannot be measured by money. If I must make a request, please tell the organization, Uncle Joe, that I just want to work safely and freely at the grassroots level. After listening to Zhang Jianzhen's story, Zhou Jianese raised his head and looked at him with admiration. You are quite capable of facing this calmly. The earthquake and impact caused by this information are too great. The organization doesn't want anything to happen to you right now. The old leader has expressed his intention after careful consideration to allow you to enjoy the treatment of scientific and technological workers. This is the reward you deserve. As long as you don't do anything that harms the country and don't secretly leak this information to others. Mr. Ye has adopted the 4 no decisions approach to you: no further investigation, no digging, no monitoring, and no investigation. Zhang Jianzhen was overjoyed after hearing this. This 4 no's decision was truly a timely relief. From now on, I will have some secrets and won't be afraid of being secretly investigated by the higher UPS. This is the best news I have heard since I traveled through time. This time I might really take off. As long as I don't do anything stupid in the future, I won't die. After all, people in the chi refining stage can deal with a few or even hundreds of people. But in front of the huge state machine, you can be wiped out in minutes. The United States U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft was shot down at an altitude of 20,000 meters. A low-level cultivator really can't turn the world upside down. Zhang Jianzhen said happily, Thank you for the organization's trust. I feel relieved now. I've been feeling very nervous these past few days. This is really great news for me. Thank you, Uncle Joe, for your care. Zhou Jianese found Zhang Jianzhen's beaming expression a little funny. Xiang continued, You don't have to worry about the mastermind behind the last case anymore. The Zheng family is basically an open secret. You'll know it later anyway. The Zheng family's situation is very grim now. I have been in the hospital emergency room for 2 days. I have also sent people to inquire about his whereabouts. Don't worry, I can't jump up and down right now. I can be said to be in a situation where I can't take care of myself. Zhang Jianzhen stopped smiling. I was shocked. Could it be that the Zheng family really reported the case? Zhang Jianzhen never thought that. The effect of my little spell. It has become an unsolved mystery in the medical community. When Zhang Jianzhen later learned that Zheng Yuanhua's thing was frozen off, he began to take this little magic seriously. This is simply a great spell that can kill people invisibly. He had underestimated the damage that freezing magic can do to ordinary people. No matter how weak a spell is, it is still a spell. Zhang Jianzhen said softly at this time, Uncle Joe, can you help find a warehouse? Zhou Jianese asked with some confusion, Of course we can find a warehouse. The old factory building that has not been renovated before is a good warehouse. What do you want to find a warehouse for? Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, I want to do a business with the organization. If you give me a warehouse, I can get 1,000 tons of Fujian powder. Zhou Jianese's smiling face also showed shock. He asked in surprise, Are you kidding me? 1,000 tons is not 1,000 kilograms. Even if it is 1,000 kilograms, it is not easy to get it. Zhang Jianzhen smiled innocently and said, Uncle Joe, didn't you just mention the 4 no's plan? Of course I know what I'm talking about. I can get confidential scientific and technological information, so getting 1,000 tons of refined flour shouldn't be too much. Zhang Jianzhen thought that he was not short of money, and talking about money with his father-in-law would hurt feelings. If his father-in-law knew about the 5,000 tons in space, he would probably jump up from his chair. It would be better to just put forward some conditions. After all, I will have to trouble them for the Courtyard house in the future. Zhou Jianese took a deep breath and asked, Xiao Zhang, if what you said is true, how do you want to run this business? Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, I just want a commitment from an organization, provided it doesn't violate ethical laws and regulations. There's one additional condition that's also simple for you and the organization. Zhou Jianese carefully pondered Zhang Jianzhen's words. The first thing is that it doesn't violate morals and laws, which is easy to say. So what's the additional condition? Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, I need a variety of vegetable, fruit, and melon seeds. I need these things for an experiment. The more varieties, the better, but the quantity shouldn't be too large. A few pounds of each is fine, and if you're short on something, a few ounces is fine too. The most important thing is to have all the essential items. Zhou Jianese relaxed his brow and said, If you only need these things, there's no need for the organization to decide. I can handle it for you. Zhou Jianese appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with turmoil. 1,000 tons of Fujian flour. This guy has never lied. 1,000 tons of refined flour is equal to 2 million kilograms, which is a bit scary to think about. Today's trucks can only carry 5 tons, and it will take 200 trucks to transport all the flour. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Jianjun quickly got up to help open the door, and his mental power swept out curiously. Zhang Jianjun was almost stunned when he saw someone coming outside the door. Holy shit, my old boss actually came over during Chinese New Year. When the old man opened the door and saw that it was Zhang Jianjun, he laughed and joked. I knew you would be here for the new year. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. Now you've really become one of us. When Zhou Jianese heard the sound, he hurried over from the living room. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, Old boss, you came here in person during the new year. Zhou Jianese quickly brought the old man into his home, and Zhang Jianjun also began to help make tea. The old man laughed and said, You are the only one allowed to come here, but an old man like me cannot come? Zhou Jianese said with a smile, Old superior, let alone him, I didn't expect you to come here. Mr. Ye smiled and said, Xiao Zhou, I can't sit still at home right now. Several people from the 9th Institute haven't gone home for the new year, and I just came here from the laboratory. But I can only watch helplessly and can't help, so I thought of stopping by to have a free New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Jianjun brought over a cup of tea and placed it in front of the old man's table. At this time, Zhou's mother and daughter also came out of the kitchen. Mother Zhou was also very surprised to see the people coming. Mother Zhou quickly greeted him. How did you find time to come over, old leader? I haven't seen you for a while. You look healthier than in years. Zhou Xiaobai also laughed and said, Uncle, are you lost in here to give me a red envelope? Everyone in the living room burst into laughter. Mother Zhou said angrily, Xiaobai, how can you talk to your uncle like that? You're being disrespectful. The old man laughed and said, Xiaobai, I almost didn't recognize you. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. Don't worry, there will definitely be red envelopes. Mother Zhou also laughed and said, Old chief, you two can chat first. The soup is still stewing in the kitchen. I have to go check it out. The three of them watched as the mother and daughter returned to the kitchen, and Zhou Jianese recounted what had just happened. When the old man heard about the 2 million jin of Fujian flour, he couldn't help but be shocked. This makes Zhang Jianjun's position in his mind even more mysterious. The country's food supply in recent years is a little better than before, but it is also in great shortage, although 2 million jin is nothing in the whole country. But this is a bit weird in one place. The key is refined flour. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, over in Coal Hill, there's a textile factory that hasn't been renovated yet. Xiao Zhang, it happens to be a holiday, so no one is there. After the New Year's Eve dinner, I'll have the driver give you a map or show you the way. Just tell Uncle Joe when the flour arrives. You've done a great service to the organization. As long as it's beneficial to the country, go ahead and do it. The organization will help you with anything else you need. Zhang Jianjun felt reassured. This promise came at the right time. So he quickly smiled and said, Thank you for your support and trust, Uncle. I'll just give you a map later. Please rest assured, the flour will be available within a week. But when you take it away, you can pack it in the bags yourself. If there are any extra flour bags, please leave some for me. Everyone looked a little strange. This kid is a little too mysterious now. 2 million kilograms of flour without bags, is it like storing sand? Curiosity made everyone feel like they were being scratched by a cat. Everyone is wondering how millions of kilograms of things were transported here? Where was it shipped from? Could the means of transportation also be from abroad? The country has now implemented economic control, and food is a strategic material that is strictly managed. Otherwise, there would not be various bills, and the rural communes would not dare to sell them privately. You have to know that this is still the era of the collective, and we have to hand in quota grain every year. Zhou Jianese and the old man looked at each other, stood up together and walked towards the study. When he saw someone stand up, he smiled and said, I want to discuss some organizational matters with your Uncle Joe. You sit here for a while. Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded, feeling a little amused when he saw the two of them looking so uncomfortable. But I will never tell you the secret of space. This is the capital for my livelihood. The sound of fireworks came from the street outside. Bunches of fireworks lit up the entire night sky. Although both the old man and Zhou Jianese have seen many storms, but when faced with such unscientific things, it's a bit difficult to sit still. You said that we should explore the newly established rules, but that would be a slap in our own face. We can only start discussing it in the study. The two lit a cigarette for each other, and the old man smiled and said, Old Joe, you have found a mysterious son-in-law. Zhou Jianese smiled helplessly and said, Old superior, as a father, I actually hope that he is just an ordinary person, and that the young couple can live a stable life. That's better than anything else. But as a member of the organization, I hope he can make some contribution. But these contributions are a bit shocking. I'm afraid they're too big to contain. The old man also said with a wry smile, "Don't talk about you, I can't see it myself, but as long as it is beneficial to development, we have to help this kid reduce the pressure. These achievements can only be recorded and will be gradually pursued in the future." Joe Jennings smiled and said, "That's the only way. We can't stop him from doing good things." The old man said seriously, "Old Joe, confidentiality measures must be implemented and must be strictly guarded to prevent leaks. During this period, foreign organizations have begun to stir again, trying to take advantage of the chaos. You must also begin investigating them. We must strike back at all costs against the sabotage activities of foreign organizations." Joe Jennings also nodded seriously. Zhang Jianjun was bored reading the newspaper in the living room. He wanted to go to the kitchen to help but was driven out by Joe's mother. At this time, Joe Jennings and the other person walked out of the study. The old man smiled and said, "Xiao Zhan, are you used to working in the steel mill now? If you want to change jobs, let me know." After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun understood. "But I have too many secrets, so it would be better for me to gain some ground at the grassroots level first." Zhang Jianjun quickly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I'm currently working in the steel mill and things are going pretty well. If you want to change your environment and gain some experience in the future, I will shamelessly bother you then." The old man nodded with satisfaction. "This request is not high considering your contribution. You can ask for a job change at any time. There will be a time for you young people to show your talents." At this time, Joe's mother and Joe Xiaobai came out of the kitchen, each carrying dishes. Zhang Jianjun immediately stood up to help after 7 or 8 dishes were served on the table. Joe Xiaobai said playfully, "Zhang Jianjun, let's go set off firecrackers. You're brave and careful and aren't afraid of explosions. You light them." Zhang Jianjun. Everyone also smiled. The sound of firecrackers rang out in the yard, and the Zhou family's New Year's Eve dinner officially began. Pig's feet stewed with soybeans, steamed soft-shell turtle, and a large pot of wild roe deer meat in the middle. There are several cold dishes on the side, including braised chicken feet, braised beef, old duck head, duck neck, etc. Joe's mother said, "It took me more than an hour to cook this wild roe deer. In order to remove the earthy smell of the roe deer meat, you need to marinate it first. Add more seasonings, blanch it with some white vinegar, and then marinate it with garlic, cooking wine, ginger, green onions, etc. Then slowly simmer it with star anise, bay leaves, water chestnuts, chili peppers, and red braising sauce. Old boss, Xiao Zhan, please try it and see how it tastes. I'm afraid it's still a little undercooked." The old man smiled and said, "It seems that you have studied cooking a lot, Xiao Chen. I remember the last time I had your cooking was about 3 years ago." Mother Joe smiled and said, "Yes, time flies. It wasn't long since you came back from abroad." Several people started to pick up their chopsticks and taste the food. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Zhang Jianjun also had a great appetite. Of course, liquor is indispensable during the Chinese New Year. Zhang Jianjun took motai and poured it for the two of them first, and then poured himself a glass. Zhou Xiaobai and her daughter also started drinking wine. During this period, there were still several wineries in the Sijukan area. Joe Jennings smiled and said, "The fact that our old superior can come here in person today has greatly enhanced the festive atmosphere of our family. I wish you good health and longevity." The old man smiled and said, "Old Joe, I'm very happy to be here today. Regardless of our level, we have been friends for many years. I also wish everyone a happy Chinese New Year. Let's raise a glass and have a drink together." Several people raised their glasses happily. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the old man took out a red envelope and a badge from his pocket. The old man smiled and said, "Girl Joe, this red envelope is for you. Don't wait until I'm gone and then tell me I'm stingy." Everyone started laughing, and Zhang Jianjun couldn't help laughing too. At this time, he was just like an ordinary middle-aged man, his face flushed after a few drinks. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and smiled, "Uncle, I dare not say bad things about you behind your back." After saying this, he happily took the red envelope. The old man said to Zhang Jianjun, "Xiao Zhang, you're already working in an adult, so it's a bit inappropriate to give you a red envelope. I've had this badge for many years. I hope you can continue to maintain your fighting spirit and forge ahead in your future work without forgetting your original aspirations." Zhang Jianjun quickly stood up and carefully took the gold badge from the old man with both hands. Zhang Jianjun quickly thanked him, "Thank you very much for your guidance and encouragement, uncle. I will definitely cherish the hard-earned life I have now. Stay true to our original aspiration, contribute to this era, and do what we can." When Joe Jennings and his mother saw the badge on Zhang Jianjun's chest, they were secretly happy for him. "It would be a great honor for me if my son-in-law is talented." Even Zhou Xiaobai looked at him with envy. Zhang Jianjun secretly winked at Zhou Xiaobai beside him. Zhou Xiaobai muttered, "Zhang Jianjun, what are you so proud of? but he still glanced at her from time to time. Zhang Jianjun secretly laughed. The little girl was very curious about exquisite things. Time passed in the joy of the New Year's Eve dinner, and before we knew it, it was coming to an end. The old man was so happy today that he drank one more glass, and his face was already a little drunk. I feel like my speech is starting to sound a bit like a rolled tongue. Naturally, Joe's father didn't dare to get his old superior drunk, so he slowly ended the banquet. The old man took the tea handed to him by Zhang Jianjun and raised his wrist to look at his watch. He smiled and said, "I am very happy this year, and I am grateful to you for your help. But I have to go visit the experts later. They are really too busy and forget about food and sleep. I feel a little guilty, and I can only think of ways to improve their diet and daily life. Take more care of yourself in life." Zhang Jianjun listened with awe. There are many people who hide their identities in this era, always devoted to the career. Many people in later generations didn't even know who they were. Hide your achievements and fame. Zhang Jianjun asked himself if he could reach this level yet. This is a group of people who deserve respect. After dinner, Zhou Jianese called Zhang Jianjun to the study and took out a geographical map from his arms. The circle marks the location of the former state-owned cotton mill. The machine has stopped working because it is too old. It is a foreign spinning machine from the 1930s. It has long been unable to keep up with the current development trend, so during the Spring Festival, the workers are on holiday and all the machines are ready to be replaced. Several extra-large spinning warehouses are just right for Zhang Jianjun to store flour. Since this old factory was empty, there were no security personnel on duty. The confidentiality is still very good, and there is no need to worry about attracting other people's attention. Zhang Jianjun naturally knew the direction of Maishan. That was the final resting place of the last Ming Emperor, Chongzhen, who was hanged on the crooked tree in the back mountain. It also realized the ancestral precepts of the Ming dynasty: the emperor guards the national border and the king dies for the country. It was also the end of the last Han emperor of the feudal dynasty. In fact, this is similar to the 3-year famine period, with constant natural disasters not caused by human beings. They were all in the Little Ice Age, and the last 10 years of the Ming dynasty were much more severe. No matter how hard the emperor tried, it was useless. There are 9.5 years of drought in 10 years, and the blizzards and cold waves in winter are useless. Zhou Jianese looked at Zhang Jianjun and smiled. "This is a map that Mr. Ye asked me to give you. You don't have to worry about being monitored by others. I know you don't want to reveal secrets right now, but you have to pay attention to your safety recently. It's impossible to be perfect every time. It would be bad if someone with ulterior motives saw it." Zhang Jianjun took the map with a smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle Joe, for your reminder. I will handle this matter carefully." Father Joe nodded and said, "That's good. After finishing these things, I should have some fun when I have some free time. Young people shouldn't act like they're old. They should learn to balance work and rest. Come over and play more often when you're free. Don't let Xiaobai always call you." Zhang Jianjun thought to himself that I was already good enough at having fun, having even been to the other dimension twice. But he never took the initiative to ask Zhou Xiaobai out. So he smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Joe, for your reminder. I know what to do from now on." The two talked in the study for a while, and Zhang Jianjun stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Zhou's father took out a pistol, a small red notebook, and a box wrapped in brown paper from his arms and handed them over. He said, "Since you enjoy the treatment of a science and technology worker, you have the right to own weapons. Foreign spies have already set their sights on our famous scientists. To prevent assassinations, everyone is equipped with a pistol. This is also what Master Ye meant. You should also be careful. The magazine contains 24 rounds of ammunition, enough for 3 magazine changes." Zhang Jianjun put the pistol and bullets into his shoulder bag, picked up the red book and saw that it was a gun license. It is stamped with a red military seal. Zhou Jianese was about to get up and call the driver again. Zhang Jianjun quickly said, "Today is New Year's Eve, and I want to ride my bike home. You can also watch the fireworks and enjoy the night view of the city on the way." Zhou Jianese said gently, "That's fine, but you have to go back early. You have to be careful when riding a bike alone at night." Zhang Jianjun bid farewell to the Zhou family and left with Zhou Xiaobai's reluctant gaze. Red lanterns were hung everywhere in the streets and alleys of the old city. From time to time, a firework shot up into the sky, and Zhang Jianjun looked at the gorgeous night scene. I sighed secretly, and realized that in just over a year, the Spring Festival would be abolished. It will take many years for such a night view to reappear in Beijing, but that would be the starting point for the country's takeoff, and this era is indeed something that makes people nostalgic and sad. Zhang Jianjun is a decisive man. After he changed his appearance in a small alley, I rode my bike straight towards Maishan and soon arrived at the old cotton mill. Fortunately, the warehouses here are all old steel frame structures. The roofs are all covered with asbestos tiles. It is about 8 or 9 meters high, more than 20 meters wide, and about 50 meters long. It is very spacious and tall. It feels like a large warehouse, and it is not far from Coal Hill behind it. After Zhang Jianjun estimated the amount of flour, his mental space became like an hourglass. The flour rustled out. The operation was completed in less than 10 minutes. 1 million kilograms of flour were unloaded in the standing warehouse and the warehouse next door. If someone saw this scene, they would probably faint from fright. After doing all this, Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle straight towards Dazalan. If you're going to visit, you have to go and see it. During New Year's Eve, most people will be at home. This is the most relaxing time and the best opportunity. Zhang Jianjun didn't want to take action, nor did he want to be a hero who changed history. Because this turmoil not only involves Jiang San and Li Si, but also other Wang Ermeizi. When internal conflicts have to be vented, no one can stop them. But it's not okay to let others remember your name. Zhang Jianjun didn't want to be unable to sleep or eat and be plotted against by others. We must nip in the bud all factors that are unfavorable to us. Since the Zheng family is like this, it is natural that he is one of them. After Zhang Jianjun arrived at Dazalan, he followed the house numbers. After wandering around, I found Zujia Hutong. Just a few dozen meters into the alley, a spiritual wave came, and it turned out that the spiritual mark had been triggered. Zhang Jianjun turned into the alley next to him and put his bicycle into the space first. Used the breath-holding technique that I just learned. The spiritual consciousness is like a big net cage, covering an area of 150 meters in radius. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, every household, adult and child, flashed through Zhang Jianjun's mind one by one. When I saw the main house of a large courtyard, I saw a familiar face. He was drinking and talking happily with a young man in his 20s. A woman in her 40s on the left side of the table was eating and listening to the conversation between the two. From time to time, I also say a few words. Zhang Jianjun thought maybe this was what a family was like. Those who get together during the Chinese New Year are either relatives or people with similar interests. Then let's be together. Since it is going to cause an unexpected phenomenon, there is no need to collect the items. Besides, these characters' stuff is too dirty. In a dark alley more than 70 meters away, Zhang Jian's spiritual sense directly locked onto the positions of the three people in the main house. As he silently chanted the formula and flipped his hand gestures, 3 purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the air. A loud thunderclap was heard above the entire alley, and the 3 bull-sized bolts of lightning illuminated the sky as bright as day. The 3 long lightning snakes smashed down with a roar. At the gate of a distant compound, some adults were accompanying their children, lighting fireworks together at the gate. They were all shocked by the world-destroying thunder and lightning, and their mouths were wide open in shock. The children were frightened and cried loudly. A huge hole appeared in the main house of the 4-box courtyard in front in the lightning. Without the support of the walls around him, the building collapsed with a loud bang. Zhang Jianjun did not look back and left quietly. There is a saying that explosion is art, and once it is released, there is no need to look back. The compound instantly caught fire under the intense heat of the lightning. If you can survive like this, it proves that you are not destined to die. The sound of a patrol tricycle's horn could be heard in the distance. Such a loud noise naturally caused chaos. The roar, like the thunder god from the 9 heavens, left a mysterious legend in this ancient city. Zhang Jianjun was like a ghost with his consciousness fully open along the way. His entire body was like a wisp of green smoke, rapidly moving through the dark corners. People nearby always felt that someone was floating past, but when they looked back, there was nothing there. This is the benefit of the breath-concealing technique, which is more effective at night, like a ghost. Zhang Jianjun ran for more than 3 miles before he breathed a sigh of relief. In a small alley, he took out his bicycle and rushed towards Nanlua Guxiang. This was Zhang Jianjun's first time casting a large-scale spell. The noise caused made me feel uneasy. This is a New Year's Day that has rocked the nation. After Zhang Jianjun returned home, he came to the space. The entire space now had more than 10 acres of saplings. The seeds brought back from the Kaobai River mountain area have begun to sprout, and various trees have grown into tender seedlings about 1 foot long. The planting space is like a cheat for the growth of plants, and the growth speed is frighteningly fast. Zhang Jianjun sorted out all the fruits and vegetables again. Now the big watermelons have been piled up into a small hill. It would be nice to have a backpack that can be stacked infinitely. Zhang Jianjun thought truthfully and looked up at the space vortex again. It's pretty much the same as yesterday, except the blue edge has widened a bit. It seems that the journey to another world is likely to come during the holidays, and Zhang Jianjun is full of anticipation for this journey. Thinking of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, he immediately found them. He couldn't let the 2 little guys suffer any grievances during the new year. The 2 kittens have grown up a bit and are no longer the same as they were when they first entered the space 2 days ago. Maybe there is spiritual energy in the air of this space. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes seem a little lively. When they saw Zhang Jianjun, they cried happily. The two kittens also knew that the man in front of them was their breadwinner. They had to act coquettishly. Zhang Jianjun was amused by the eagerness of the two kittens. It seems that they are a little greedy, and their parents Zhang Jianjun don't want to care about it. After all, if space wants to become a small world, small animals naturally have to learn to survive by the fittest. If it can't catch so many hares, it's no use calling itself an leopard cat. Zhang Jianjun started to lock on his target from the lake and caught a crucian carp weighing more than half a kilogram. The two kittens ran over happily, sniffed him, and then turned back to him. Zhang Jianjun felt speechless. Isn't it said that kittens love to eat fish? These two little guys even dislike it. Since we couldn't waste the fish, we made a fire and put it on the rack to grill it. After more than 10 minutes, the small crucian carp was roasted until golden brown. When the fragrance arrived, the two kittens snuggled up at my legs, immediately ran around the shelf and started smelling it. Zhang Jianjun took a look and realized that these two kittens didn't refuse to eat, but they were just picky eaters. I had no choice but to be the poop scooper again, taking care of the two kittens and then sending them into the woods. Zhang Jianjun sat by the ancient well and began his practice today. The water level in the ancient well dropped more than 6 meters yesterday, but it has recovered to more than half today. Every time I make a breakthrough, the amount of spiritual spring water decreases. I'm really afraid that it will be sucked dry all at once when I reach the foundation building stage. Zhang Jianjun completed a small cycle, and the spiritual energy fluctuations caused by yesterday's breakthrough have gradually begun to stabilize. Now Zhang Jianjun's Tei Divine Thunder has reached perfection. Naturally, you can continue to learn subsequent spells, and with a wave of your hand, the true solution to the Divine Thunder will appear in your palm. Zhang Jianjun opened the Qi Refining chapter and carefully read the subsequent thunder spells. Purple Yang Thunder Spear Technique is a thunder spell ranked after Tei Divine Thunder. Zhang Jianjun carefully looked up this spell and found that the mantra was a little more profound than the previous ones. After research, it was found that for the Qi Refining stage, the Purple Yang Lightning Spear Technique was a powerful single-target spell. After becoming proficient in it, you can condense a purple lightning spear made of lightning in your hand by flipping the incantation. With a wave of his hand, the teacup-thick lightning spear can leave the body. It is also the spell with the longest range at present, reaching an astonishing 300 meters. This is like an upgraded version of Palm Thunder, which is not comparable to the basic spell. It can lock onto the target within the range of spiritual consciousness and strike with precision. Lightning is extremely fast and has strong penetrating power. It is also a spell specifically used to break evil spirits. After reading the entire secret formula, Zhang Jianjun sat by the ancient well and began to comprehend it. Dividing line. The 3 lightning strikes over the city of Siju kept the nearby police station extremely busy. First there was the mysterious ghost incident in Dongcheng district, and now there is the thunder disaster in Zikan district. The police officers in Zikan district had to end their vacation early, and a large number of police forces were dispatched from the entire Public Security Bureau to maintain order. The local Public Security Committee was also mobilized, which is equivalent to the previous Joint Defense. The Public Security Committee is basically composed of elderly people, and the street office can only work with them. Mainly because they were afraid of causing other sporadic fires, everyone had to isolate the entire compound first. The alley was surrounded by onlookers, making it impossible to get through, which caused great trouble to the firefighting work. Fortunately, people nowadays are still very simple and honest, and they all took the initiative to participate in the firefighting operation. Buckets of water were passed to each other, and with everyone's concerted efforts, the fire was finally put out. There is a custom of staying up all night on New Year's Eve, so naturally many people are not asleep at this time. Such loud explosions drove them all out of their homes. An old man nearby was still in shock and was describing the scene in vivid detail. The case officer listened to the story patiently and began to take notes in a notebook. More than a dozen investigators entered the compound to carry out rescue operations. See if there are any survivors in the house. The entire compound was charred black, and water stains left over from the firefighting were still flowing underground. A cordon was set up at the gate of the compound, and the onlookers didn't want to cause trouble during the new year. They all stood on tiptoe to look inside curiously. The narrow alley was no longer accessible because there were too many people watching the excitement. There are alleys connected to each other here, so naturally many people come here with their families to watch the fun. Several police officers who entered the house to prepare for disaster relief were stunned when they saw the scene inside. The entire main house collapsed, and a huge pit more than 10 feet deep was exposed in the middle of the house that was not buried. Black smoke from the burning soil was still rising from the pit, and in some places the soil had turned into vitrification. How high a temperature would it take for this to happen? A criminal investigation expert stepped forward and grabbed a handful of soil from the edge of the pit. Others also began to check the surroundings for traces to see if there were any explosion residues within the shrapnel. After more than an hour of rescue and moving, the original site of the main house was finally revealed to its true appearance. There was no trace of gunpowder on it, proving that it was not blown up by a cannonball or explosive pack. If it was a shell or a bomb, it would be impossible not to leave any trace. But this is the first time such a lightning disaster has been seen, and it also violates the laws of nature. Not to mention people, not even a piece of clothing was found after searching the entire ruins of the central courtyard. The soil in the deep pit is a bit carbonized, let alone people. At this time, a careful investigator discovered some charred bone fragments at the bottom of the pit. There is also a deformed iron sole. Leather shoes of this era were also rare and high-end products. After buying them, many people like to nail iron soleace on the heels of their shoes to prevent them from wearing out easily. The expert took it and took a look at it and gasped. What kind of power must have been there to make the iron soleace of the shoes twist into a knot? When the director of the branch found out the household registration of the compound, his face was solemn. This family was not an ordinary family. If it is not something you can solve yourself, you can only report it to the organization. It's impossible to hide it with so many people watching. We can only find ways to reduce the impact of this incident. This terrible thunderstorm spread throughout the entire city. A purple lightning spear appeared in Zhang Jianzhen's palm, and the crackling sound of electric arcs showed the violent energy. After more than half an hour of practice, the purple yang thunder spear technique was finally completed. The more than 1 meter long lightning spear in front of Zhang Jianzhen locked onto the open space 100 meters away, and a dazzling lightning flashed out of his hand in an instant. Leaving a string of purple arcs in the air, the lightning gun quickly penetrated into the black soil at the target. When the lightning gun completely disappeared from the ground 100 meters away, a sudden explosion sounded and the ground shook. A sloping pit about 7 or 8 meters in diameter appeared on the ground, and Zhang Jianzhen teleported to the explosion point. My eyes couldn't help but shine with excitement, and a large slanted funnel-shaped pit appeared before my eyes. After all, the spell is shot out horizontally, and when it penetrates the ground, a slanted pit appears. The bottom of the pit is more than 5 meters deep and 2 meters in diameter, and the top of the pit is more than 7 meters in diameter. This is like the effect of a technological side-penetrating bomb, showing that the spell's penetrating power is very strong. Zhang Jianzhen estimated the spell and thought that if he used all his strength, he could only cast 5 or 6 spells at most. As expected, the higher the spell attack power, the more mana it consumes. It is said to be a single target spell, but it can also produce an explosive effect. If this happened again in a crowd, Zhang Jianzhen felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Fortunately, I am now a mid-level chi refiner. If I were still a low-level one, most of my spiritual energy would be drained away in just this one blow. Zhang Jianzhen used his mind to flatten the pit. It seems that this spell can be used as a group attack. The Tei Divine Thunder's aerial attack was unexpected, and the Purple Yang Thunder Spear technique was perfect. Zhang Jianzhen continued to practice for half an hour, and when he felt tired, he slipped out of the space and went to sleep. A silent night. Early in the morning, Zhang Jianzhen washed up and planned to prepare some gifts before going out. After all, I promised Zhou Xiaobai yesterday that I would go fishing with her in Haoerhe today, so I can't let the little girl come over every time. If I don't take the initiative to ask her out, Zhou Xiaobai will definitely be angry. I'll stop by to wish my father-in-law a happy new year. Just as I was thinking about what gift to bring, Lu Guangtian's voice came from outside the compound. Brother Jianzhen, my 2 brothers wish you a happy new year. Lu Guangtian walked in with a bag of brown sugar, and Guangfu followed behind with a bottle of Xifang liquor. Zhang Jianzhen saw it and laughed. Guangtian, Guangfu, you're from the same compound, why are you still bringing things? Besides, between people of the same generation, there's no need to talk about whether to celebrate the new year or not. Lu Guangtian smiled and said, I've been wanting to treat you to a meal for a while now. Without Brother Jianzhen's help, I wouldn't have a stable job. Zhang Jianzhen felt comfortable when he heard this. Although there was some mutual benefit between them, this guy was still very capable. While pouring tea for the 2 of them, he said, since we are all brothers, let's not be so formal. It would be a waste if the quota is not used. It is better to give it to your own people than to others, don't you think? Then a plate of oranges and a plate of white rabbit milk candies were brought in from the inner room. The brothers' eyes lit up when they saw it. Not to mention the oranges, they had only eaten white rabbit milk candy when they were young. Because this thing is really too expensive, who would be willing to spend more than 2 yuan to buy a pound of it? The most important thing is that you need candy tickets. The 2 put the gifts they brought on the table, sat on the sofa, drank tea, and ate candy. Lu Guangfu was eating a candy, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhang Jianzhen knew what this guy was thinking at a glance. Only these 2 brothers are quite pleasing to the eyes of this compound. After all, a sedan chair is carried by everyone, so it is impossible for them to be alone. Others came with gifts, and Zhang Jianzhen would not turn them away. So he smiled and said, Guangfu, don't worry and wait to go to work in 2 days. If there are vacancies this year, we will arrange for you to join. It doesn't matter who you arrange for it, you can't favor one over the other. After hearing this, Lu Guangfu's face flushed with excitement. He spoke incoherently, "Thank you for your help, Brother Jianjun. I will definitely work hard and not let Brother Jianjun down." Zhang Jianjun patted Lu Guangfu on the shoulder. He felt a little craving for some chicken soup articles as he hadn't read any of them for a few days. He said seriously, "Guangfu, life makes us grow up slowly, and life also makes our parents grow old slowly. You are not working because I have helped you, because I am just a passerby in your life. You don't work just to be nagged by your parents. Even they can only be with you for half your life. When you are old and have deep wrinkles on your forehead, only two women will appear in your memory, your wife and your mother." Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu. The two brothers were a little confused and a little touched, and they felt sad when they talked about it during the new year. Zhang Jianjun thought the effect was quite good. He not only satisfied his talking addiction but also became a life mentor. Guangtian was the first to come to his senses and said, "I didn't expect my mother, who was always in a bad mood, to actually have a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Zhang Jianjun, I missed this line, I only remember the line about the two women. The three chatted for a while and then the two brothers got up and left. Zhang Jianjun thought that he should go and visit too. People who practice cultivation naturally follow the principle of following the way of nature, and even the old saying goes that courtesy should be reciprocated. So I took a bag of oranges from the space, got on my bike and went out. Everyone in the compound looked curiously as Zhang Jianjun walked into Lu Haizhong's house. When Lu Haizhong saw Zhang Jianjun coming in, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum and he immediately came out to greet him. He also took out a small firecracker 1 inch long and set it off at the door as a sign of respect. The second aunt smiled and said, "Jianjun, you are too polite to bring so many oranges with you. Let's have lunch together at our house. I'll make some side dishes for you and your uncle to have a drink." After setting off the firecrackers, Lu Haizhong looked at his wife with satisfaction. With a rosy face, he smiled and said, "I still have 2 bottles of Zifeng wine at home. Jianjun, please don't leave at noon. Let's have a drink together. Guangtian Guangfu, why don't you go and pour tea?" Zhang Jianjun quickly stopped the two brothers. He said to Lu Haizhong's family, uncle and aunt, "It's too late for lunch. I have to go to my partner's house on New Year's Day. I can't go there in the afternoon to pay New Year's greetings." Lu Haizhong suddenly understood and said, "Jianjun is right. If you are not free today, you can come tomorrow." Zhang Jianjun nodded and without staying any longer, he pushed his bicycle out of the compound. Lu Haizhong stood at the door to see Zhang Jianjun off, fearing that others would not know that he had come out of his own home. Looking at the receding figure, I smacked my lips and decided to hold on to this thigh tightly. Lu Guangfu couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Mom and Dad, after the new year, Brother Jianjun said he would save a seat for me." After hearing this, the Lu Haizhong couple were overjoyed. He quickly said to his wife, "No matter what, we must invite Jianjun to our house for a drink these few days." Second aunt naturally couldn't stop smiling, and the entire Lu family was immersed in joy. Zhang Jianjun was in an empty corner and suddenly took out 2 chickens from the space. It should be okay for a male and a female to pay New Year's greetings. Then he ran towards the military compound. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, more people were walking on the streets, and adults and children were laughing and talking on the streets. Zhang Jianjun was wearing a tweed military coat with a badge of the great man's portrait on his chest. Carrying a cowhide shoulder bag on his back, he rode his bicycle quickly, passing through the streets and alleys of the old city. When passers-by on the street saw Zhang Jianjun dressed like this, everyone looked at him with envy. This outfit is simply called sexy. At first glance, you can tell that it is the outfit of a second-generation official. Zhang Jianjun, who has entered the middle level of qi refining, exudes a faint affinity. Her face looked whiter than before, and the young girls and wives were naturally a little dazed. Even the old ladies on the roadside smiled knowingly. It's like recalling the lost youth, and I can't help but sigh how great it is to be young. The alleys of the old city all woke up to the sound of firecrackers, marking the true beginning of the new year. The elderly naturally prefer the lunar calendar to count years. In their minds, the next year begins after the new year. The melodious sound of the drum tower bells came from afar, striking 8 times, announcing the arrival of 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Jianjun's bicycle was parked in the military compound. Zhou Xiaobai had just gotten up from keeping watch last night and was still brushing his teeth by the sink in the yard. When he heard the bell in the courtyard, he turned his head and saw the person coming. His face lit up with joy. The bad guy finally took the initiative to come. When Zhang Jianjun saw Zhou Xiaobai looking at him, he smiled with toothpaste foam hanging on his lips. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and glared at Zhang Jianjun. Her cute and innocent look made him happy. At this time, Zhou's mother seemed to have heard the bell, opened the door and looked outside the yard. Zhang Jianjun sensed Zhou's mother coming out and quickly turned around and smiled. "Auntie, this year is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I wish you a happy new year and good health every year." Zhou's mother smiled happily. The more she looked at this boy, the more she liked him. This feeling has reached its peak since Jang Jianjun won the favor of Mr. Ye yesterday. That little bit of incompatibility was completely thrown out of the window. Looking at the gentle and elegant young man in front of me, Mother Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Zhang, I've told you so many times that you don't need to bring anything when you come to my place, but you just won't listen. Bringing 2 more chickens here is really a shame. Xiao Zhang, you should learn to be more frugal. After brushing his teeth, Zhou Xiaobai followed suit and said, we should learn from the revolutionary spirit of the older generation and avoid extravagance and waste. Mom, do you think I'm right? After saying that, he winked secretly and laughed. Mother Zhou rolled her eyes speechlessly and said, you've already said everything, what else can I say? Xiaobai, who did you learn this from? You're becoming more and more out of tune now. After saying that, he couldn't help laughing, and happily took the 2 chickens and walked towards the backyard. He said to Zhou Xiaobai, talk to Xiao Zhang first. I'll take the 2 chickens to the backyard and raise them for a while. Maybe they can lay eggs. Zhou Xiaobai and Zhang Jianjun came to the living room one after another. Zhang Jianjun asked curiously, Xiaobai, is your dad out so early? Zhou Xiaobai wiped his face and smiled, I just got up and I don't know yet. If he's not running outside, then he must be visiting Uncle Ye's house. Zhang Jianjun, you came so early today. Where are you planning to take me? Shi Shaha? Zhang Jianjun blinked and said, today I am yours, so arrange it as you wish. Zhou Xiaobai put down the towel and pinched his waist with her little hands. Zhou's mother coughed and came in from outside, and Zhou Xiaobai withdrew his hand quickly. With a blush on her face, she glared at Zhang Jianjun. Mother Zhou looked at the 2 of them with a smile and said, the noodles with soybean paste from this morning should still be hot. You 2 can just make do with them and cook a few more dishes for lunch. I think your Uncle Zhou should be back by noon. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, thank you, Auntie. I ate the food you cooked, but after I got home, I felt that the food I cooked had lost its flavor. I don't know what happened. Zhou Xiaobai, Mother Zhou smiled with satisfaction. I like to hear what you said, you have good eyesight. Xiao Zhang, cooking is not something you can learn overnight. After all, human energy is limited. It's hard to be proficient at both work and cooking. Zhang Jianjun stood by, looking like he was learning something, nodding from time to time. Zhou's mother became more and more excited, saying that this son-in-law was very good and easy to communicate with. The 3 of them finished their breakfast chatting and laughing. After dinner, Zhou Xiaobai took out 2 pairs of skates. Zhou's mother knew at a glance that the 2 wanted to go out and play. It's the new year, so I just let them do whatever they want. Zhang Jianjun watched Zhou Xiaobai push the bicycle and quickly said, Xiaobai, let's ride one together. I'll take you back after we're done. I'm worried you'll get cold riding a bike in such cold weather. Zhou Xiaobai's face turned red and his heart felt sweet. Mother Zhou looked at the 2 people's backs as they walked away, and she felt sorry for her daughter. A man and a woman were riding a bicycle together on the road. The 2 of them had new outfits and extraordinary temperament, attracting everyone's attention. The girl's 2 pigtails fluttered in the wind, and her 2 little hands reached into the front pockets of her coat. The boy whistled happily, and his smiling face was full of energy. It was a rare opportunity to have such a peaceful time, and the 2 of them relaxed and enjoyed the scenery along the way. It was not difficult for Zhang Jianjun to bring this person with him now, and he arrived at Shishaha very easily and comfortably. Many young boys and girls have come to this most famous ice rink in the city, and some of them are adults who are worried about their children and have come along. Some were taking their first steps on the ice, while others were already spinning in circles on the rink. She would smile proudly from time to time, and this was also a good place to take pictures of the old woman. Those little boys with raging hormones. I really like showing off my skills on the ice rink and trying to attract the attention of other girls. In this era, people are free to fall in love and are not afraid of other people's gossip. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai came to the ice rink. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of people's attention. After parking their bicycles, they sat on the side and put on their skates together. Zhou Xiaobai's technique is still at the beginner level, and he still only dares to skate straight back and forth on the edge. Just like a penguin, it looks a little cute. Seeing Zhang Jianjun smiling beside him, his little face immediately showed dissatisfaction. Zhou Xiaobai rolled his eyes and said with a playful smile, Zhang Jianjun, didn't you say you came to the ice rink to watch your performance? I'd like to see today how good your skating skills are. Zhang Jianjun smiled confidently, Xiaobai, today I will show you what real ice skating is. What is the little prince of the ice rink? Several young men were skating around, and they looked at Zhang Jianjun with disdain when they heard his words. This guy doesn't care about his reputation just to pick up girls. He is the little prince of the ice rink. Let's see how this kid will end up after making a fool of himself. Zhang Jianjun rushed out like a flying star, and his ice skates seemed to have become blades of gust of wind. Weaving among the crowd of roller skaters, Zhang Jianjun's movements were coordinated and powerful, and he glided lightly on the ice. Sometimes it flies close to the ground like a swallow, like an angel's waltz. Chu Xian, who is like an elf, is the soul of the dancer. Sometimes he would do a 360-degree turn, and sometimes he would raise his leg to the sky. The movements are smooth and beautiful. Everyone around stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. He held his breath for fear of affecting his pace. This is a spirit descending to earth, spinning and jumping in everyone's heart. I'll just say a few words today as I'm adding another chapter. I'd like to urge you to update more chapters. Thank you all for sending some small gifts to warm things up. After the skating show ended, the two of them fled from the Shishaha ice rink. They underestimated the lethality of this set of skills. Zhang Jianjun was surrounded by a huge crowd, and everyone came to him for advice on skating. This really put him in a difficult position, as Zhang Jianjun's skills all relied on micromanipulation of his mental power. So there was no skill to teach, and I had to leave Shishaha early. Zhou Xiaobai was both curious and a little admiring on the way. Zhang Jianjun, where did you learn these skating skills? I didn't expect you to have such good physical resilience. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, actually, the key to skating is to coordinate your upper and lower parts so you can do whatever you want. So it's very important to master the balance point, the body's tension and resilience, which requires constant practice and is not achieved overnight. If you're just playing around and don't need to compete, there's no need to learn those difficult moves. Zhang Jianjun rode his bike with Zhou Xiaobai and turned from Suan Yumeni Street into Haoerhe. No one has the time to fish on the first day of the Lunar New Year, so the Haoerhe lake becomes relatively empty. The two men found a clean big rock, and Zhang Jianjun smashed a hole in the ice. He took out the fishing rod that he had prepared long ago. This fishing rod was bought by Zhang Jianjun when he first came to Haoerhe. I remember that after fishing for a while, I started to cheat and catch fish. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun kneading the dough curiously. He asked, Zhang Jianjun, don't people fish with earthworms? Can you fish with flour? Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, in fact, winter fishing also depends on luck. Due to the cold weather, fish are not biting as much, so naturally there are many kinds of bait. Many people like to make their own bait. People in the south like mealworms or corn kernels, and dough is naturally one of them. Only in the north do people use earthworms more. Even silkworm pupae can be used to catch big fish, and in the spring, grasshoppers and the like are also a favorite of black carp and grass carp. Zhou Xiaobai listened with great interest, while Zhang Jianjun had only read about it online in his previous life. His dough has been soaked in spiritual spring water, so it must be no worse than other baits. Zhang Jianjun tore off most of the dough, rolled it into many small balls and scattered them into the ice hole as a nest. Since it was a fishing trip, there was no point in cheating, so the two of them waited together. Zhou Xiaobai straightened his messy hair and asked, Zhang Jianjun, I feel like my dad doesn't want me to work at the grassroots level. He's been avoiding this issue these days. What do you think is going on? Zhang Jianjun thought that this was naturally his father-in-law's way of protecting his daughter. He also didn't want Zhou Xiaobai to start working so early. Smiling, he said, Xiaobai, don't rush to work. You should be able to tell by now that the wind is blowing in the wrong direction. It's not too late to wait for a while. Besides, your father will not harm you. Zhou Xiaobai, why can't we just live a good life? What's wrong with this era of intrigue and conspiracy? Xiaobai, these are the birth pains of a new country. Don't worry, we'll get through this together. Nothing is impossible. While the two were chatting, the 7 stars in the ice hole began to float. It first clicked 3 times in succession, then slowly sank diagonally towards the depths. Zhang Jianjun was delighted and quickly lifted the rod. Sure enough, these floating fish were mostly big ones. A black carp weighing more than 5 pounds popped its head out and then sank again. Zhou Xiaobai also became excited when he saw the big black carp. He quickly said, Zhang Jianjun, this fish is not small. Can you pull it up? Will the fishing line break? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, don't worry, don't pull too hard on this kind of fish, it won't break. Just be a little loose when pulling, and after it swims a few times, as long as it surfaces more than 3 times and drinks a few times of air in its mouth, it will lose its strength. A fish weighing more than 5 kilograms naturally could not escape, and was pulled up after a few pulls. Time flew by unknowingly, and when the sun was about to reach the top of his head, Zhang Jianjun put away his fishing gear. I only caught 2 fish in the morning, a small grass carp weighing more than half a pound, which I released. Naturally, when it is in the water, it is absorbed into the small lake in the space. The two of them were just having fun, so Zhang Jianjun naturally didn't put much effort into fishing. 1 big bluefish is enough. Zhou Zhenyi's returned home around 10 o'clock. When he heard his mother say that the two of them had gone out, he didn't care. Today I mainly want to visit the old leader. It happened that Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai came back on horseback. As soon as Zhou Xiaobai got off the bike, he took the fish and went to present the treasure. When Joe's mother heard that the two had just gone fishing in Hawaii, her face was full of smiles. In the study, Jang Jianjun and Joe Jianyi sat opposite each other. Jang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Joe, you can secretly send someone to collect the flour." Joe Jianyi was startled, then came to his senses. Without saying a word, he quickly made a phone call. After things were done, Joe's father sat down again. "You're moving too fast. We can't afford to lose any food. Luckily, there's almost no one there right now. There's only one old man wandering around during the day." Jang Jianjun said, "I don't want to wait any longer and have more troubles. I'll feel more at ease if I hand it over to you as soon as possible. I'm not afraid of being investigated for this flour. There's definitely not this much flour for sale in the country anyway." Joe Jianyi asked, "Xiao Zhang, when do you want your flour bag? We don't have many left, so I can only give you 200. They are all cloth bags that can hold 100 kilograms. If you want to put rice in them, you can put more." Jang Jianjun thought about it and felt that the current 200 bags were just a drop in the bucket. "There is simply too much flour in my own space, so I can only think of a solution in another world later. Uncle, you can give it to me next time you come over. If you have time, you can send someone to deliver it to me. 200 cloth bags also make 2 large bags, so I don't have to carry them back." Joe Jianyi was speechless for a while, thinking, "You kid, just pretend." So he said, "You can get 2 million kilograms of flour, but I don't believe you can't get 200 bags home." "Okay, I'll have someone deliver it to you next Sunday." Jang Jianjun laughed awkwardly and said, "It wouldn't be good if so many people saw it. I'll have a reason to arrange it if I send it over. I thought that I couldn't let the bag disappear in front of others, so it would be safest to send it to their home." Joe Jianyi said with a smile, "Anyway, the higher UPS have relaxed their stance on you, so you have to take care of yourself. It's better to stay calm during this period. You're making too much noise. I'm getting all nervous now." Jang Jianjun felt that he really needed to keep a low profile for a while, as he had done a lot of big things recently. "I don't know what happened to the lightning strike case, but I guess it will cause a lot of uproar in the future." While the two were chatting, Jang Jianjun felt a strange feeling on his arm. "My goodness, this comes at a really bad time. I didn't expect the door to the plane to open at this time today." Jang Jianjun resisted the urge to enter the space. "I had no choice but to eat lunch before leaving. What will happen in this dimension?" Jang Jianjun felt a little distracted while having lunch this time. He felt that the mysterious pull was a little difficult to resist. After lunch, Jang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai came to the yard to digest the food. Jang Jianjun apologized, "Xiaobai, I wanted to go out with you this afternoon, but then I remembered that I have something I haven't dealt with yet. I have to go over there first and then play with you tomorrow." Although Zhou Xiaobai was a little reluctant, he still nodded. "Jang Jianjun, I'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow. If you don't come, I won't pay any attention to you." Jang Jianjun rubbed Zhou Xiaobai's hair and turned away with her angry look. Zhou's mother came out and asked curiously, "Xiaobai, why didn't you go out with Jianjun to play with others this afternoon?" Zhou Xiaobai smiled and said, "He said he had something to do and would come and play with me tomorrow." "Xiaobai, a man should focus on his career. From now on, you can have fun but you can't go out every day. It doesn't matter during holidays, but it must not affect your work during work." Zhou Xiaobai. Jang Jianjun rode his bicycle at full speed, not caring about the surprised looks from passersby, and arrived at Nanluaguxiang in less than half an hour. Everyone in the compound had already had lunch and was basking in the sun or playing chess in front of their homes. It was a rare moment of leisure. Lu Haizhong saw Jang Jianjun. The old man smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Jianjun is back from his girlfriend's house. If you are free tonight, come have dinner at my house and have a lively dinner together." Lu Haizhong knew that Lu Guangfu was also about to be assigned, so he was naturally more enthusiastic towards Jang Jianjun. His flattering look made everyone in the compound speechless. Jang Jianjun naturally didn't have time to talk nonsense with Lu Haizhong. The pulling feeling was getting stronger and stronger. If the door to the other world closed after the timeout, he would be in tears. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Second uncle, I appreciate your kindness. I have to go out to do something and may not have time. I will visit you when I am free." As he hurried away amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he felt a resentful gaze behind him. He subconsciously glanced over and found that it was Yi Zonghai staring at his back. Jang Jianjun was a little surprised. How could this old guy still have thoughts about him during the new year? It turned out that everyone else went to his house to pay New Year's greetings, but Jang Jianjun was the only one in the compound who did not come to visit. He felt that Jang Jianjun did not take him seriously at all and felt resentful. Even if Jang Jianjun knew about it, he would not pay any attention to it. What he values is reciprocity. He treats others the way they treat him, neither flattering nor distancing himself. To cultivate one's mind, one naturally needs to have clear thoughts. After Zhang Jianjun returned to the old house, he first locked the door, then thought about it, scanned the backyard with his spiritual sense to make sure there was no one outside, and used his mental power to hang a lock on the outside of the door. Because it took a lot longer last time, it may take a long time to double it this time. He didn't want anyone to come over and see that his door was locked and no one was causing any weird incidents. After taking precautions, Zhang Jianjun slipped into the space. Looking up at the vortex in the sky, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but be shocked. On the mirror surface of the vortex, a magnificent city was vaguely reflected. You can vaguely see that it looks like the style of medieval Europe, but the proportion of the city wall is too high. As far as I can remember, there were no such high city walls in ancient times. The area is also surprisingly large. You can vaguely see the giant stone roads in various urban areas. It seems like a familiar feeling. Zhang Jianjun looked for a while to calm himself down, then found a place to put his 20 throwing knives and a 3-edged military bayonet. It's all a matter of thought, but I always feel at ease only when I put them together. This is because people lack confidence in an unfamiliar field, and no one knows what's on the other side. Zhang Jianjun first changed into a large, unbranded t-shirt and jeans bought from the supermarket, and of course, he wore the pair of Adidas sneakers that he had brought from the other world. He took a few deep breaths beside the ancient well, calmed his mind, floated in the air, and dived into it. 3 seconds of darkness feels very long. When people are in a passage, it seems that they are surrounded by the tearing force of the void, and they will be torn into pieces by the energy if they are not careful. When Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up, his whole body stiffened and he stood there not daring to move. Because there was a big sword against his neck, the spiritual warning had never been so strong. If the low level was green, then this time it at least became a red alert. It's still red and purple. Zhang Jianjun glanced at his surroundings. In front of him was a middle-aged white man who was about 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a gleaming golden lion armor and his golden curly hair was casually draped over his shoulders. The face, chiseled with swords and axes, showed majesty and dominance. The armor on his body was covered with knife and arrow marks, and the cold blue eyes were staring at him cautiously. There were soldiers in iron armor all around, with bloodstains still on their armor. The main reason he didn't dare to move was not only because of the person in front of him, but also because he was locked by a mental force. This mental power is much stronger than his. A word popped up in Zhang Jianjun's mind: high magic plane. There was no doubt that this was a high magic plane. Just when he was wondering whether to flash into the space and give up this journey through the dimensions, the man spoke, his deep voice carrying strange syllables. Zhang Jianjun couldn't make out a single word. It was neither English nor French. It was not any language from the earth plane. Zhang Jianjun could only give his most kind smile. He smiled and said, "Greetings, respected warriors. I am just passing by. Do you believe me? I have no intention of offending you. I am just a businessman who was swept here by the turbulent space." The tall soldiers around stared at each other in confusion. The tall, middle-aged general-like man in front of him gave him a puzzled look and said a long chatter. Although the big sword on his neck was still on his shoulder, it had moved slightly back. Maybe it was infected by Zhang Jianjun's harmless smile. A few people came over. The old man in front was wearing a court robe and holding an ancient staff in his hand. The huge ruby on the top of the staff almost blinded Zhang Jianjun's 24K dog eyes. Powerful magical fluctuations emanated from the old man's body, and his pair of wise and experienced eyes stared at Zhang Jianjun's face. A tall woman next to him made Zhang Jianjun's eyes light up. Elf? The female elf's whole body is filled with the heroic aura of a female war goddess, and her glances occasionally reveal a noble and elegant demeanor. Apart from the red back that rustled in the wind, there was only golden shoulder armor and inner armor of a Gothic style. Her long, brilliant golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making her delicate skin look even whiter, smoother, and more delicate. The well-trained body has the most perfect bodybuilding curves, a swan-like slender white neck, and a slender and sexy collarbone. The slender waist makes the peaks on her chest look particularly tall, which is rare even among humans, let alone high elves. There is no need for a belt or anything like that. The toned waist looks so slender that it can be grasped with one hand because of enough exercise. Although her waist is so thin, because of the well-toned mermaid line, people don't have to worry about breaking it if they use too much force. The pointed and knotty ears and the absolutely beautiful face make people feel suffocated. The eyelashes of those big watery eyes fluttered, looking at him with great interest. As expected, the elves are the favorites of the Lord of Creation. This is simply the most stunning beauty in the world. The old wizard came over and waved his hand, and the middle-aged general put down the sword that was longer than a man. Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. This was too scary. He felt that his chi refining stage was just a younger brother in front of these people. The middle-aged general had a violent power that was much stronger than the spiritual power reserves in his body. The old wizard's spiritual fluctuations were several times higher than his. Even the elf girl next to him had a higher level of strange energy than him. The mental lock just now should be on this old wizard. It makes me feel powerless to resist. It is indeed worthy of being a high magic plane. The mental power is so powerful. The old wizard and the middle-aged man were whispering to each other, and then they turned around and spoke to Zhang Jianjun in several different languages. Of course, this was just talking to a cow. The elf beauty came forward and asked again with a strange syllable. Zhang Jianjun could only gesture and shake his head. Looking at the green bow flashing with sharp light behind the elf, he noticed a kind of enchanted fluctuation coming from the bow. The old wizard hesitated for a while, then wiped his ring and a scroll appeared in his hand. The wizard seemed to be in great pain, and tore it open directly in front of Zhang Jianjun. A bright light flashed directly towards him, and Zhang Jianjun was startled. However, his spiritual sense sensed that the old wizard had no ill intentions, so he did not hide. Besides, it's so close that you can't dodge it. At this time, the old wizard spoke. Stranger, where are you from? Why did you suddenly appear on the wall of Stormwind City? You wasted a scroll of my words. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun opened his mouth wide. Wow, this is really wow. He is very familiar with Stormwind City. No wonder the outline of this city looks familiar. This time I have come to the continent of Azeroth. Stormwind City is the most magnificent and fortified city in the Seven Kingdoms, located north of Elwyn Forest on the northwest coast of Azeroth. It is the capital of Stormwind Kingdom and the largest human city in Azeroth. In this plane, let alone the chi refining stage, even if an old Yuenian patriarch comes, he must be cautious and low-key. This is a world where demigods and legends are as numerous as dogs. The old wizard scroll allowed Zhang Jianjun to learn most of the common human language. It must be said that magic is an incredible spell. Zhang Jianjun calmed down and said with a smile, Master, my name is Zhang Jianjun, and I'm a merchant from the mists of Pandaria. I encountered a portal opened by an unreliable wizard and was nearly torn apart by the turbulent void. When I recovered, I arrived in this great city and met you, the Great Ones. The old wizard's mouth twitched. Seeing the undead, was this a subtle criticism that us wizards were unreliable at opening doors? The female elf next to him covered her mouth and laughed. The peak of Hyjal shook. Zhang Jianjun took a look and quickly turned his head away. He couldn't bear to look at it again. It was simply a monster. The old wizard asked the elf next to him, Respected Lady Illyria Windrunner, have you, the knowledgeable rangers, heard of Pandaria? While listening to the conversation between the two, Zhang Jianjun scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. There were bloodstains and rolling logs and rocks lying all over the city wall. Zhang Jianjun's eyes narrowed involuntarily. It seemed that a war had occurred here not long ago. When I heard the name Illyria Windrunner from the mage's mouth, the name was quite familiar. Illyria is the eldest of the three Windrunner sisters. The eldest sister is Illyria, the second is the famous Windrunner Sylvanaz, and the third sister is Windrunner Verisa. Compared with theirs, my archery skills are nothing. The starting point is to aim and shoot 3 arrows from 500 meters away. The ranger was born for archery and has built-in locking. Illyria said, Master Archmage Zeus, this place seems to have been mentioned in ancient Cathalas texts. I only read about it once, 300 years ago. It seems the literature mentioned a new race, the Pandaren. Because of the isolation from the foggy ocean, almost no one has ever crossed there. Archmage Zeus smiled faintly and said, Young outsider, please restrain your spiritual power. This city is at war. Be careful not to let your spiritual power touch the magic circle and cause backlash. Zhang Jianjun was shocked. He was so used to exploring things with his mental power that he had forgotten where he was. When he heard that Aurelia had read the document 300 years ago, his mouth twitched. The lifespan of the High Elves is too long. The Sun King of the Elves is now nearly 4,000 years old. Just now, I was playing with fire by sending out my mental power in front of a court wizard. Zhang Jianjun quickly withdrew his spiritual power and said with an awkward smile, Your Excellency, the Grand Master of the Palace, I'm simply curious as to why there are so many heavily armed soldiers around, and why the city walls are covered in traces of war. No offense intended. Before Archmage Zeus could speak, Aurelia came over and said, Human, look beyond the city walls and you will find the answers you seek. Zhang Jianjun then looked into the distance curiously. Above the mountain representing the horizon was a dark gray sky. There were rows of simple barracks and wooden fences densely packed together, and the large siege vehicles looked like giant beasts. Due to the strong eyesight, countless green-skinned figures could be seen. Zhang Jianjun felt that this was too unlucky, and 2 words came to his mind, orc. Could it be that the current timeline is the 2nd year after the Dark Portal? If so, then this is the first Orc War. When the orcs entered the Dark Portal and came to Azeroth, the first city they attacked was Stormwind. If I remember correctly, Stormwind fell in a month and a half. The orcs' vanguard consisted of 20,000 men, which later increased to 100,000. The orcs were all over 2.3 meters tall, and humans had to fight 3 against 1 to barely kill them, and it would take 5 of them to attack together. The orcs were tall and strong like bulldozers. After eating the magic potion prepared by Gul'dan, they turned into greenskins. The outcome of this epic battle can be imagined. This war almost wiped out Stormwind Kingdom. Fortunately, Anduin Lothar led the remaining troops to charge out and saved the bloodline of King Lane. When the 100,000-strong army fled to Nanhai town, only less than 30,000 were left. Having encountered this epic battle, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but smile bitterly and just hoped to go back earlier to see what benefits he could get. "You can't go back empty-handed," Zhang Jianjun said to the elf who was almost as tall as him. "Respected Sir Windwalker, I never thought that my teleportation would get me involved in a war, but I am just a grain merchant." Zhang Jianjun? What a strange and difficult name to pronounce. You are also a member of the human race. Now that you are here, you can't just stand by and watch. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a spellcaster. But strangely enough, I feel like you have a very high-level energy that smells really good. Elves are naturally sensitive to nature or pure energy. Human, can you tell me what that energy is? It's a bit like magic, but more refined, and different from the energy of our elven son. Well, tell me and you'll gain the friendship of an elf. After saying that, she blinked her big watery eyes, took the initiative to step forward and took Zhang Jianjun's arm, shaking it. Zhang Jianjun felt the amazing elasticity of the towering Mount Hyjal on his arm. He swallowed and quickly calmed himself down. This elf from another world is too open. The old wizard Zeus next to him also pricked up his ears. A great wizard would have naturally noticed this different energy long ago, but as a fellow spellcaster, it was quite impolite to explore other people's secrets. Duke Bulver Dragon also looked over curiously. He was the middle-aged general at the beginning. Later, people learned that this famous duke was actually a heroic warrior. No wonder he was able to suppress Zhang Jianjun from the beginning. The mental piercing could only make him pause for a while against the hero-level warriors. The magic resistance of the hero-level warriors was terrifyingly high, and with a set of enchanted armor, he would be a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhang Jianjun silently recited the heart purification mantra in his heart. He spoke up. Thanks to Zhang Xiaoai, who likes mule, for sending the reminder to add an additional chapter. In order not to affect the reading experience, other rewards will not be displayed one by one in the author's words. Zhang Jianjun calmed himself down and spoke. We Pandarians belong to the Eastern race. You can tell our difference from our skin color and hair. We naturally have our own system. The magic network of Azeroth does not connect to us. So, our Emperor Chen created a skill called martial arts, and the energy that runs this skill is called internal force. Aurelia smiled and said, "What a magical energy. No wonder your aura is completely different from ours." Archmage Shiu stroked his beard and said curiously, "Traveler from the East, I'm curious why your spiritual power is also close to that of a 5 rings mage. Does your continent practice 2 different systems at the same time?" The old master originally wanted to ask what internal force was, but he was too embarrassed to ask and could only express it in a tactful way. Just then a young blonde man came over. He has shiny golden hair, deep blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and is wearing a set of lion-shaped armor. He had a sword more than 1 meter long hanging around his waist, which made him look majestic and noble. Coupled with a height of about 1.9 meters, he is even more extraordinary. The blonde young man glanced at Zhang Jianjun and Aurelia beside him, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Duke Dragon asked, "Lothar, what's the matter with rushing here so quickly? What's the condition of the wounded now? Does King Lane have any instructions?" Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually the late Alliance commander Anduin Lothar. Lothar frowned and said, "Your Excellency, the situation is very grim. Many of the wounded have been infected with dark energy, and the potions are no longer effective. The priests at the Northshire Monastery are unable to treat them. Another major problem is that we've been under siege for a month and we're running out of food. It's unlikely that reinforcements will arrive during this period, and the Griffin Knights have suffered heavy losses, so we can't send out letters requesting assistance." Duke Dragon frowned after hearing this. No reinforcements have arrived from the Dwarven Kingdom, and there's still no news from Lord Aaron. To avoid demoralizing the people, this news can't be spread. Let's go back to the conference room to discuss tomorrow's deployment. The food issue is really a headache. Then he looked at Zhang Jianjun again and spoke. Night is coming. Orcs never attack at night. Outsiders, just wander around the city or find an inn. Don't run around. Otherwise, you will cause unnecessary trouble at your own risk. Zhang Jianjun could only smile and nod. Illyria smiled and said, "Zhang Jianjun, I happen to be free. I'll take you around Stormwind City." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "General Aurelia, it's my honor." The few of them then separated Zhang Jianjun and Illyria and walked side by side on the stone-paved road in Stormwind City. Looking at the streets of this alien city with curiosity, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of the word scroll. The words on both sides are no longer an obstacle. Stormwind City has a 50-meter-high outer stone wall, which is covered with the Alliance emblem with a blue background and gold edges. There is an 80-meter-wide moat inside the outer wall. There are strange yet familiar names on the streets, such as Jenny Tailor Shop, Hank's Weapon Shop, Bronzebeard Blacksmith Shop, Night Rose Inn, Dwarf Malt Tavern, Storm Enchanting Shop, and various strange alchemy potion shops. It was just because of the war that there were almost no people on the streets, and the shops were deserted, looking very depressed. The shop owners were of all kinds of races, including dwarves, gnomes, elves, and even green-skinned goblins, which amazed Zhang Jianjun and opened his eyes. Aurelia's clear voice interrupted Zhang Jianjun's curiosity. Humans, it seems magnificent, doesn't it? But compared to us in Courtyard, it's far behind in terms of art. After saying this, she proudly puffed out her chest with pride in her eyes. Zhang Jianjun felt dizzy after seeing this. He had also learned about the history of Azeroth. The immortal elves were very arrogant and looked down on humans. I don't understand why Illyria is obsessed with him. The handsome Lothar should be more in line with the aesthetics of this world. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Sir Windrunner, as a merchant, I have also heard of the beautiful Courtyard. There are towering mage towers, dragon eagles soaring in the sky, and the incomparably dazzling Sunwell. The art of the elves is naturally incomparable to that of humans. Even magic was taught to humans by the elves during the reign of Emperor Thoradin. After all, human lifespans cannot compare to those of elves. We are merely fleeting travelers. Comparing art with an immortal race is humiliating. Illyria showed a satisfied look. Thank you very much for your praise of our elf homeland, but you humans should not underestimate yourselves. Despite their short lifespan, they are able to learn profound magic, some of which even surpass the elves. Countless heroes have appeared on this continent. This is also a miracle. Our kings all admire Emperor Thoradin. He helped us fight off the trolls 3,000 years ago, so we have been allied since then. It's a pity that the members of the current parliament only care about pleasure and have long forgotten that humans once helped us. So this time I came here to fulfill the covenant on behalf of the Windrunner family. Zhang Jianjun's mouth twitched when he heard this. 3,000 years ago, Emperor Soladin had already turned into an undead, while their king was still enjoying the glory of the past. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed by the scourge in the end. Courtyard was almost split in half by Arthas, turning it into the Scar of Death, and the Ranger General also died in that battle. Her sister, Sylvanaz, later became the Dark Queen. Zhang Jianjun said sincerely, as a human, I deeply admire your Windrunner family, but I'd also like to ask, aren't you elves a bit distant from humans? I'm just an unknown human being. It feels both honored and a little unreal to have you accompany me. Illyria also showed a serious expression at this time. Sir Zhang Jianjun, I actually have a selfish motive. We elves have all discovered a cruel reality. We are too dependent on the Sunwell, especially the mages. If we leave the Sunwell for less than 2 weeks, we will experience difficulty breathing and loss of appetite. Over time, it can drive people crazy. We elves call this phenomenon magic addiction, and even rangers like us have some. When you appeared today, I approached you and felt the aura you exuded. It actually stabilized the fluctuations of my demonic addiction. That's why I became interested in you. I want to find a solution to my magic addiction from you. Zhang Jianjun suddenly realized that he originally thought the elves approached him because of his infinite charm. This reminded Zhang Jianjun of the explosion of the Sunwell, when many elves turned into insane hare-teeters. From then on, the glory of the elves was gone, and the Sun King also died in battle to protect the Sunwell. The elven prince Kael'thas led a group of elves to wander around. Enduring the ravages of magic addiction, his eyes gradually turned red. He changed his name, Sindori, which later became the Blood Elves. Zhang Jianjun's mind raced as he figured out the reason. He smiled and said, Aurelia, how can I help you? By this time it was already dark. Illyria smiled and spoke. Of course I'll treat you tonight if you need my help. The merchants can't come in due to the siege. Wine and red wine are out of stock. I can only offer you dwarven ale or rum. Which one do you choose? Zhang Jianjun shrugged and smiled. We Orientals have a saying, the guest should follow the host's wishes. I'll drink whatever you order. A human being, an elf, walked into the tavern. Old Tam, you short drunkard, you're still drunk even though there's not even one customer left. Oh dear Lisa, does not having guests mean the dwarves lose their right to drink? This will not do. I swear to the king of the hill that the war will end. Old Tam, you damn bearded man, you've said this dozens of times in a month. A fat human lady in her 40s was arguing with a dwarf who was over 1 meter tall in a tavern. When the dwarf saw a young human and an elf walking into the hotel, he immediately laughed exaggeratedly and said, Dear Lisa, what did I say? We have distinguished guests here. The fat lady came forward with a smile and said enthusiastically, Dear guests, what would you like to eat? Lamb from Oatland or steak from Elwyn Forest? Here is the menu, but many recipes are out of stock. I'm sorry, but please let me know if you need them. Thank you for your understanding. Aurelia smiled and said, Mr. Zhang Jianjun, what would you like to eat? You are the guest today, so you can order. Sir Windrunner, this is my first time in Stormwind City and I'm not familiar with anything. Just order what you want. Aurelia came to the counter without saying anything and started communicating with the ant about the menu. The dwarf old Tam narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jianjun, a strange human with black hair and black eyes, but very handsome, similar to me when I was young. Zhang Jianjun took one look at the dwarf and was speechless. The dwarf's body width and height were almost the same, but his aesthetic taste was simply amazing. His face was covered with a beard that almost reached his chest, and he had a long, thick braid tied under his chin. I could only nod with a smile. I really didn't know what to talk about with this drunken dwarf. Half an hour later, several portions of meat and a plate of salad were served on the table. Aurelia blinked. Sir Zhang Jianjun, cheers to the friendship between elves and humans. Zhang Jianjun also picked up the glass of malt liquor and said, cheers to the alliance. As soon as I took a sip of malt liquor, I felt sick. It had a very strange taste that I couldn't describe. It was like rice that had been left in the pot for several days and it was a bit rotten and sticky. I couldn't help but turn my head and spit it out. Aurelia laughed and said, Zhang Jianjun, so you can't drink? Then the drunken dwarf stood up. He said angrily, human, how dare you ruin the fine wine brewed by us dwarves? Are you looking down on the dwarves' brewing skills? This is blatant racial discrimination. Zhang Jianjun looked at the blushing dwarf and said with an awkward smile, Mr. Tam, I come from the distant eastern continent, so naturally I wasn't used to the fine wine here at first. I didn't mean to insult the great dwarf. Seeing the embarrassed Zhang Jianjun, Aurelia laughed softly beside him, and her pointed ears trembled. The dwarf's expression finally softened a bit, and he returned to the bar to drink angrily. Zhang Jianjun slapped his waist and a jar of wine appeared in his hand. The spellcasters here all have space props, so they are not afraid of any shocking behavior. In addition to the rare space rings, the most popular item in this plane is the space backpack. Almost every spellcaster spends gold coins to buy several sets. The space backpack here is not divided into grids like in the game. It starts at 10 cubic meters and is larger than the space ring, but the space ring is relatively rare and therefore more precious, and it is also the item that magic profession dreams of. Zhang Jianjun opened the wine jar directly, and the aroma of wine filled the entire hotel. Aurelia sniffed the air and asked curiously, what a rich and mellow aroma. Zhang Jianjun, is this the wine from your hometown? Just as Zhang Jianjun was about to answer, a big bearded face appeared in front of him. Oh my goodness, by the king of the hill. Where did this wine come from, dear human? Is it yours? After saying this, the dwarf continued to sniff the air and rub his two thick, short hands. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. The wine was in his hand, so it couldn't be mine or yours. At this time, the fat lady on the side got angry and said, you damn drunkard, please don't disturb the meal of our distinguished guests. He came over, grabbed the dwarf's ear and dragged him back. The dwarf's old face was full of resentment, and both of them laughed. Zhang Jianjun poured a glass for Illyria and looked at the dwarf with eager eyes standing at the counter. He felt that if he didn't give him a sip, old Tam would cry. Uncle Tam, since we're all friends here, why don't you have a drink too? When the old dwarf heard this, his eyes lit up, and he ran over with the teacup in his hand, moving his short legs quickly. Zhang Jianjun also poured a cup for old Tam. Aurelia picked up the cup and sniffed it, then took a small sip and slowly savored it in her mouth. The dwarf took a big gulp and almost spit it out. The malt liquor was only about 20% alcohol while the white wine was over 50%. Old Tam's face turned red and he finally swallowed it. I felt like my throat was burning, but the taste and aroma were simply superb. The dwarf's biggest hobbies are drinking and mining. Naturally, he could feel the quality of the wine. This wine was more than one level better than the beer brewed by the dwarves. The two men didn't care what the dwarf was thinking at the bar, and they just started drinking and chatting. Aurelia's pretty face was flushed because of the wine she drank. Sir Zhang Jianjun, I didn't expect the wine from your hometown to be so delicious. It's a pity that the elven fruit wine I brought with me is gone. Otherwise, I would have let you taste the fine wine brewed by our elves. Thank you for your compliment, Ms. Aurelia. I've heard of the wonderful elven wine, but unfortunately I've never had the chance to encounter it. I hope to have the opportunity to visit your land in the future. Aurelia smiled and said softly, you are most welcome. I look forward to your visit one day. Zhang Jianjun, since you know my purpose, I'd like to know if your cultivation system has any skill books. How can I learn them? Of course there are skill books. We call them martial arts secret books. We have all been feeling the tendons and veins in our bodies since we were young. The internal force is circulated through the meridians and stored in the body. It's completely different from a mage's magic. It doesn't require communication with the magic network and the elements between heaven and earth. It's a bit like a warrior relying on the potential of his body to stimulate it. Aurelia said seriously, "Can you please let me see your skill book? I want to use a blank ticket to draw a copy and see if our elves can learn it. Of course, you can tell me if you need anything. I'm not a wizard, but every elf is a natural spellcaster. I carry with me some elves' magic books, ranging from elementary to advanced. Elven magic books are what humans dream of." Zhang Jianjun picked up the cup and thought for a while. It was impossible for him to take out the true solution of the divine thunder. "I think we could share the Chen-style Tai Chi manual." So Zhang Jianjun said, "Well, respected Master Windwalker, let's find a place to copy each other's characters. After all, humans can't understand your elven characters. I don't think you would recognize the characters of our eastern continent. We can only switch to the common language version to communicate with each other." Old Tam suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Jianjun and the others again. "Dear guests, we also have guest rooms on the second floor. We can waive the accommodation fee for you, but can we?" After saying that, he handed over a large teacup. Illyria, Zhang Jianjun. The two of them drank almost all the wine in the jar. They didn't expect that an elf could drink so much. The remaining half of the wine was given to the dwarf, which made old Tam so happy that he held the jar tightly. On the second floor of the tavern, Zhang Jianjun looked at the Tai Chi manual in front of him, and both of them were quickly translating their respective books with quill pens. It took Aurelia more than an hour to finish the translation, but Zhang Jianjun naturally succeeded in translating the Chen Tai Chi book very quickly. Aurelia smiled and said, "Sir Zhang Jianjun, I won't draw the various spell model matrices. I don't think I can finish them all today. These 3 books all have spell models. Just compare them with the text I gave you." Zhang Jianjun took the 3 magic books and handed over Chen Tai Chi at the same time. "I don't know what the cover of the magic book is made of, but it feels as warm as white jade. It is either made of alchemical material or the soft leather of a high-level magical beast. The elvish characters above look like small tadpole symbols and are completely unrecognizable without reference to the text translation. This is the most mysterious high elf text. These 3 books are very valuable in this world." Zhang Jianjun was very excited to see that the books were more than 1,000 years old. He wondered if his mental power could be used to learn magic. Aurelia was also carefully reading the Tai Chi manual and became very interested in the various martial arts moves in it. However, the steps explained in this translated way are very difficult to understand, such as squatting in horse stance. When the waist moves, the whole body moves. When the waist is still, the whole body is still. If the waist does not move, the hands will not move. If you want to move your body, you must first unite the waist and horse. He was also confused by the various martial arts moves, so he looked up at Zhang Jianjun and said, "Sir Zhang Jianjun, could you please teach me the moves in this skill book? These words are too profound, and I only have a limited understanding of each part." Zhang Jianjun put down the magic book in his hand and said with a smile, "Respected Ms. Aurelia, as you wish." So Zhang Jianjun started practicing Tai Chi while patiently explaining the key points of each movement. Start by breaking down all the actions and explaining them in detail. After explaining it several times, he performed it again completely. When the 48 Chen-style Tai Chi moves were performed perfectly, the beautiful Tai Chi circle formed by the light cyclone made Aurelia open her watery eyes wide. This boxing technique is simply an art form. Every part of the body can exert force in a coherent manner. It's an amazing skill. Aurelia was eager to try and couldn't help but stand up and start practicing Tai Chi like Zhang Jianjun. "Although it was a bit awkward at the beginning, I soon got the hang of it. Elves are indeed worthy of being the darlings of the Creator, and their body flexibility is much stronger than that of humans. The ranger is not only an unrivaled archer, but also an excellent fighter with a short blade in the jungle. Naturally, he soon learned how to do it well." It felt unreal to see the tall elf practicing Tai Chi in front of him. Grandmaster Yang probably never dreamed that his boxing skills would be learned by an alien elf 100 years later. Just as Zhang Jianjun was daydreaming about the starry sky, he suddenly felt his eyes blurred and found himself being embraced in someone's arms. The ranger's agility was so terrifying that he didn't even realize the person was right in front of him. That amazing softness was pressed against her chest, and her delicate little mouth blew a gentle breath. "Dear Mr. Zhang Jianjun, how can I thank you? You have helped me find a path I have never discovered before. Although I don't know if I can change the fate of the elf demon addiction, this is also a good start, isn't it?" Zhang Jianjun suppressed his restlessness and smelled the fragrance coming from his nose. He stammered, "I don't know if this book will be of any use to you. Aurelia, I'm a young man full of vigor. This isn't a good idea. You underestimate your own charm. You're playing with fire." "Zhang Jianjun, haven't you ever said that humans are just passing visitors to us elves? That's why elves rarely marry humans. They don't want to see separation and death. But hundreds of years later, it's still okay to reminisce about the good times they had." Before Zhang Jianjun could continue speaking, his mouth was blocked by a pair of warm lips. The rapid breathing caused her lips to crack, and they were pried open by the teasing of the tongue, and the elf's smooth and fragrant tongue stretched out. Zhang Jianzhan's brain exploded. It was like entering a gentle world, throwing all rationality behind. It was like the interweaving of soul and flesh, forgetting that I was just a stranger. The elf was thrown onto the bed on the second floor with a gasp, and immediately the heavy breathing of two people could be heard upstairs. The simple wooden bed seemed unable to bear the movements of the two people, and it squeaked in complaint as if it could not bear the weight. The drunk old dwarf downstairs opened his confused eyes and a lewd smile appeared on his bearded face. Interesting, a high elf and a black-haired boy. Then he took a look at Lisa's misty eyes, shuddered involuntarily, and quickly fell headfirst on the table. Unfortunately, it was too late, and I felt my small body hanging in the air. As if walking towards the cottage in the backyard, 2 lines of tears of regret appeared on old Tam's face. The final thought is, don't be mesmerized by human girls, as their obesity increases with age. It was a stormy night, and I didn't expect the elf with a slender waist to be so lively. The two have forgotten how many reincarnations this has been. There is no racial distinction, only the most primitive madness. It was not until the dawn of Stormwind City that the two fell asleep in each other's arms, exhausted. Zhang Jianzhan didn't know how long he had slept. In a daze, he heard the ancient and vicissitudes of life sound of a bullhorn outside. Aurelia quickly broke free from Zhang Jianzhan's arms. "Dear Zhang, the orcs are coming." Zhang Jianzhan was startled and quickly stood up and put on his clothes. He looked at the elf's perfect body and swallowed his saliva. Aurelia smiled charmingly and said, "Human, this isn't the time to be thinking about this." After saying that, she shook her tall body and winked playfully. "But you satisfied me last night." Zhang Jianzhan. The two men dressed neatly, walked down the stairs, and left the shop under the dwarf's ambiguous gaze. The soldiers on the city wall were throwing rocks, kerosene, and engineering explosives bought from the greedy goblins, which sometimes exploded and sometimes didn't. The archers were firing arrows continuously, and among them were 40 or 50 elven rangers, who should be the elves brought by Illyria. The Royal Mage Corps is led by the Grand Mage. More than 100 mages stood on the energy crystals, forming 2 magic matrices. Elemental storms, meteor showers, and firestorms gathered in the sky on the left, while blizzards fell on the right. The orcs fell one by one under the large-scale magic, and a large-scale magic directly cleared an area. Zhang Jianzhan took a look at the city and couldn't help but gasp. The orcs were like a green ocean, charging forward without fear of life or death. Some people did not stop even though they had several arrows stuck in their bodies. If the orcs were not shot in a fatal position, they seemed to feel no pain at all. This is the effect of demon blood. The orcs were a race that lacked armor and ironware. The soldiers in front wore simple armor and carried crude weapons. Some even went so far as to bare their upper bodies and hold large rocks. The fangs showing at the corners of his mouth were more than 2 meters tall, and his exploding muscles created a visual impact that was as strong as it could be. Zhang Jianzhan had the idea of running away immediately. He just wanted to visit the other world and get some benefits. "I don't want to get involved in this terrible war. My goodness, this is too scary. The collision of cold weapons and magic is simply eye-catching." The orcs' rough double-edged axes flew up the city wall with a roar, mixed with stones the size of human heads. The shrill sound that tore through the air was not at all fancy, it was the result of an explosion of extreme power. The tons of explosive force made people feel their scalp tingling. The orcs in front were all civilian cannon fodder, using their bodies as meat shields or filling the moat. The Alliance soldiers on the city wall had no time to dodge and their armor was torn apart as easily as if it were made of paper. The flying axe pierced through the body from behind again, and the unlucky soldier was even split into 2 pieces. This cruel and bloody scene brought a visual shock to Zhang Jianzhan. At this time, a high-speed rotating double-edged axe flew over, straight to his face. Zhang Jianzhan didn't want to use the spiritual shield to resist this extreme force. Besides, it was so close to him that he could only dodge it. The spinning double-edged axe passed by with a sharp scream, narrowly avoiding the oncoming flying axe. Zhang Jianzhan was a little excited by this. He wanted to get some benefits without putting in any effort. With a thought, his mental power burst out from his body, and all the weapons that fell within 100 meters were collected beside him. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jianzhan used his mental power as a guide and his spiritual power as a support, and more than a dozen flying axes and spears shot towards the group of orcs. All orcs within 150 meters of the spiritual power became targets, and the speed was frighteningly fast, coupled with the height of the 50-meter city wall. Axes or spears pierced through the orcs' chests, and a dozen or so orcs fell to the ground at once. The soldiers fighting bravely beside him opened their eyes wide. What kind of skills did this black-haired young man have? If you say it's magic, it looks like the throwing of melee weapons. If you say it's a warrior, these weapons can float in the air. When Zhang Jianzhan saw the consequences he had caused, he immediately gained confidence. Although the orcs were strong, they had no brains, especially the greenskins who had drunk the blood of the devil. They were like puppets and didn't know how to dodge. Zhang Jianjun fired all the weapons and stones around him one by one. Only Zhang Jianjun can use this kind of fighting style. Although mages have mental power, they do not have the support of spiritual power. Their mental power can only stimulate the magic matrix to form skills, so Zhang Jianjun's operation aroused the curiosity of people from other worlds. The court wizard was also attracted by Zhang Jianjun's spiritual fluctuations and was surprised when he saw this novel fighting style. This kind of precise mental control is simply incredible. It is somewhat similar to their wizard's hand, but the wizard's hand can only be controlled by magic. This kind of direct firing weapon is the first time I've seen it. It turns out that every race has its own unique skills. The soldiers who had no arrows nearby all stood on both sides of Zhang Jianjun. Each of them held a steel tower shield more than 1 meter high in their hands, forming an array to protect the magician's output, although it was not known whether this black-haired boy could be considered a magician. In the era of cold weapons, people admired the strong the most, and Zhang Jianjun's action had been recognized by them. There were too many weapons scattered on and under the city walls, some of which were from fallen soldiers and some were thrown out. With the infinite recycling cheat of the space system, as long as all the weapons within the range of Zhang Jianjun's consciousness are put into the space, then with a wave of his hand, it shot out like raindrops. The great wizard couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This time he was really surprised. I didn't expect that this kid actually has a talent for space. He mistook Zhang Jianjun's collected items for space. Each space mage has his own dimensional space, which can store a large number of items and is more convenient than storing equipment. In terms of power alone, large-scale magic is awesome, but it also consumes too much mana and requires a magic CD. Look at how this kid can use his mental strength of less than 5 rings to launch continuous and uninterrupted group attacks. You have to know that he is a 9-ring palace grand mage. Every time a mage breaks through a bottleneck, his magic power increases exponentially, but he cannot cast spells continuously and instantly. This world has 4 elemental demiplanes, and everyone except the Arcanist relies on mental power to connect to the magic network. If Zhang Jianjun knew this, he would definitely wake up laughing. Cheating is so unreasonable. He naturally cannot beat these big guys in a one-on-one fight, but fighting small monsters is his strong point. His mental power is not as strong as that of a great wizard, but he owns his own small world. Zhang Jianjun saw that the orcs were charging in only one direction, and then he realized that they could only charge in one direction. The reason why Stormwind has been able to hold on until now is because there is a steep cliff behind their city. This also meant that the orcs could only charge from the front and could not break through the city walls. In the orc camp, General Keelrogue was getting a little restless. His clan legion had been participating in battles for more than 20 days. I didn't expect that even a weak human city would be so difficult to defeat. He led this legion to take credit and establish his position among the many small chiefs in the clan. This old warlord was one of the first orcs to pass through the dark portal and once killed his own son for the stability of his clan. If he doesn't take the city soon, the Stormbreaker of the orc chieftain Orgrim will be a formidable force and may smash his head. He glanced at the old orc next to him with a green face and fangs, wearing a stained robe, and the pair of green eyes on his face made him feel cold in his heart. This is the famous warlock Gul'dan. This person is suspicious and cruel by nature and likes to experiment on living people. He especially likes to extract the souls of his enemies to make soul stones. He was also a zealot in the first invasion of Azeroth. What the entire orc tribe didn't know was that this cunning and cruel old warlock had already sold his soul to the Void Demon. The first construction of the dark portal was almost secretly initiated by him. Keelrogue swallowed. He asked, Gul'dan, Stormwind City has been under siege for so long, what are your plans? The old sorcerer let out a strange laugh. Keelrogue, is your brain just muscle? What would happen if you just killed the other king? Have you forgotten the Blade Masters of the Burning Blade clan? They are all born stealth fighters and assassins. It's time to send the Blade Masters into action. What do you think, dear Keelrogue? Instigated by the power of darkness, the gray hair spread out, revealing a cunning and sinister smile. I heard there's a half-orc swordsman named Garo who gets along well with humans and is proficient in the common language. We can send her out to assassinate the king named Ryan. Keelrogue's eyes flickered and he nodded. During the conversation between the two, an assassination plan of the orcs gradually emerged. Not far from the city gate, a huge wooden siege vehicle that was 50 meters long and could be hugged by several people was pushed over by densely packed orcs. They wanted to break down this sturdy city gate. The soldiers ignored the whistling axes around them and threw the goblin bombs at the siege vehicle. They also knew that Stormwind City would face destruction once the city gate was broken. Without the protection of the city walls and hand-to-hand combat with the orcs, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Zhang Jianjun's eyes narrowed when he saw it. He didn't want Stormwind City to be gone so soon. The old wizard and the wizard group are recovering this magic power. Their large-scale magic consumes too much mental energy. Zhang Jianjun looked at the siege vehicle less than 300 meters away, flipping his palms back and forth while silently reciting a spell. A lightning spear composed of purple arcs shot out. With a loud bang, the frame under the huge tree was shattered, and the huge rough log rolled to the side. More than a dozen unlucky orcs were killed directly by the explosion. The effect of the thunderstorm was not something that the naked orcs could withstand. After an extreme output, coupled with the purple Yang Thunder Spear technique, Zhang Jianjun felt that his mental and spiritual power reserves were a bit overwhelmed. This attack by the orcs was also the first fire test of the day. I didn't expect that humans were still so tenacious. Looking at the corpses of their companions all over the ground, they had to retreat and rest. What's the point of fighting without siege engines? Climbing walls isn't their strong point. They're not nimble elves. The surviving soldiers on the city wall saw the beast tide recede, and regardless of their fatigue, they all cheered. Several tower shield guardians nearby showed admiring expressions. They didn't expect that the black-haired stranger was also an elemental mage. Magicians represent nobility in this world. They are born aristocrats and are not bound by the laws of the kingdom. When they reach the level of grand wizards, they can own their own territory and magic tower. Zhang Jianjun felt a little headache due to excessive consumption of mental energy, so he took out a can of spiritual spring water from the space. This is a high magic world, so there are naturally various alchemical potions. Taking out the spiritual spring water will not arouse others' suspicion. The magician also relies on mental potions to restore his magic power. Zhang Jianjun was about to pour it into his mouth in one gulp. Zhang Jianjun was startled when he suddenly saw a figure beside him, but he relaxed again when he saw the tall elf. Aurelia had already put her arm around Zhang Jianjun. "Feel the amazing elasticity in your arms," a sweet elf voice came. Aurelia whispered coquettishly in his ear, "Dear Zhang, can you give me a sip? This fragrance is so tempting that I can't help it." After saying that, she stretched out her tongue and licked her red lips. Zhang Jianjun shuddered and hesitated for a moment before handing over the beer can filled with spiritual spring water. After all, they were just one-night stands, so you can't be so heartless. Besides, there are many strange potions in this world, and others only regard them as high-level alchemical products. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "My dearest Ms. Aurelia, this potion now belongs to you." Aurelia cheered, then tilted her head back and took a sip. The sweetness and pure energy made every cell in her body seem to be reorganizing. At this moment, the elves were immersed in this wonderful feeling. He carefully extended his tongue and licked off a drop of spiritual spring water that accidentally spilled from his lips. I felt like the demonic addiction within me had completely vanished, as if it had been stripped away from my soul. This is a long-lost freedom and a whole new world. The elf, who has eradicated her addiction to magic, is radiant and gorgeous, like a goddess of incomparable beauty that no one dares to desecrate. The feeling of relaxation brought to the whole body makes the traveler feel like he has returned to the embrace of Mother Nature. Aurelia didn't hesitate any longer and poured all the remaining spiritual spring water into her mouth. The beer can in her hand suddenly disappeared, and she wanted to take the substance back to Kulthalas. "See if you can replicate it in the alchemy lab." The elf, in excitement, hugged Zhang Jianjun's waist tightly and kissed him directly with her sexy lips. She needed to vent this joy to her heart's content. Because the addiction to magic has been with her for nearly 400 years, Zhang Jianjun was a little caught off guard. This alien world was too crazy. The two of them hugged and kissed passionately on the city wall. The soldiers around also applauded, as if this was hope in the war. Human beings always hope for beautiful things and fantasize about beautiful love in the most difficult and desperate circumstances, just like looking forward to the dawn in the dark night. Suddenly, a foul smell came from the elf. Zhang Jianjun whispered a few words into the elf's pointed ears. Under everyone's strange gazes, Aurelia jumped a few times and was 100 meters away. A word came before disappearing. The same place. The soldiers were on the dilapidated city wall, enduring fatigue and replenishing supplies, while the magician returned to the magic tower to replenish his magic power. Just as Zhang Jianjun was about to walk towards the city wall, the old wizard Zeus and Duke Fordagon came over together. Archmage Shiyu stepped forward and gave a mage salute to Zhang. "Your performance has earned the respect of Stormwind City. Thank you very much for helping this stranger from a foreign land." A smile also appeared on Fordagon's serious face. Zhang Jianjun quickly imitated the old master's actions and returned the salute. As a young man of 4 good qualities, how could he let an old man salute him? "Thank you very much for your praise, master. I am just doing what I can for humanity. I also hate these green-skinned orcs because they smell like decay." The old wizard laughed heartily and said, "Sir Zhang Jianjun, I heard you're a grain merchant. I see you seem to be a space-based spellcaster, so you should have a good stockpile of grain. I'd like to do a deal with you. Just let me know what I need." Zhang Jianjun was confused. When did he become a space-type person? I didn't seem to know it myself, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that the old wizard might have discovered me when I was collecting the items. This is exactly what he wants. The purpose of coming to the other dimension is to gain something. I am still worried about food, so it would be great if I could exchange it for good things. Duke Vortigern also laughed and said, Zhang Jianjun is a bit of a mouthful, so I'll just call you Zhang. Our food reserves are almost empty. If you can provide us with food, everything will be fine. As humans, just don't do business like goblins. Those green dwarfs are too dirty and ugly. Their greedy eyes only care about gold coins and unreliable explosives. Zhang Jianjun's mouth twitched. Oh my goodness, there's no deal yet. He reminded himself not to ask for an exorbitant price like the goblins. So he smiled and said, My two respected lords, the city wall doesn't seem to be a good place for a deal. If possible, find a quiet place. My mental strength feels a bit overdrawn during the battle. Duke Vortigern and the old wizard looked at each other in delight. It seems that I was right. This stranger is indeed a space type. In the Stormwind Kingdom conference room, Zhang Jianjun and the other two sat opposite each other. A huge round table shows the care taken in this specification. 3 blonde maids brought over 3 glasses of red wine, and Zhang Jianjun looked at the military restricted area curiously. Duke Vortigern said, Respected Zhang, how much food do you have? What kind of items do you need? Gold coins, jewelry, alchemy potions, or spell materials? Of course, precious metals and enchanted weapons can also be exchanged. Zhang Jianjun took a sip of the wine from another world. It tasted sweet, rich, and had a calming effect. My mind began to think about what I needed this time and what I could get in this magical plane. First, natural seed. There are many precious herbs in this world. Tranquilizing flower, silverweed, heather, thorn algae, devil grass, living root grass, royal blood grass, sun grass, etc. Rare ones include black lotus, blind grass, graveyard moss, ghost mushroom, mountain sage grass, etc. First of all, your own space needs various plants, but the old wizard's ruby seems to be good. And some rare metal mithril. This rare metal must be obtained. Mithril has the effects of high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, magic breaking, piercing, magic conducting, and indestructibility. Zhang Jianjun cleared his throat and said, Respected Archmage, respected Duke Tarjan, what I need is a bit complicated. Gold coins don't matter to Eastern merchants. I'm not interested in gold coins. I just need to pay 100 gold coins to spend here. Because gold coins are not circulated in our place, I need mithril and various herbal seeds. This is the flour I brought. It's not wheat mixed with bran or other impurities. This kind of flour is probably only available to nobles like you. Zhang Jianjun pretended to make a move in the air, and an empty jar of flour appeared in his hand and he handed it over. The great wizard quickly took it in his hands